We all have that game. A game we can't stop thinking about. A game that when we do think about it, it brings us joy. A game that's given us access to new communities, friendships, and experiences we'll likely never forget. A game that we'll defend from detractors while sometimes being on their side. A game that's opened our minds to new ideas of creativity and socialization. A game that we would call our favorite. I'd like to tell you what that game is for me. In early 2024, I bought my friend's PC off of him. Being a substantial upgrade from my pretty bad college laptop, I decided to buy a few games on it. Buying a few that I'd played on other platforms, as well as a few others that I knew I wanted to play, I came across a game I hadn't thought of in years. This game was GeeTFO. While I had originally seen Markiplier play it in 2019, and I was incredibly intrigued by the gameplay, difficulty, and overall atmosphere of the game, I didn't have the ability to play it at the time, so I'd shelved the idea and hadn't thought about it in years. I clicked on the game's profile to make sure that the reviews held up with my memory of it. Scrolling through quite a few positive and negative reviews, I came across a very common phrase. Unless you have a group to play it with, the game is not worth buying. This was incredibly discouraging to me. I didn't have a group to play with, let alone could I convince my friends to stop playing Valorant long enough to play a game with me. So I forgot about the game and moved on. 4 months then passed. Over these 4 months, I changed jobs to be able to afford tuition next semester, and during this time, Astral Spiff started releasing a series on his channel, one that coincidentally was over GeeTFO. Watching him and his friends play the game filled me with so much envy. I wanted to play this game. I wanted to experience the gameplay, the difficulty, the atmosphere, and the storyline that had apparently been added between me last seeing it. Finding myself with a few hours before going to work, I went to the Steam page, and like a siren's call, the game was half off. I bought it and downloaded it. I'll never forget the feeling of dropping into the first mission. Nervous, alone, and with all my knowledge coming from previously watched videos. I really had no clue what I was doing. Taking way more time than realistically I needed, I eventually got out of the mission alive, and it was exhilarating. Before work, I had completed R1A1, R1B1, and R1B2, before running into my first hard wall, R1C1. A mission that requires you to fend off hordes of enemies while also keeping up with timed terminal commands, something that is much better suited for multiple people. Coming to this conclusion while at work, I got home around 2 AM, joined the GeeTFO Discord, and sent out a post looking for 3 others. Eventually Hopper, Pudding Bear, and a player we ended up calling Europe joined me and suffered with me for the next few hours. Over the course of 5.5 hours, we attempted the mission over 20 times, with various tools, weapons, and strategies tested. After one of our worst runs, we came back with a new idea. What if instead of taking 1 century, we took 3, and instead of holding the bridge back here, what if we held this opening up here? We attempted this, and it worked. We got the completion at nearly 9:30 in the morning. The high of getting this completion wouldn't be matched for months. Skipping ahead to November 10th, I had only 1 mission remaining. After putting nearly 70 hours of attempts into it and time again failing right at the very end, I asked a few pro players about it. They got back to me and said it was a mission they completed once and never really came back to. This became a joke among my friends, colloquially known as the Goon Cave, ultimately resulting in them sending me 30 tags and photos of them completing the mission on their first attempt. This filled me with determination to get the mission done that night. I sent out messages to players who I'd played with previously who were very good. Blue Aura, Koki, and Chad all got back to me saying they'd be willing to play with me that night. I then messaged the Goon Cave saying that I would be in the General 1 VC, live streaming the attempt so that anyone could come watch me fail or finally get my final level completion. Our first attempt was incredibly smooth. Nearly everything went correctly, all the way up until the very end, where once again, we failed. Our second attempt, we got nearly halfway into the mission before connection issues caused our lobby to die, meaning we had to restart again. This was incredibly demoralizing. With 2.5 hours of gameplay and nothing to show for it, I asked for one more attempt, one more chance to get this mission complete, and they agreed. Our third attempt was incredibly rough. Nearly everything that could go wrong went wrong. At the very end, we had nearly no ammo, no tool, and no health. Yet somehow, this happened.
Two.
My bad, Chad, my bad.
We're good.
Holy
Oh
shit.
my
you
fucking god.
did. Let's
Jesus.
fucking go.
Moments like this have led me to do just about everything you can in the game, including all the achievements, completing every mission a minimum of 5 times, with several missions being completed a few more than 5, meeting people who I do like, meeting people who I don't like, looking into the overly complex lore of the game, participating in speedrun community challenges, and investigating the drama that's occurred in the community. All of it has led to this, a passion project over a year in the making, so I can show you why I love GeeTFO, and why it has become my favorite game of all time. To understand why this game means so much to me, you must understand what GeeTFO is. At its most basic level, GeeTFO is a 4-person cooperative horror shooter, where you dive deep into the layers of an underground mining complex called Garganta. While inside the complex, a mysterious figure called the Warden will give you various objectives to complete. These objectives can range from, hey, go touch that box, to hey, go start a nuclear reactor. We will begin by discussing the 9 distinct mission types and their variations, starting of course with the aforementioned touching of box. Likely to be the first objective you encounter, finding an immovable object or terminal consists of locating it within the complex, navigating to it, and then touching it, proceeding to do a team scan on it before extracting. This gets a little more complex when the item is a terminal, as you likely have to input a command on it. Commands can change things like starting and stopping alarms, changing environmental hazards, and opening new areas of the complex. The second objective type is collecting a certain number of smaller items. While it is very similar to the first, this will instead have your team collecting smaller items throughout lockers and boxes throughout the complex. Typically, all of the items in the level are not all in the same zone, forcing you to explore and go to other zones, planning a route carefully to avoid certain hazards and encounter other hazards head-on. Variations on this objective type will come down to environmental hazards, most likely an alarm happening during your search. This will force you and your team to both fight and open boxes at the same time, adding a new layer of difficulty. The third objective type is a reactor startup. These missions will force you and your squad to first find the reactor and input the reactor startup command into it. Once you complete the team scan, a timer will be displayed at the top of your screen counting down. While this timer is counting, enemy waves will begin to spawn. You will have to fend off these waves while that timer counts down. When that time runs out, a second timer will be displayed at the top of your screen alongside a 4-letter code. Inputting the reactor verify command alongside this 4-letter code will advance the reactor to the next stage. Failing to input the code in time will cause you to redo the wave you just fought. Variations on this mission type come from it not giving you the code, but instead giving you a terminal where you can find the code. Locating this terminal and typing logs on it will reveal a brand new log file to you. Opening this file and reading it will give you the 4-letter code you need. Again, failing to input this code in time will cause you to repeat the wave you just fought. The fourth objective type is a reactor shutdown. While sounding similar to the third, it plays out much differently. After locating the reactor and starting the terminal shutdown command into it, you'll start a terminal sequence that will eventually spit out a 4-letter code. Inputting this code alongside the same reactor verify command will initiate the reactor shutdown sequence. Instead of defending a set number of waves and inputting codes, you will instead do a set number of scans. These scans can vary in type, but must be completed for the reactor to be shut down. Once all the scans are complete, your objective will be updated, allowing you to either extract or proceed to the next part of the mission. Variations on this mission type come from completing the alarm. This can include things like environmental changes and enemy spawns. The fifth objective type requires you and your team to find a medium-sized item and bring it back to extraction. The difficulty of this objective comes from whoever is carrying the item. The person who is carrying it will have no access to their weapons, tools, or melee weapons, meaning they are completely defenseless while carrying it. This will require that the other teammates defend them while on your way back to extraction. The variation in these missions will come from how many items you have to carry. In some missions, you are required to carry 2 or 3 items back to extraction. This will put more strain on those who are forced to defend the carriers. The sixth objective type requires you and your squad to reach a specified zone and then extract from it. Usually not being as simple as opening a door and extracting, you are required to go find keys, cells, or a terminal command that would allow you to open the door. Variations on this mission type can come from the addition of one thing: a timer. Certain doors will be locked behind certain timer values, making sure that you have to wait or defend yourself for a certain amount of time before a door opens. This typically means that when the timer runs out, you're finally able to gain access to the zone that you can extract from. The 7th objective type is very similar to the 5th, but instead of bringing an item to your extract, you'll be taking it from your infill to a specified location. Inserting the object or objects into the correct areas will allow you to complete the mission. Variety in this objective type typically comes from you either having to leave the item there or take the item back with you to extract. This will add an extra layer of difficulty as your team will have to defend the carrier on the way to the input and on the way out, making sure that they make it safely back to extract. The 8th objective type is a terminal uplink. Requiring you to find one or multiple terminals throughout the complex, you'll be given a string of numbers when on the correct terminal. Inputting this string of numbers alongside the uplink connect command will spawn a team scan. After completing this team scan, you will have initiated the uplink sequence. The uplink sequence can be divided into two specific roles, the person on the terminal and those who are defending them. The person on the terminal will be given a 3-digit code. This code will match a corresponding 4-letter code shown on everyone's screen who is not on the terminal. Typically, there are two ways to complete an uplink. One is having the person on the terminal stay on the terminal, relay the 3 digits, and be given the 4-letter code from the other teammates. The other way is for the person to find the 3-digit code, exit off the terminal, and then read the 4-letter code, before inputting the 4-letter code using the uplink verify command. Once the specified number of codes is complete, the uplink sequence will be over. This typically will end all alarms attached to it, unless it's the last thing you do, typically starting an error alarm. Variations in this objective come from the dual uplink sequences. These require not one person on the terminal, but two. This typically will be a terminal in the same room, or in a corresponding room. One person will be fed the codes through a log file that they'll need to open, and the other person will be relayed the 3-digit code that associates with them. This changes the gameplay as instead of defending one person, you'll be split up defending two. The 9th and final type of objective is a generator cluster, requiring that you first find the central area where all the generators are located, and then find the corresponding cells for each of those generators. You and your squad must split up to find these cells, bring them back, and plug them into the gen cluster. Typically, these cells are not all located in the same zone, requiring that you split up, research, and find out where these cells are before proceeding forward. Once all cells are plugged into the generator, a team scan will typically spawn near the end of it. Completing this scan, along with any additional scans that may spawn, you will be allowed to extract. The difficulty is not only determined by the mission objective, however. A lot of it comes from the environmental hazards you encounter in every level. We will start with the most common and consistent one in the entire game: darkness. While not every mission takes place in total darkness, many areas are very poorly lit or completely void of light. This forces the team to rely heavily on their flashlights, giving them a limited field of vision. With limited field of vision, it's easy to miss enemies, resources, critical paths, or objective items for your mission. Your flashlight is not the only tool at your disposal, however. When dealing with the absence of light, you're able to find tools in boxes and lockers, such as glow sticks. Love them or hate them, glow sticks have their niche use. When you throw a glow stick, it will produce a small amount of light upon where it landed. This can allow you to see enemies, boxes, or just a bit more of the room without alerting them. Glow sticks are one of the only light sources in the game that doesn't alert enemies. The second tool at your disposal is an LRF or long-range flashlight. Long-range flashlights allow you to see insanely far and insanely well in any room that you turn them on in. This can allow you to see everything in full brightness, even if the room is completely dark. The downside to using an LRF is that it can alert enemies if shined on them. Darkness plays into the next environmental hazard, the intentionally confusing architecture. GeeTFO's level design is deeply atmospheric, having the feeling that you are actually exploring a massive decaying underground complex. But that immersion comes at a cost. The layout of each level can often be disorienting. You'll encounter doors that are only accessible via ladders, stairways that loop under one area and emerge somewhere unexpected, important paths hidden in obscure corners. This can make navigation extremely frustrating, especially when you're forced to backtrack from distant zones in order to extract or complete additional objectives. The game does provide a tool to help with this, however: the in-game map. Not being extremely detailed and just a 2D view of a 3D space, This means that areas above and below certain areas will appear on the same plane. This can add additional stress when you and your squad are in panic mode trying to extract. The only real solution to this is playing the levels over and over, or continuously playing the game and knowing how the assets typically lay out. This does put new players at a disadvantage, but it's a disadvantage that's part of learning the game. The third and most hated environmental hazard is the infectious fog. Starting in Rundown 2, the game will introduce an infectious fog. Standing in it will raise your infection level, which will cap at 99%. The higher your infection level is, the lower your maximum health can be. For example, if you have 60% infection, your health can only have a max of 40%. Any additional health above 40% will be drained until you're at 40%. Fog can add serious pressure to any objective, forcing you to reroute or rethink where you need to go, or risk getting downed more easily. To manage this, there are several tools provided. In lockers, you can find fog repellers, a throwable tool that will clear fog in a fixed area over a limited set of time. This means that you can throw the fog repeller into a fogged area and it will create a sphere around it, clearing the fog in that area. There is also a two-handed carryable device called the fog turbine. The fog turbine is a movable version of the fog repeller, allowing a user to carry it, clearing the fog around them. This can typically be used to transfer you and your team through fogged areas together, but does mean that one person is completely defenseless. Fog becomes a major issue when there's only a limited number of ways to deal with it, especially if you and your team have to split up. The fourth and most extensive environmental hazard in GeeTFO is its system of alarms and alarm doors. An alarm is typically triggered when you attempt to open a security door or input a certain command. During an alarm, it will call waves of enemies to your location. At this time, you must complete a certain number of scans to complete the alarm. Alarms are organized in difficulty by two factors: the class and the type of alarm you'll be facing. Starting with the alarm class, this can range from class 1 all the way up to class 12. Alarm class essentially tells you how many waves of scans you have until the alarm will be complete. Knowing this beforehand can help you plan accordingly by preparing doors or setting up defenses before you pull the alarm. Alarm type is a little more complicated. Overall, there are 8 different types of alarms. Starting with cluster alarms, these will spawn 8 fast-moving scans across an area. All of them must be completed for the next wave to appear, and this will often force the team to split up, which can be risky during an ongoing alarm. The next type is a sustained alarm. Sustained alarms will feature sustained scans. These will require all 4 players to stand in the scan at the same time. If any player leaves the scan, this will cause the scan's progress to start reducing. Next up is mixed alarms. Mixed alarms can feature any scan type during their duration. This includes large red scans, small red scans, orange team scans, orange cluster scans, and sustained scans. Next up is the error alarm. Error alarms will show you a class error when looking at the door. Once activated, they'll spawn waves of enemies alongside a single team scan. In order to stop these alarms, players will have to reach a different terminal and input the deactivate alarms or alarms deactivate code. However, not all error alarms can be shut off. Some error alarms begin when you enter the level and only shut off after you progress it a certain way. Other error alarms will start at the beginning of the level and continue all the way through extract. Next up are stealth scans. While not causing an alarm, they will appear in multiple stages, producing a green scan that you can complete stealthily or after killing the entire room. After this, there is the full team traveling scan. Appearing very rarely but being very important, this requires all of your squad to be in the scan and move along with it to be able to complete it. The next scan type is the full room scan. Requiring all players to be in the same room, or at least in the same room zone, the full room scan will send enemies at you constantly until its completion. The final alarm type is the most difficult, the surge alarm. Surge alarms are notorious for being one of the most dangerous alarms in the game. But why is that? During most alarms, enemy spawns are regulated. You don't have immediate spawns after killing an enemy. Instead, when you're down to the final few, the enemies will replenish and spawn 2 rooms away. Surge alarms act completely different. The moment you kill a single enemy, that enemy is respawned 2 rooms away. This means the entire time you're doing a surge alarm, there's a constant stream of enemies. On top of this, surge alarms typically feature only team scans. This means that you have to play around your team members so that you don't shoot them, alongside making sure you get the scans done. There is one final factor that adds to mission difficulty. It's something you will see in every single mission in GeeTFO: the enemy variety. Enemies in GeeTFO can generally be factored into 5 separate categories. these being General Striker, Shooter, Giant, Scout, and Boss. I will be discussing enemies in order of appearance before moving on to the boss enemies. First up in appearance, we have the regular Striker. Strikers are the most common enemy and are fairly easy to kill. They can spawn crouched, kneeling, or standing while they are sleeping, and they can be killed with a full charge melee attack to the back of the head. Strikers typically aren't that dangerous unless there's a group of them, in which case they're substantially more dangerous. Strikers will attack by running up and using their tongue to attack you. While an individual attack is not devastating, multiple strikers can leave you down very quickly. The next enemy you're likely to encounter is the regular Shooter. Shooters can also spawn crouching or standing, and they'll attack from a distance, shooting their light projectiles. Each projectile will do about 4 damage per hit, meaning they're not that dangerous. However, they can be a major hazard if there's quite a few of them and you're dealing with strikers. The next enemy you're likely to encounter is the regular Giant. Giants can spawn standing up and are an absolute unit. While you can stealth kill them, depending on what melee weapons you bring, it will determine how efficient you will be. Giants have 2 ways to attack. If they're far from you, they'll use their very long-range tongue attack to deal about 24 damage per hit. If they're close to you, they will swing their arms twice, dealing 40 damage per hit. This makes Giants the first actually dangerous enemy on their own. Next up is another Giant variant, the Giant Shooter. Very similar to Giants, they spawn standing up. These Giants, however, are substantially less dangerous. Giant Shooters, or chickens as they're more commonly known, will only shoot 3 projectiles at a time. While these projectiles deal 6 damage apiece, they are unable to melee attack. This means that you can go full swinging with your melee weapon with little to no consequences. The next enemy you'll encounter is the regular Scout. Scouts are by far the most important enemy in any room they're in. A scout in a room will determine how you handle it, where you go, and how you need to deal with the rest of the enemies. Scouts will walk around a room spreading their tendrils feeling for players. If a player touches one of these tendrils, it will become red, and you have about 1 second before it sucks in and screams, calling a wave of enemies to your location and waking up every sleeping enemy in that room. Scouts get exponentially more dangerous if there's multiple in the same room. Setting off one before you've killed the rest of them can set off the rest, meaning you will be fighting multiple waves of enemies on top of each other, as well as anything else that's in that room. If you do aggravate a scout, they'll be very similar to chickens, not having a melee attack, but shooting projectiles at you. Next up is another giant enemy, the hybrid. True to their name, hybrids are a combination of the giant and the chicken. They will spawn crouched when sleeping. Because they are a hybrid, they can shoot projectiles like a chicken, but they shoot many more than a chicken, each of them doing about 4 damage per hit. They also have a melee attack where they can swing their arms, dealing 12 damage per hit. Hybrids are one of the most annoying early game enemies as their projectiles can instantly down a player from 20 health if not dodged. On top of this, you can't just melee hit them wildly because unlike chickens, they will swing back. Next up, you'll encounter chargers. Chargers will spawn standing and blend in exceptionally well in the dark. Being nearly completely black, chargers blend in exceptionally well in dark spaces. Conveniently, this is where the game tends to spawn them. Chargers are one of the only enemies in the game that don't take additional head damage, and are much more brutal than regular strikers when aggroed. While their attacks are very similar, dealing 18 damage with their tongue attack and 4 damage per melee hit, they will attack much quicker, causing damage to accumulate very fast. Next, you will encounter the Shadow Striker. These enemies spawn standing or crouching, and are completely invisible. The only way to see them is to shine a flashlight on them and observe their shadow, hence the name. Shadow Strikers attack the same way as normal strikers, with a tongue attack doing 12 damage per hit. They become exceptionally dangerous in groups as they can be hiding among visible enemies, making it much harder to gauge how much trouble you're actually in. Next up is another shadow enemy, this time a Shadow Giant. Similarly to the Shadow Striker, Shadow Giants are completely invisible unless using your flashlight. They can spawn standing or crouching, and attack the same way as normal giants, with a tongue attack dealing 24 damage and a melee attack dealing 40. They are exceptionally dangerous, especially when stealth killing them, because determining where the front and back is quite difficult. Next up is the Big Charger, more commonly known as the BBC. This giant variant of the Charger spawns standing up, and has very similar attacks to both a Charger and a Giant. The BBC will send a tongue attack out when it's at range, dealing 24 damage per hit, and melee attacks for 40 damage per hit, but attacks nearly as fast as a regular Charger. making it significantly more dangerous than a giant or a charger. They're also TGB's love interest. Next up, you'll find another charger variant, this time a charger scout. This is the first scout variant that can't be killed silently with one player alone. To kill it without alerting, you'll need to coordinate 2 full charge melee attacks to the back, both hitting nearly at the same time. There is a way easier way of killing them that involves just foaming them and then meleeing them after they're completely foamed. Charger scouts will perform the same tendril scans as a regular scout, but when they're not scanning, it will move much faster than a normal scout. Upon alerting it, it will attack very similarly to a charger. Next up, you'll likely encounter another scout variant, this time a shadow scout. Like every other shadow enemy, it is completely invisible, except when you look at it with a flashlight. This invisibility does not expand to its tendrils, however, as they are visible when it spreads them. Upon alerting them, they'll be the exact same as a regular scout, shooting projectiles from far away. Later on, you'll find the next enemy, the flyer. Flyers will never spawn in stealth, instead warping into the complex. They're best dealt with by shooting them in their glowing eye, which will shoot several projectiles at you, dealing 4 damage per hit. You'll encounter this enemy at a similar time, the big flyer. It also will never spawn in stealth, and is best dealt with by shooting its glowing eye, or the tumor on its ass. Big flyers will shoot a shotgun blast at the player, dealing 4 damage per pellet hit. Flyers in combination with large groups of enemies are quite scary. However, large groups of flyers can be just as dangerous, as dodging all the projectiles is quite hard. Next up, you'll encounter a different version of the striker, a nightmare striker. They can spawn standing or crouching and are extremely similar to chargers. They have no additional head damage since they don't really have a head, so you must hit the bubble on their chest or on their back. They attack very similar to chargers, dealing 8 damage with their ranged tongue attack and 16 with their melee hits. Nightmare strikers become extremely dangerous in a group as they are more aggressive than typical strikers. Next up, we have a nightmare shooter. They will spawn standing and can be killed the same way as the nightmare striker. They shoot 3 tracking projectiles, each dealing 6 damage, along with a tongue attack dealing 12 damage. Nightmare shooters are much less dangerous on their own, and are more of a nuisance among big groups of enemies. Next up, we have the crawling, or the zoomer scout. Being essentially the same as a regular scout, but crawling on all 4s and moving much quicker. The zoomer scout will spread its tentacles extremely quickly, and retract them even faster if you touch them. Next up is the final version of the scout, the nightmare scout. Unlike every other scout, it cannot be killed with melee alone. The best way to kill it is to freeze it with C-foam launcher or grenade, then quickly melee its bubbles on its chest and back. It will behave the same way a normal scout does outside of combat, walking around and spreading its tendrils. When aggroed, it shoots a shotgun blast dealing 4 damage per hit, very similar to a big flyer. Next up are 2 enemies that you'll only encounter in one mission, and very briefly in that mission. First up is the Nightmare Giant. Behaving like a combination of a giant and a nightmare shooter, it will charge in and shoot many tracking projectiles, each dealing about 6 damage. You'll never encounter this guy in stealth, and this is the only one in the game. A common nickname for this guy is the Potato, leading to a very funny speedrun name. The next exclusive enemy is the Nightmare Baby. These will function the exact same way a regular striker would, but if it was small, and looked like this. They're not really a nuisance and you don't have to worry about them much, as you'll likely only encounter them for 5 to 10 seconds in the mission that they appear in. That is every regular enemy in the game. However, there is that 5th boss category. In this category, there are 7 boss enemies and 1 boss associated enemy that you can encounter in the complex. Starting off with the regular mother. Also known as the birther, it is best killed by foaming it and quickly shooting the tumors on the back or meleeing them. Or, if you want to be efficient, shooting it with the scattergun. When aggroed, the mother spawns a wave of baby strikers before running away from the players and creating a wave of smoke. This is the only form of attack a mother has though, and it cannot attack you physically in any way. Getting it out of the way right now, we'll talk about the baby striker. Baby strikers can spawn sitting or crawling in stealth and can be best killed with a single melee tap to the head. When aggroed, they will move around very quickly towards the player and use a tongue attack dealing 4 damage per hit. Individual baby strikers are not that big of a deal, but when there's a big swarm of them, damage adds up very quickly. Next up is another mother variant, this time the P-Mom. The P-Mom is almost never in a stealth situation and is best killed by just shooting it. It does the same thing as a regular mother, spawning babies to attack, and it cannot attack you physically. The only difference is it has much more health. Next up is the tank. The tank lives up to its name, having a massive health pool and only taking decent damage when you shoot the tumors on its back. The tank will shoot multiple tongue attacks out at a time. Its tongue attacks do 32 damage per hit and is very risky to get up close, as they can also swing on you like a giant. Next up, we have the Snatcher. The Snatcher, or dog, is never really found in a stealth situation. It can be best killed by shooting its back or stomach, and if it gets too close to the player, it will stand on its hind legs and use its tendrils to snatch the player up. During this period, you will be inside the Snatcher, and it will deal 17 damage to you over the period it carries you, before dropping you. Next up is the Kraken, a giant enemy that spawns flyers and shoots projectiles, as well as obscuring your vision with a very thick fog. Krakens will appear a limited amount of times, and you'll more than likely know if one is there. Krakens will have tumors that appear on their body that when enough damage is done, they'll pop. The amount of HP a Kraken has varies between the Kraken. Next up is the Immortal, also known as Pablo. Pablo is very rarely seen in stealth, and cannot be killed. However, he behaves the exact same as a regular tank, but is just slightly less aggressive. Pablo is fairly well liked in the community and is generally seen as a joke. However, he is quite a nuisance in one specific level. Finally, there is the Matriarch, or the Mega Mom. The Mega Mom is only encountered in one level, and is never seen in stealth. It is what I would call the most boss fight in GeeTFO. When aggroed, it will do several things, including spawning baby strikers, spawning regular strikers, melee attacking for 12 damage per hit, or shooting you for 6 damage per hit. The Mega Mom is one of the coolest and best fights in the game. There is one enemy I failed to mention, the Spitter. Commonly spawning in infected areas, Spitters will spit infection onto the players and take a bit of their health with it. While technically fitting the classification of being an enemy, Spitters aren't really that big of an issue and are more of a nuisance in each level that they appear in. In order to deal with them, you just have to shine your flashlight onto them, which will temporarily stun them. Now that you know about the hazards and enemies in the complex, what can you and your team bring in to help you against them? Before every mission, you're able to select a main or primary weapon, a secondary or special weapon, a tool, and a melee weapon. We will begin by discussing the primary or main weapons. These are pretty self-explanatory. They are the primary weapon you will use to shoot at enemies. Nearly every primary has a use, or a specific characteristic that allows it to be used very well. Take for instance the Hell Auto Pistol. The Hell Auto Pistol has both penetration with each shot and an extremely high stagger value. This means that you can not only shoot through enemies, but very quickly stagger them, allowing your teammates to get off better shots. Another example would be the sawed-off shotgun. The sawed-off shotgun is the meta. It is the primary weapon. If there is a perfect primary weapon, it is the sawed-off shotgun, allowing you to hit enemies at both medium and short range and one-shot kill most smaller enemies. The sawed-off shotgun is an all-around great choice. Next up is the secondary or special weapons. The special weapons are a little more complicated than the main weapons. Special weapons have more of an assigned role to them. Which special weapon you'll take will likely be determined on which mission you play or what role you serve within your team. Say for instance you enter a level where you know there's a lot of giants. You'll more than likely want to take a heavier tier weapon like a burst cannon, scattergun, or hell rifle to help get rid of them much easier. Or in another instance, say you go into a mission where there's quite a few shadow enemies. If you don't want to spend your time looking for them with your flashlight, you can take the precision rifle. Its scope will allow you to see these enemies much easier. Secondary weapons can be quite divisive. While some of them make you feel like an absolute god,
I'm really gonna shoot him.
others of them can make you feel like you're shooting at enemies with a squirt gun. The next thing you can choose is your tool. In the tools category, there are 4 separate types of tools: a bio-tracker, a sentry, a seafoam launcher, or a mine deployer. We will start with the sentries. There are 4 distinct sentries in the game. 3 of them are quite useful and have their own niches. The 4th one you could aim point blank at an enemy and it would still somehow miss. Starting off with the most common sentry being used, it is the burst sentry. Firing a 3-round burst at enemies, it will cause a light amount of stagger, as well as killing some enemies along the way. If you're looking for more stagger, the Hell Auto Sentry will be a little more useful. Shooting a rapid-fire stream of bullets at enemies, this will stagger a great amount of enemies. at the cost of a little more tool. Next is the Sniper Sentry. Firing a powerful shot every few seconds, this can one-shot smaller enemies and do significant damage to larger enemies. The Sniper Sentry in combination with other sentries can be quite powerful, especially on reactor missions. The final sentry is the Shotgun Sentry. The Shotgun Sentry is the absolute worst sentry in the game. Somehow shooting at dead enemies while missing alive enemies, and running out of ammo faster than you if you were to just hold down left click, the Shotgun Sentry will waste your tool, time, and energy in any level you decide to bring it in. Your next tool option is a Mine Deployer. Mine Deployers will give you the option of putting down a mine, sending out an explosive blast once an enemy crosses the laser. Being one of the most useful tools in the game, Mine Deployers can help you get rid of large amounts of enemies and help you against things like blood doors, doors that open up and have a large amount of enemies already aggroed on you. Mine Deployers can help you save ammo while using only a little bit of tool when compared to a sentry. Next up, and my personal favorite, is the C-Foam Launcher. The C-Foam Launcher allows you to hit enemies and completely freeze them in place. This can allow you and your teammates to freeze things like Charger Scouts and Nightmare Scouts so that you can melee kill them without alerting the rest of the room. On top of this, its way more useful function is C-Foaming doors. Normally, if you close a door and there are awake enemies on the other side, they will pound on the door and break it before entering the room. Shooting C-Foam on the door allows this door to be more reinforced, giving you time to put a mine on it, or just giving you more space between you and the enemies. This can be incredibly useful later, as when you encounter longer alarms, a C-Foam door can buy you more time to do scans without having to fight at the same time. The final tool option is the most necessary. Taken in every single mission. It does not matter which one, all of them, you take a bioscanner. The bioscanner is by far the most powerful tool in the game, allowing you to see both visible and invisible enemies and their exact locations. On top of this, the bioscanner can ping things like scouts and alert enemies, putting a triangle above them and allowing everyone on the team to see exactly where they are. The bioscanner is a very crucial part of your squad, allowing you to know what is there, and in situations where there are shadow enemies, allowing you not to just run into them. The bioscanner is typically looked over by newer players because of its lack of killing power. What it lacks in lethality, it more than makes up in the information that it can provide to you and your squad. The last part of your loadout is your melee weapon. Up first is the knife. Having a precision multiplier and a shorter range than all other melees, the knife can be extremely efficient, but also very risky. When it comes to taking out many smaller enemies in quick succession, the knife is king. However, if you run into a group of giants, the knife will do very little against them, and may just be a detriment to you. Next up, we have the bat. Likely being the first melee weapon you'll try, as it's the default in the tutorial, the bat's swing pattern is a little awkward. Once you get the hang of it though, the bat can be extremely effective. The one bonus of using the bat is its very high stun potential. Even a quick tap to an enemy can stagger it, including giants, preventing it from screaming and waking up the rest of the room. Additionally, the bat is extremely good at opening up padlocks, only needing a single tap to open them up. Next up is the hammer. The hammer is the easiest weapon to use. You can sprint with it, its area of effectiveness is very forgiving, and most players choose it for a good reason. It's very reliable and versatile, allowing for double hits if enemies are close enough, and it is personally my melee of choice. The hammer is extremely effective against smaller enemies and giants. Finally, there's the spear. It looks cool. It hits hard. It has amazing range. New players absolutely love it, until they realize the one downside. It's the only melee weapon you can't sprint with. That might not sound like a big deal during stealth, but during an active fight, it's a huge drawback. The spear becomes the weakest option simply because it kills your mobility. Using any of the other melee weapons, you'll be able to sprint around while charging your melee weapon, allowing you to get distance between the enemies before hitting them. This is impossible with the spear, as you are only slightly faster than a walk when you are charging. Overall, your melee is much more than just a backup tool. It is used in every run and is the go-to choice of attack until guns are absolutely necessary. Assistants against the hardships in the conflicts don't end with your loadout. They also can appear inside the missions. These can appear in the forms of boosters or resources. So what are boosters? Boosters are small passive perks that activate once you drop into a level. These can be things like taking less damage from melee or ranged attacks, faster bioscan progress, or giving out more ammo, tool, and med from those associated packs. Boosters are earned by collecting crystalline structures called Warden artifacts. They appear in 3 different varieties: orange, purple, and red. The different tiers have different strengths of these boosters. Orange or muted boosters will provide small, single-use boosts. Purple or bold will offer stronger effects and can sometimes be used twice before they expire. Red or aggressive artifacts, being the most rare, will provide the most powerful buffs. They will, however, come at a cost. While you might do more damage, you will have a lower resistance to infection, or even have a slower scan when you stand in it. So how do you earn boosters? Upon picking up a booster, you'll be given a number right here. When this number reaches 1.0, you've earned 1 booster of that variety. What type of booster it is completely random, meaning it is complete RNG on what boosters you get. So you might just think, hey, I'll hop into an easy level, grab a whole bunch of artifacts, and then bail. The developers thought of that. When you pick up an artifact, you'll decrease something in the level called the artifact heat. Artifact heat is directly tied to that number, and allows it to grow at a certain rate. The lower and lower your artifact heat is, the more and more artifacts you have to pick up before you get a single booster. In the end, boosters are a small but helpful system to newer players. They won't carry you through a mission, but they can definitely tip the odds in your favor, if you're lucky enough to get the right ones. The final bit of assistance you can get are resources. These come in the form of small items or resource packs. Beginning with the small items, these can be things like lock melters, E-mines, C-mines, or C-foam grenades. Lock melters are one of the most useful tools in the game, silently melting off locks, meaning you don't have to hack or smash a single lock, making it perfectly stealthy. This makes it perfect for when you're right next to sleeping enemies that you may not want to kill. Then there is the E-mine. Essentially, it is a one-use version of the mine deployer's explosive. Same setup, same effect, great for holding choke points in a pinch. There is also the C-foam trip mine and the C-foam grenade, both doing about the same thing at different levels. The C-foam trip mine will spray a huge amount of C-foam once its laser is passed by an enemy. The C-foam grenade, on the other hand, will deploy a large amount of C-foam on the area where it's thrown. Both of these can be used to C-foam doors if positioned correctly, and can be extremely useful in very niche situations. Moving on to the resource packs, they come in 4 distinct varieties. First up is the Medipack. Being red and looking like a medical kit, the Medipack will restore 20% health when unboosted and is a very critical item, especially early on. The more you learn to avoid damage, the less important Medipacks really become. Next up is the Disinfection Pack. While it doesn't heal your HP directly, it will remove your infection. This can allow you to take more Medipack hits, and it won't lose the health put on you. There is another version of this called a Disinfection Station that will do the same thing, but it has unlimited uses, allowing you to completely disinfect yourself multiple times over. Next up is the Tool Refill Pack. It will replenish your tool ammo, whether it's sentry rounds, C-foam, or mines. This pack alone can change the entire difficulty of a section, making it one of the most useful packs in the game. Finally, there is the Ammo Pack. The Ammo Pack will fill both your main and secondary weapons at the same time. Simple, but there's a catch. If your ammo levels are too uneven, you will not get the full benefit and might waste a hit. This makes managing your weapon usage incredibly important, swapping between your main and secondary to allow them to be fairly balanced. All resource packs come between 1 and 6 uses, and each player can only carry 1 resource pack at a time. That restriction adds a crucial layer of strategy. Do you carry the ammo and run the risk of having no health? Or maybe you carry the health, but run the risk of running out of ammo. It becomes a constant balancing act, prioritizing your team's needs, using packs efficiently, and always planning for what's ahead. Longtime players may have noticed I left out a very crucial utility: the in-game terminal. The terminal is by far the most useful utility you have available, allowing you to find resources, objective items, and doors you may have missed. On top of this, learning the terminal is an incredibly crucial skill needed by every member playing. The layout of terminals is pretty simple. On top, you'll have the terminal number and its general location. Below this, you'll have general terminal nonsense, followed up by the number of logs on the terminal. Terminals will have 1 log on them. Wait, this one says it has 2. What the f? GeeTFO's story is about as straightforward as teaching a squirrel to water ski. While yes, some people who dedicate time to learning it come out with a result that is extremely cool, a majority of people rather just play GeeTFO for the experience and the overall gameplay. This isn't to say that no one has covered it before. In fact, Professor Scalar has likely the best video covering GeeTFO's lore currently. Being concise at just about 40 minutes, it covers every major story event and realistically gives you the knowledge you'd like to know about the game's story. It too, however, is not fully complete. This is not me throwing shade at it, as it is a great video. It just doesn't cover everything. I honestly don't blame it. In fact, a majority of GeeTFO's logs are there for world building and don't really have an effect on gameplay or your overall understanding of the story. I, however, wanted to read every log. I wanted to find out if the in-game logs were just the story that was told to me in that video, or if there was more to it. And there's so much more. To understand how GeeTFO's lore is organized, you must understand how they released the game. Originally, 10 chambers would release one rundown at a time. When the new rundown was complete and ready to be played, the old rundown would be unavailable. At least that's what they wanted. This continued all the way through Rundown 7, where they then did something different. They started releasing alternate rundowns. The alternate rundowns were remade versions of the older rundowns levels, allowing for players who had never experienced them to experience them. In addition to this, players who got their hands on them started to discover something different. There were lore logs in these levels where there weren't previously, and there were changes to old lore logs. This got many players very hyped. As players continued to play the alternate rundowns, they came across many more new and altered logs. This led to the theory that we were playing as an alternate or second dimension group, something that would later be confirmed by in-game events. Seeing as I would have to tell two separate dimension stories at the same time, as many events occur at the same times in history, it will be much easier to explain one dimension before explaining the other. I will begin by discussing the original or OG Dimensions timeline, starting with the SMC and greater world, moving on to the story of a Santonian whistleblower's radio show, and ending with the four main characters and the influences they encountered. I will then do the same thing for the alternate dimension before meeting in the middle, where the two timelines converge and become one. This section is why this video took forever. In addition to reading every log the game has ever had, both in-game and from outside sources associated with the game, I had to sort it, plot it on a timeline based on dimension, and then make sure that there was very few discrepancies or no discrepancies at all between the timelines. While yes, there are still a few discrepancies that I can't explain, many of the issues people have brought up with the story can be explained with another log or through a series of logs. Quickly gotta pause. If you made it this far, first of all, thank you, I really appreciate it. But if you are this far, you're likely in one of three groups. 1, you like the game and you want to know as much as you can about it. If so, go ahead and continue, you're in the right place. 2, you like the game but you don't really care to hear the lore again. If this is you, go ahead and skip to the community section, might be more of your cup of tea. 3, you're here to see if there's any corrections I need to make to this section. If this is you, first of all, thank you, I really appreciate it, and because of this, any corrections that need to be made or any mistakes I have made will be listed in the top comment under this video. Feel free to check it out if you want any clarification. Without further ado, we can go ahead and get into the lore. This section will be extremely long-winded, and honestly be over-explained. But I spent so much time reading all the logs, and have a deeper understanding of the story than many people who play the game, and I want to share that with you. The original timeline takes us all the way back to September of 1943. At this time, a magazine titled Our Earth Magazine released an article called Where Did the Mayans Go? In this article, a Dr. Yvette Hernandez presented a theory as to why the Mayans were supposedly wiped out 3 separate times. This comes at the hands of an illness that they referred to as flea demons. Dr. Hernandez believed that she had uncovered mass deaths related to the illness on 3 separate occasions right up to when the Spanish conquistadors started invading, presenting an idea that there was a massive disease that went unregistered. The next year in December, a medical examiner released an article called Superman, Superbug. In this article, he states that humanity is at war with illness, and that there is always an illness that will come to strike back. He relates this back to several prominent diseases, notably the Black Death, the previously mentioned Mayan flea demons, Ebola, SARS, and COVID. He says that while there always has been a superbug, they always return stronger and more resilient than before, bringing up the idea that there could be yet another superbug coming. Skipping ahead nearly a century to 2041, an article is released about a major player in GeeTFO's story, Kovac Defense Services. KDS is a private security firm that will provide physical protection as well as digital protection to companies and various nations, as long as you pay them enough. In this article, it discusses Kovac's brand new technology, hydrostasis. KDS's research department announced that they have created a potential solution for long-distance space travel. Hydrostasis will allow a person to be preserved in a near-death state. While this technology is proven to work and does allow people to be preserved with very little upkeep needed, it doesn't come without its side effects, mainly that it mentions there are potential issues with minor memory loss. Additionally, a question is brought up for who Kovac is using to test for human trials. Some are suggesting that participation in these tests are not entirely voluntary. Despite the alleged issues, hydrostasis would allow for longer spaceflight and more space travel to occur. Moving ahead to August of the next year, 2 employees at Mambo Media, a media and news service that will be very important later on, email each other regarding an article that they have found. This article appears to have either been deleted or hidden from the public without being officially released or at least erased from records. This article is dated for November 2nd, 2035. In this article, it does describe that ESA's Red Alpha manned mission to Mars will be using KDS's hydrostasis units. Later in the article, it starts discussing who will be there to witness this milestone in history. It mentions someone named Jansen Davies, the CTO of Dreyfus Industries. Both Jansen Davies and Dreyfus Industries are major players in the GeeTFO story and will be majorly important in the upcoming logs. The article then ends by saying that the crew of the Red Alpha mission will be asleep for much of the 4-month journey to Mars thanks to the hydrostasis hibernation chambers. It also says that this breakthrough technology was mostly funded by Dreyfus Industries and KDS. However, there are plenty of rumors regarding the reason for why. Moving to June of 2044, we get to see the aftermath of the Red Alpha Mars mission. In the article, it states that the European Space Association is cutting all funding and ties to KDS after an info leak came out confirming that hydrostasis does affect your long-term memory. As if this was bad enough, it gets even worse considering KDS knew about this issue before giving the technology to the ESA. While there is no direct evidence that hydrostasis was to blame for the failure of the mission, there are a few unanswered questions. First of all being, how did the ship drift from its programmed orbit when that's only possible by an error or through human intervention? And second, why was the communication with the ship stopped on their end? Again, that's either an error or it's caused by human intervention. Either way, the revelation to the world that hydrostasis causes memory problems will be very important going forward. KDS then found themselves in even more trouble in July of 2047. In a report from the United States Government Accountability Office, they describe how they have been supporting KDS in its efforts to use artificial intelligence to oversee resource management and combat operations. It states that they have provided over $435 billion in assistance in 2045, but there was a discrepancy. While the US provided $435 billion in funding, KDS reported over $627 billion in total funding. This means that there are likely outside entities helping fund this. The United States sees this as a national security risk and suggests that they completely pull congressional funding from KDS. The report then goes into what this artificial intelligence KDS is using has been doing, including operations in Iran, Iraq, and Belarus. It also states concern again for where KDS is sourcing many of the operatives it's using in its defense services, with many of them not having legal status or being trained with methods that were banned in a previous bill in 2042. Due to these additional ethical violations, they suggest pulling all funding from KDS. 2 years later, in March of 2049, the most important event to the rest of the story occurs. At 9:18 Central Standard Time, the largest earthquake to have ever occurred begins in the Gulf of Mexico near Chicxulub, Mexico. Despite having no prior seismic activity in the area, this earthquake still occurred. The quake could be felt as far away as Dallas and leaves all coastal cities in a 900-mile radius to take precautions for a potential massive tsunami. Shortly after the earthquake, a report discussing the rising prices for iridium and its new uses is released. It describes that it's currently worth $2,853 per troy ounce and is in heavy demand because of a recent digital storage hardware. In addition to this, it says that stocks in the Santonian Mining Company rose by 8% in a single day due to this demand. SMC is the world's leader in rare material and metal farming that has been on the rise for over a decade. The report also mentions that they are owned by Dreyfus Industries, the same company that was helping fund KDS's hydrostasis units. In the end, it states that the demand for iridium will be increasing as more technology requires it, likely meaning more profits for SMC. The next log we get is something very odd. It is a near identical copy of the previous report about the earthquake. The difference here is that it says it happened in April, not in March. As far as I have found, this was the first indication that there was something larger than just a single dimension that we have seen to this point. This will become incredibly important later on, so keep this in mind. Later on April 20th, an email is sent from someone named Andrew Clinton to a Gustavo Perez. In this email, Clinton discusses how SMC is more than willing to help clean up with any operations in the area around the earthquake. Additionally, Clinton states that the donations SMC has made to Perez's, quote, personal charities shows that they do mean business. He ends his message by asking if there's any more information on when SMC can get there to help, especially with SMC's backing and funding from someone named JD. Even though it's pretty early, it's pretty easy to assume that JD is Jansen Davies, the CTO of Dreyfus Industries, seeing as Dreyfus seems to have their fingers in just about everything, on top of the fact that Dreyfus Industries owns SMC. 10 days later, Gustavo Perez responds, saying that they have been moving people out of the affected area, but it's going to take some time. He says that he appreciates the relationship, but due to heavy observation from the US and Mexican governments, it's going to take a bit more time before SMC can come in. Perez continues, saying that SMC needs to prepare the bidding documentation for the area of land that they want to purchase. Perez will push the process to help SMC get into the area sooner, but it will still take more time. He ends the email by thanking Clinton for the contact he gave for KDS. He says that he will be using them in the future to further their agenda. Up next, we see a query looking for keywords like earthquake, 2049, aftershocks, frequency, and Merida. The article titles discuss how there was an unusual pattern in the earthquakes and the aftershocks. This is one of the first logs I think could be placed in a different spot, and I'll discuss where when we get there. Just keep this one in mind and take this one with a grain of salt. In the next log, more of the effects of the earthquake are revealed. A report says that the earthquake created a massive sinkhole right off the coast of Chicxulub. It also says that a private task force was given access to the area from April till May, and that the government is willing to open up the area to private mining contractors. This gives the perspective of the rest of the world to what SMC is doing in the cleanup effort. While it's not directly listed, it can be assumed that KDS is the private task force that was given access to the area, considering Gustavo's previous message. In June of 2049, Perez sends a message to Andrew Clinton informing him that SMC's offer for the land will be accepted in the next few weeks. He does question why they need so much area off the coast though. Perez ends his message then by thanking Clinton and SMC for the donations, saying that his kids are absolutely gonna love it. Later in July, Clinton messages Perez again, this time about the issues they have encountered. While he thanks Perez for dealing with the Red Cross in the area, he does say that SMC came across a large amount of dead bodies in Chicxulub. They aren't exactly sure what they died of, but he does want Perez's input on what to do with them. The very next day, Gustavo Perez responds with 2 words: burn them. In September, we finally find out why SMC has purchased this land. In a message between Andrew Clinton and Jansen Davies, Clinton informs him about the scan they did on the plot of land. The scan confirms that there is a massive deposit of minerals deep in the ground. He does say that they aren't completely accurate, but they can assume there's around 4,000 tons of iridium in this deposit, making it worth around $300 billion. Clinton then explains how they have a plan to go down there, but the structure will send the environmental activists into a frenzy. The message then ends with Clinton mentioning he will send the blueprints for Garganta later that week. 2 days later, Clinton follows his message up with the blueprints and an estimated construction time of around 20 months. Heading into 2050, a lot has happened. We've heard about the very sketch situation with Kovac Defense Services, where they gave technology with known issues to the European Space Agency and ultimately caused a failure of the Mars mission. This isn't the only shady actions we know of. We know that they are using artificial intelligence to guide their soldiers, and that those soldiers are sourced mainly from unwilling participants. We know that a massive earthquake caused a massive opening in the earth that through devious means SMC acquired the land. Through deep earth scans, they predict there's over $300 billion of iridium deposits in the area, and additionally plan to build a massive complex called Garganta to reach those deposits and mine them out. In June of 2050, an article was published that provides insight into the earthquake history of the Merida Fault, which is where the massive earthquake occurred in the previous year. It describes that the cleanup effort for the earthquake is still ongoing, but it may provide insight into the previous Mayan disasters. New information about the Mayans recording earthquakes in the region, with the most recent one occurring in the 13th century, provides context for what would have led them to be more vulnerable to disease. The next log is another from Mambo Media. It describes how the UN is coming together to vote and discuss several key issues globally. We do get insight into the state of the world and its governments at this time. The article describes that a good portion of the members are more focused on nationalistic ideals instead of global issues, and that this way of thinking is spreading farther. The main issues they're likely to discuss and vote on are first, a loan forgiveness system for third world countries. It is said that this is very likely not to pass, as the United States is strongly against it and many other powerful countries have already forgiven hundreds of billions in debt. The next issue is the UN-sanctioned military action to countries listed of nuclear concern. This is said that it's very likely to pass, as many of those countries agree that those who aren't following the sanctions should be dealt with. The article also describes that the new motto of the UN seems to be that if you can't bribe them, kill them. This mentality carries over to the third issue that they are discussing: what to do about private military groups. While it says that nearly every large country has a group like this functioning out of it, it could be a potential risk if these armies for hire are being used wrongfully. In addition to this, the recruiting practices of these groups are very vague and pretty sketchy. They mention specifically KDS and the rumor that they are using involuntary recruits for their operatives. In July of 2050, we get introduced to a new character, Anders Johansson. Anders is a representative for KDS and is mentioning Jansen Davies personally. He thanks Davies for switching their communication to the D-Lock system. This is important to them because the UN is currently investigating them and has access to their lower tier communications. Anders then offers KDS's services to Davies to be used in and around their operations in the Yucatan, due to the large amount of unprotected information the SMC currently has. He proves this by saying that with some light research, he found that they are building something called Garganta, that there was some arrangement with Gustavo Perez, and that they found 3,500 bodies in Chicxulub and burned them. Anders clarifies that this is not an extortion, but tells Davies SMC's assets are not secure, but KDS could fix that. The very next day, Jansen Davies responds by saying that they'll be in touch. Skipping to August of 2050, Andrew Clinton messages Jansen Davies saying that the external walls of Garganta have been poured and will need 8 weeks to cure. Clinton also informs Davies of an accident that occurred near Pump 14, and how they are handling it by saying it occurred in the Chicxulub mining operation. They are also making employees sign waivers and NDAs. The final part of the message says that Davies might want to look into another supplier for construction, because the current one is asking too many questions. While construction is still going on, we get to see a shipment of materials into Garganta. This includes several things that we see in game, like explosive mines, foam grenades, foam mines, and syringes. Following up around 2 weeks after his message to Jansen Davies, Andrew Clinton reaches out to a Nixos representative, welcoming her to Garganta. He states that they want all materials and equipment on site by August of 2051, and that there will be a few security notices. Clinton states that while Amara Gabri, the Nixos representative, has Class 3 clearance, her crew will not. He expects that they are well informed of this and know that entering an area without proper clearance will result in their immediate removal from Garganta. In September, Anders Johansson reaches out to Jansen Davies with another bit of information that they have found. Anders says that an illegal radio station based out of either New Mexico or Nevada called State of Truth is saying a lot about Dreyfus and their associates. Anders says that aside from their physical presence at Garganta, KDS would be able to protect their brand, data, and key personnel from the inside and outside security threats. To have this though, they must shake hands on a deal. This is the first time in the timeline that Mr. Truth is mentioned, so keep him in mind for when we cover his timeline later. The same day as the previous interaction, we get insight into KDS and their Legion program. In an email between Ellis Carnegie and Anders Johansson, Ellis mentions patterns based on operator designation. He mentions that Genesis operatives tend to take on leadership roles, but there's also been operatives labeled as faulty that have assumed a leadership role. This makes him question the criteria to classify operatives, thinking that they have been too strict on who gets labeled faulty. He also further suggests a re-education to help them get better operatives instead of throwing them to the side. Ellis does say that this is all moot depending on something called Rise, but there is no idea how long that will be in development for.
Rise will be expanded upon much later, but it is one of the most critical projects in all of GeeTFO's lore, so keep it in mind for later. Later that month, we get a glimpse into the operations inside Garganta. In a message between two SMC employees, we hear about a shipment of fog repellers that are being used because of an excessive amount of debris in the air. The same day, another SMC email is seen. This describes how they have been working on the IIX syringe and making its duration last longer. They explain that it works by improving the fast twitch muscles of the user to hit harder, but that making it last too long has some pretty bad side effects. Additionally, they talk about the I2LP syringe, stating that they are working on minimizing the side effects of using one. These two logs are aimed at teaching what in-game items do, specifically the second one being the only mention of what yellow syringes do in the entire game. In October, Gianna Hilton, a mining team lead inside Garganta, messages her team about the starting drill date being moved up. Hilton says that they'll need to be working 4 shifts, each working 6 hours, so they can drill 2 meters per shift. Hilton then mentions that they have been warned of some unidentified material about 90 meters down, so don't push the machinery too hard. Additionally, a worker named Jordi Fontella will be joining them to cover for another employee that's on sick leave. Both Jordi Fontella and Gianna Hilton are quite important characters later on, keep them in mind. There's a lot of stuff to keep in mind. Later that week, Jansen Davies messages back Anders Johansson regarding KDS and their service offer. Davies says that after running it by the board, they will allocate space in Garganta by March of next year and give KDS space in the storage hangars on the surface so they can move in immediately. He ends his message by saying he's looking forward to seeing the Legion program at work. Nearing the end of the year, we hop back to Mambo Media, where two employees are messaging each other over an inside source's claims that SMC is falsifying reports regarding an accident that happened in the area. They claim that their source said they saw a body being transported out of the area and that it was wet, mangled, and bloated. There are also mentions that there is an exclusion zone where the press isn't allowed to enter, but a second exclusion zone that even Santonian employees aren't allowed to enter. This has led him to think that there is more than just iridium mining happening there. The response to this message seems to be a little dismissive, saying that they don't even know where to begin, and asking if they're suggesting that the accident didn't happen where they said it did. We do know that this is actually true, and they did lie about this event, as this is the previously mentioned accident at Pump 14 that they just said they'll say happened in the Chicxulub mining area. 2050 was filled with significantly more world building. We learned that KDS, after essentially blackmailing SMC, has gained access into Garganta through its above-ground storage hangars and a future underground base of operations. On top of this, we get development at the world's state, how the world is much more willing to go to war than debate and reason with each other. This mentality is likely what has led KDS to be as large as it has with the influence that it currently has. This year's logs have also set up many important characters and key parts of the game's lore that we will see expanded as we continue through the timelines. Moving into March of 2051, Ellis Carnegie from KDS messages another employee discussing the new chips that are being shipped. He mentions that they will be allowing faster speeds without overloading the subjects they're implanted in. He does say that they are slightly thicker than the original chips, but they have been reinforced with a shell to help protect it. Ellis then mentions that there is an issue with these chips. They are incredibly vulnerable to magnetism, so subjects should avoid being exposed to large amounts of magnetism. Later that month, Andre Pyros, the head of KDS for its Garganta operations, reaches out to a new character, Dean Lockwood. Dean is a higher up at SMC, somewhere below Andrew Clinton. In the message, Pyros explains that SMC has asked for KDS operative presence in future expeditions inside Garganta. He says that their current approach will not scale well with how much they'd like to do. Pyros then proposes using a system that they call Biocom. Biocom would allow for full coverage for all future expeditions as well as any additional security posts and routine round-the-clock protection inside the facility. Pyros also says that Biocom will control the supplies, objective training, operative briefing, and rapid response with much less strain than their current approach. He finishes the message by saying that Biocom will handle everything better than a person ever could, and has a 100% success rate for all of its uses. While it still needs some human intervention when it comes to ethical problems, you can pre-program it to fill all your needs. All it would take was a few months to get set up. Dean Lockwood then responds by saying that this information needs to be sent up the chain. 4 months after the previous log, Biocom was seemingly approved to be installed inside Garganta. Marcus Gantis, the lead engineer installing Biocom, messages Andre Pyros in July, thanking him for bumping up his security as it allows him to move throughout the facility much easier. Marcus then says for Biocom to work at its best, it needs access to any software related to power generation, any existing security systems, all personnel files, and all communication systems for both internal and external communication. Marcus says that this is a bare minimum to install, and that without it, operatives will include a lot of lower level tasks that could have just been automized. Additionally, not having access to these systems would see a large increase in fail rates in missions and put major strain on what is a very large installation. Marcus says that he's explained all of this to Andrew Clinton, but Clinton was reluctant to allow access that they need. He also explained that Clinton and SMC would be given the override codes to limit what Biocom could access in case of emergency, but Clinton wouldn't budge. In September, Andre Pyros messages Anders Johansson, updating him on the current situation at Garganta. While they have most of their equipment moved in from the previous operations in Belarus, they'll still need to install the Biocom system. In their current situation, KDS has the space to store 8,000 hydrostasis units, with an additional 24,000 being able to be moved into KDS Deep as soon as it's complete. This project was majorly delayed due to a hurricane in the area causing a lot of flooding inside Garganta. Andre then mentions a new protocol that they've installed. In order to enter Legion facilities, the person must have an approved Legion ID. He says that this will not affect SMC's clearance levels, nor the ability to move in and out of Garganta. 2 days after receiving the previous message, Anders Johansson messages an SMC employee about the timeline regarding KDS Deep's completion. Anders says that Andrew Clinton has advised him to talk with them about the schedule to work on KDS Deep, as well as saying that the assignment was approved back in October of the previous year, and the shaft is deep enough to house it. So why is it taking so long? Anders says that their temporary housing is not proper for controlling the pressure and temperature for Legion and Biocom systems, and that they need to be inside Garganta by the end of next year. And that brings us to the end of the year. At the end of the year, we mainly got developments on the Biocom system and how it will be implemented into Garganta. It does require almost complete access to all of SMC's data and substantial control and secrecy over an area that KDS is very eager to get into. The Biocom system and its level of control will be very important as the story continues, and we'll see how this access to data changes the actions of both SMC and KDS as the story progresses. In January of 2052, several things happen. In a message from Marcus Gantis to Andre Pyros, Marcus informs him that the Biocom system has fully been installed. They have tested it with over 200 virtual operatives, and it worked flawlessly. Later in February, a systems engineer named Artis reports on a mining incident that occurred. At 8:30 in the morning, a mining group encountered a basalt mass and decided to mine through it. Shortly into this process, they encountered a void inside the rock. This chamber was quite large, with 43 meters in depth and 15 meters in height. Upon entering the chamber, they found several strange artifacts that don't appear to be from natural processes. Samples of these artifacts have been sent to the research department to determine what they are. A little over a week later in March, Andrew Clinton sends a message to Artis regarding the new security system that SMC will be installing. Hearsay is a security system that will have microphones and tracking on every room, terminal, and area inside Garganta, giving SMC complete knowledge of what's happening at all times. In his message, Clinton says that this system will be unknown to those below Tier 4 security clearance, and that Artis is to keep the utmost secrecy about its installation. About 2 weeks after the discovery of the artifacts, Dr. Gallus Hammerstein releases his reports on them. He states that both the artifacts and several of the samples from the area are largely comprised of an unknown material. Hammerstein also describes a test they performed on the artifacts that didn't really go too well. While attempting to crush the sample to see the strength of it, the hydraulic hose shattered, causing one of the doctors to lose their eye. Hammerstein says that they have sent the artifacts to an off-site research facility for further research into what they are. The next week, a medical researcher for SMC named Boris Stanovich publishes his report on the cavity incident. In this report, he discusses that there was not a concern of biological threat, but SMC is still to exercise caution and quarantine restrictions. These actions were not taken when they found the artifacts. Instead, researchers entered the area without protection and didn't seal off the area. Additionally, the two researchers that went in displayed minor flu-like symptoms in the weeks following. These appear to be unrelated according to Boris, but any and all biological data from the area and materials were likely contaminated by the researchers. He recommends that the research team be stripped of their Tier 4 clearance and that all future research ventures have certain approvals and clearances. On March 24th, we get the results of the artifact analysis. A researcher named Dr. Howard Stokes reports that they face similar problems when trying to break the sample down, but using a Nixos laser cutter, they were able to cut right through it. In his report, he found that this is an entirely new material and that they should try to replicate the alloy. He says that the alloy is exclusive to the area and likely of extraterrestrial origin. Now that SMC is informed on what they have potentially found, they follow the suggestion of Boris Stanovich and create a specialized group to investigate. Dean Lockwood, the new head of this group, sends an announcement out to all Garganta employees telling them to welcome Project Insight. With their arrival, this will mean tighter security facility-wide as well as more extensive security protocols. These protocols will include that all work, materials, tools, and personnel will need to be pre-approved before entering a work area. This is pretty tame as far as security goes at the moment, as we will see they get much worse later on. The day after this announcement, Jansen Davies replies to a message sent to him by Andrew Clinton. While we don't get to see the message, it's likely that Clinton was vocalizing concerns over the new power structure established by Project Insight. Davies begins his message by saying that all future contact with him needs to be through the D-Lock platform to prevent prying eyes from seeing anything that they shouldn't. After this, he says that Clinton shouldn't be bringing his concerns to him, but to a direct supervisor at SMC. Davies clarifies, likely in an attempt to avoid being directly tied to SMC's actions, by saying that SMC is a subsidiary of Dreyfus, and that Dreyfus does not control their actions directly. Instead, they only provide advice and direction when asked. Davies then says that he agrees with SMC's board with the new power structure. Since SMC is a mining company at heart and will lack their ability to research, Project Insight will hold the power over this. This new power structure is that Project Insight would direct the actions of SMC based on what they need. Davies ends his message with what sounds like a vague threat, wishing Clinton's son a happy 10th birthday. In April, SMC performs another land scan now that they are significantly deeper than they were. The scan reveals several important things. First is that the mass is nearly double the size of what they thought, and that it's mainly made up of Cretaceum-77A, the new material that they had discovered. On the outside of this, there is a thin layer of iridium, but that only makes up about 3.32% of the entire mass, when they had originally thought it was much more than that. The report also assumes that cutting through this material is going to be quite hard with what they're currently using, and therefore they propose that SMC partners up with Nixos to use their laser cutters to get through it. Connected to this egg-like structure that they have scanned are several clear tubes that do not appear to be lava tubes, but further analysis will be needed to be sure. Following this analysis, Dean Lockwood messages the mining team leads. He also tells them that now that they have the rough shape and size of the object, they should be using the existing tubes and tunnels to get to it faster. He also says that they'll be exclusively using the Nixos cutters, and that all other machinery should be dismantled and removed from the facility. He finishes by saying that they are working on highly sensitive areas, so mining team selection needs to be incredibly important. Jumping away from Project Insight, we get an incident report filed by a Victory Molina. In this report, Victory describes being denied access to his personal quarters by several Legion operatives, before being restrained forcefully, preventing him from entering. When he finally was able to enter his room, he found that they had deleted all local messages from the last 2 months talking about a growing concern of aggression from Project Insight and KDS towards SMC workers. He also found that a hearsay microphone had been planted inside his quarters. Moving into May, Anders Johansson received a message from Jansen Davies regarding a proposal that KDS has made. Davies says that their proposal for 30,000 square meters of extra space inside KDS Deep will be granted to them. On top of this, KDS will be allowed complete control of that area, meaning no SMC employees can enter. Davies also mentions what this area is for, the previously mentioned Project Rise. I didn't explain it earlier, but it's fitting to explain it now. Project Rise is what KDS plans to use to replace their Legion operatives. Rise would clone and reproduce the optimal subjects for Legion groups and allow for far less issues in the re-education of the operative. Continuing with this log, Davies once again clarifies in his message that he is not directly responsible for any actions and that SMC can run themselves with Dreyfus as an advisor. Again, it's looking like he's trying to separate himself and Dreyfus from SMC's actions. Next up is another log that's very hard to place in the timeline, but it makes sense to place it here. A KDS scientist is discussing the new PRDM boosters that they can give operatives. These can be used to help with some traits operatives may be lacking and come in 3 classifications: muted, bold, and aggressive. These are the same boosters from gameplay, and if we draw anything from it, they can be obtained from gathering artifacts, likely the same things that SMC originally found when they found the open area. The scientist also clarifies why boosters sometimes have negative effects by saying that the aggressive boosters have an extraordinary performance benefits, but are ultimately dangerous and toxic. He also says that there has begun to be an underground market with several people using the term aggros to refer to them. Near the end of the year, Boris Standovich, the medical analyst, reports on the medical situation in the complex. Boris reports that there has been an alarming growth in suicide rates nearing the end of the year. Alongside this, there has been a steady rise of psychopharmaceutical use beginning in April that year. He reports that nearly 35% of the SMC workforce has reported psychological disturbances, and that this is overloading the medical staff, but they're dealing with it the best they can. The medical staff is recommending that there are regular day breaks, allowing employees to go to the surface to potentially help those suffering from depression. On top of the mental health concerns, there are quite a bit of physical health ones too. There's a large number of physical inflictions occurring, resulting in nearly 8,500 lost work hours. The productivity is getting particularly bad in the lower level construction teams. Employees there are reported to be daydreaming or wandering around, and this condition has been tagged as the Garganta flu. The medical staff recommends a shift from 3 shifts to 4 shifts, and that there is mandatory sunlight exposure for employees. This is the second mention we get of flu-like symptoms or any sort of illness within Garganta, and it is something that will affect the rest of the story greatly. Shortly after this report, Dean Lockwood sends a message to Andre Clinton. In this message, Lockwood states that Clinton needs to start taking control of the narrative on the spreading sickness. While employees are calling it the Garganta flu, the stoop throat, and the pits, these are not acceptable and portray SMC and Dreyfus in a negative light. Lockwood also says that they are researching it, but they cannot confirm that the NAMV virus, the proper name for all these illnesses, originated from the lower levels of Garganta, nor is it responsible for the rise in suicide rates in the facility. He also says that they certainly cannot risk that an employee would tell the outside world about this virus. While we haven't been told much, NAMV is the most important factor in GeeTFO. It is the thing that controls the actions of KDS, SMC, and the outside world for the remainder of the timeline, and will be relevant all the way up until the end of the game's story. Likely the next day, on December 16th, Andrew Clinton sends out a message to all SMC employees. In this message, he starts by wishing them a happy holidays, and congratulating them on their hard work digging deep into the earth. He mentions that they have a task force looking into reports of a spreading virus in the lower levels. Clinton says that they have found a few isolated cases in the more vulnerable subset of the workforce, but for much of the workforce, there is no need to worry about NAMV, as it will likely be asymptomatic and pose no threat to them. He also claims that the idea that the virus is causing depression, self-harm, or psychotic episodes is misleading and quite incorrect. Again, there is nothing to fear. He ends his message by saying that employees have the responsibility to contain the spread, as well as saying that the medical staff has been increased and that there is now extended sick leave for those who need it. This just shows the lengths that SMC and Project NSAR are willing to go to keep everything that's happening a secret. While they're claiming that NAMV is completely harmless and doesn't really do anything, it very clearly is affecting the lower level workers as they're having increases in negative effects and reports of the virus. Almost a week after the last log, the medical director of SMC sends out a message to all SMC employees. He says that many employees haven't come to their mandatory psychiatric evaluations, and further clarifies that they must be attending these. While it's not a huge step for the many issues inside Garganta, it's at least a little better that there are outlets for employees, even if they're all likely being recorded the entire evaluation. Next up is the first audio log in the entire timeline. This log is a psych session between an employee we have heard of before, Jordi Fontella. Jordi Fontella is meeting up with a psychiatrist inside SMC called Dr. August Teal. In this meeting, we hear Jordi say that he wants to go home and get out of Garganta.
How are things going, Jordi?
I want to go home. This place, it gets inside you, you know?
You don't like it here?
No. Do you?
We're not talking about me.
It's menacing, depressing. It's so dark here.
We're underground, Jordi.
Oh, come on. You know I don't mean that. It feels like a prison.
You see Garganta as your prison?
Our prison. You're in here too.
Teal responds by saying that she could get Jordi a pass to the surface for a few hours if he'd like, but Jordi denies this offer. Dr. Teal then says that she'll start him on medication to help with his symptoms, saying that he can trust her, and she's just there to help. The final log of 2053 takes place on December 28th, and is the second meeting we get between Jordi Fontella and Dr. Teal. This meeting goes a little differently, however. Jordi says that his medication is working, but he wants something to help with his insomnia.
You're not sleeping?
No, of course not. The noises. Of course I'm not sleeping. Sleeping?
What noises?
Machinery, people, the hum. Listen.
I don't hear anything.
Yeah, I can't sleep. I just can't sleep. And headaches. Can you give me something for the headaches?
You're getting headaches?
What did you say?
I asked about your headaches.
What about them?
You said you were getting them?
Right. Can you give me something for that?
Maybe we should lower the dose on the doxepin.
No!
Okay.
Why would you say that? It's great. It's definitely helping. I feel much more me. You understand?
Yes, I think so.
I just need something to help me sleep.
Are you waking up during the night or not sleeping at all?
I don't know. I don't remember what happens at night. It's not sleep. It's, I think it's, what's the word?
A trance?
Yes, exactly. It's like a trance.
I've seen this before. Okay, it's probably a side effect of doxepin, but your dose is very low, so I'd like
I need the doxepin.
If you think so, of course, if you think so.
I do.
This log adds further evidence that Jordy is likely infected with Nam-V. The delusion, lack of sleep, and the physical pain are all things mentioned as associated symptoms of the virus. Overall, 2052 was a very packed year. We saw the completion of the biocom system, the installation of the hearsay system, and the effects that came from both. With both, there is more security in Garganta and even more surveillance throughout everything employees do. We then got the revelation that there is something buried deep in the earth that SMC has stumbled upon. Its extraterrestrial origin led to the creation of Project Insight, which now has control over where and what SMC does inside Garganta. Nearing the end of the year, a virus has begun to spread deep in the facility, leading to self-harm, psychological, and physical side effects. Instead of being honest with the employees though, SMC and Project Insight lie and say that it's completely safe, and not connected to any of the very obviously connected side effects. The first log of 2053 is the third meeting with Jordy Fontella. Jordy shows up even more delusional than the last time, and complains about a noise that is constant.
There's this constant noise, right?
Right.
Wrong. You don't hear it. You don't know.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let's talk about the noise.
It's scratching. Eating. Something in my ear. Like earwigs in the brain, right? You know that story, right?
What story?
Jesus, earwigs in the brain.
I don't...
Earwigs can't turn around. So if they get in your ear, they just eat their way through. They can't turn around. They can't go back, okay?
No, I don't think earwigs do that.
It's what I'm hearing. When I come here anyway.
Dr. Teal attempts to understand and calm Jordy down, but is interrupted when Jordy says that she is part of it. When asking what he means, Jordy says that she knows exactly what he's talking about. Dr. Teal then shuts the recording off. This isn't the last time we get to see Jordy, but his decline is rapid, and isn't being helped by the medication. Jordy has gone from having basic depression and headaches to not being able to sleep, to thinking there is a bug eating its way through his head. We continue on January 16th with Dr. Teal, this time with an employee named Edgar Saweda. Edgar is there describing something that happened to him deep in the complex. He describes that he saw a creature that manifested from the darkness. After asking him to clarify, he says that there was a sound like popping before he saw this creature standing there. He says it almost looked human, but with its head hung low, muscular legs, and skinny arms. Upon alerting others to it, he got out of the area quickly. He says that there is no way it could have been there before because it's a closed off tunnel, so it's more likely it just teleported into the complex. Dr. Teal really doesn't understand what he's explaining, but ultimately, it ends with Edgar storming out of this meeting. This is never directly confirmed, but based on his description, we can assume that this creature was either a shooter or a chicken based on the leg and arm descriptions. At the end of January, we get another interview with Edgar. In this interview, his mental state is much worse than before. Edgar says that he doesn't want to take the pills anymore since they're making him feel foggy.
You haven't collected your prescription. You'll need to speak up, Edgar.
I don't want pills.
Why not?
Too foggy.
Well, we can lower the dose. It's important that you take the pills, Edgar. These hallucinations at home...
They're not hallucinations.
Okay, forgive me. These visions, yeah, Edgar,
Pills.
if you're unwilling to help yourself, I can't in good conscience allow you to return to the mine.
Okay?
You don't want to work?
I'm not taking any more pills.
Very well. I'll let operations know that you're on medical leave until further notice. I don't think we should wait until next week for your next session. Stop by tomorrow, okay?
While we don't get clarification on what Edgar meant by his visions, we can assume that this is yet another case of someone deep in the complex having contracted Nam-V. With the conditions getting worse in Garganta, several people tried to escape, and at least one of them made it out. This is confirmed by a CDC alert that says there are 14 confirmed cases of an unknown disease that's extremely contagious. They also mentioned that cellular mutation is expected and that has been unresponsive to chemo and radiation treatment. It's being flagged as a potential epidemic that they need to keep their eye on. This is the first mention we get of Nam-V outside of Garganta and shows just how well SMC has hidden their actions and knowledge of what's happening inside the complex. This idea is expanded upon when in early February, Mambo Media publishes an article talking about a new outbreak called the Florida flu. In this article, they confirm that there is a rapid increase in confirmed cases and that a lockdown has been advised for the area around Maricopa. It isn't only Florida, however. Several Arizona State University students who were there on spring break contracted it and brought it back to ASU, which is now trying to contain the outbreak. There has not yet been any official word on symptoms or any way to confirm that you have it, but it's recommended that you seek medical attention if you have whitening of the skin, inflammation of the neck, cheeks, nose, or extremities, spinal pain, easily broken bones, accelerated breathing, or blood in your mucus. Moving back into Garganta, we get an insight into what KDS is doing to treat the virus. There has been concerns of operatives showing increased mental side effects that could be on par with Nam-V infection. A scientist named Sebastian Gerald says that this is impossible, and nothing outside of a person inside hydrostasis could survive more than a few days. He passes all this concern off as a psychological issue, not a physical one. While this is not completely correct, it does hold some merit as to why the in-game characters we play as don't experience the physical side effects of Nam-V. Long-term HSU storage would in fact kill off the virus, but this would take weeks if not months of storage. Of course, also leading to other mental issues that come alongside long-term HSU storage. Later, we get an update on the new policies SMC is installing. In a message between Dean Lockwood and a member of the medical staff called Ron Sullivan, Lockwood says that the changes that Ron have asked for had been authorized. These changes included allocated medical centers throughout the facility that would allow them to isolate those who are exposed to the virus. Lockwood does ask that Ron addresses the medical staff with how they're referring to those they are treating. He says that he's heard medical staff calling these patients stupors and that this must not continue. On top of this, Lockwood says that Ron needs to stamp out the use of the word parasite for any staff below tier 5. Lockwood ends his message by saying KDS is willing to help Ron get rid of any members on his team that he thinks are troublesome. This is the first mention of a parasite associated with the virus. It is something that we will expand upon more when we get to the 4 main characters. Moving back to Dr. Teal, we get an audio log that's her updating Edgar Sueda's medical file. She says that he's on multiple medications with those doses being upped over and over with very little effect. Due to his physical ailments, Edgar is unable to do his work duties, so Dr. Teal is recommending that he gets removed from Garganta completely.
Edgar is complaining of nausea and lethargy and is unable to continue his duties. I will be recommending that he is removed from the facility and taken to the... Hello? I could have sworn I heard... Okay. Yes, I'm recommending Edgar be removed immediately. Yeah, his irrational behavior will likely affect those around him, and it's a little edgy here at the moment. Okay. So, Edgar, right. Personal note, I now have 14 patients, all presenting with the same symptoms. I have my team researching common denominators. Oh, what is that? Can you stop that noise, please? I'm trying to work here. I think there's something in the wall. I don't know. I need to get engineering to come and take a look at it. Actually, Susan, just come in and see me to finish this report. I need to collect my thoughts.
Sadly, This log is likely the effect of Dr. Teal contracting Nam-V. Hearing random noises or sounds that aren't there lines up with both occurrences we've seen from Jordy and Edgar, and likely mean that Dr. Teal has unknowingly been infected. In March, an article by Mambo Media describes that Nam-V was discovered in England. With the virus no longer contained to just North America, there's a much larger risk that it will spread further, faster. The article also describes that you are more likely to get it in poorly ventilated areas, even if the people in those areas aren't together long. Based on known cases, the R0 of Nam-V is 17, meaning that in a large population, a single case would likely spread to 17 other people from that one source. This makes Nam-V one of the most infectious diseases of all time. The article then mentions that the World Health Organization is still searching for patient 0, and that while it is not confirmed, there's a 90% chance that Nam-V is present on every continent. This is a very quick turnaround, as Nam-V is likely everywhere only about a month and a half after its exposure to the world. 4 days after that article, a second one's released. This one talking about the Manchester Royal Infirmary being overrun by people with Nam-V. The article describes that many people are flooding the infirmary with a hope that they do not have the stoops. Additionally, it says that the WHO has labeled Nam-V as a pandemic and that there is no stay-at-home solution to the virus. If you are infected, you need to seek medical attention. Returning to Garganta, we get an update on what the medical staff has discovered about Nam-V. In a message from Ron Sullivan to Dean Lockwood, Ron talks about how there is physical changes that occur in infected persons, starting with the mental reduction after a few days of exposure. Alongside this, they'll have a bent or stooped posture. While medications can help ease the pain, there isn't a real effective form of medicating the person. Ron says that the cellular biology department is working on an effective solution, but there has been little progress. They have tried removing the parasite associated with the virus, but even after doing this, the virus will still spread in the individual. Ron mentions that even when people are wearing incredibly protective gear, the virus and the parasite is still finding a way to get them infected. The medical team found that cellular collapse in the infected person takes about 5 weeks, but they don't know what happens after this point. This log really shows how bad Nam-V is for anyone who gets infected. It isn't a quick killer, but will take its time, slowly getting worse as time goes on, with little help outside of numbing the physical pain. Next up, we get the final update on Dr. August Teal. In another audio log, a frantic and scattered Dr. Teal is talking about what happened to Edgar Saweda.
Wait, I didn't tell you the patient name. Sorry, it's Edgar. His employee ID is, I don't know, you can look it up. But he's gone now. I tried everything, but the more I listened to him, the more it just made sense. It made sense to me. I think he's right. There's that noise. It's like insects in my skull. It's there. I hear it. I can see them moving sometimes. In the corner. It's not a hallucination. It's clearly an infestation that no one seems to care about. Ever since that Viacom thing took over, there's no people left to talk to. It's just machines. This is a machine. I'm talking to one now. Susan! Susan! Come in here. I don't want to talk to this thing anymore. I don't know where she's gone. She's been ignoring me. Something is up with her. I catch her looking at me all the time. Edgar Saweda. We can close the file on him. KDS have removed him from the complex, so I doubt if we'll ever see him again. Actually, don't write that, Susan. I don't want that on the record. Susan, don't add it to the record, okay? Susan, okay? Hearsay off. I can't trust her. Can't trust her or them. I have a job to do. Or do I? Maybe that's the point. What if they want to see how much it affects me? This thing that's changing people. What if it's me they really want? What if Edgar was put here to test me? Oh, God. Oh, God. I have to get out of here. I have to get out of here.
It seems that after her exposure to people who likely also had Nam-V, Dr. Teal contracted it and is suffering the mental and physical effects of the virus. Around this time, we're introduced to a new character, generalist engineer Igor Rostok. Igor sends a message to one of his coworkers explaining that all the clocks on level 37 are running slower than all the others. All clocks are 230 seconds slower than every other clock inside the complex. Igor later messages talking about the terminal control screen being too bright. We then see a third message sent from Igor, but this time to someone he considered a friend. Andrew Clinton. In this message, Igor talks about how he understands the need for security with the price of iridium, but the way that SMC is going about it is all wrong. Igor says that no one is talking with each other anymore since they're afraid that they'll be recorded saying something that will get them in trouble or worse. On top of this, Igor says that having KDS keep the law is absolutely unacceptable, and that everyone in Project Insight seems to look down at all the SMC workers and don't have any respect for them. He's begging that Andrew Clinton do something about it. Clinton responds to this message by asking Igor to come and see him in his office. In July, Andrew Clinton messages Jensen Davies, saying that on July 28th, Igor Rostok was killed by a KDS operative for what they said was entering a restricted zone. KDS wouldn't give him any more information on the situation, and Clinton says he doesn't know who to turn to. He explains that he knew Igor personally and that he was a good worker for SMC. The fact that he was seen as a threat is absolutely ridiculous. Davies then responds to this message by saying that he didn't know Igor personally, but he's sure that Santonian will mourn his loss greatly. Davies does say that he'll forward this message to Andrei Pyros as he's just an advisor to SMC, and Pyros oversees all security issues in the complex. Andrei Pyros then responds to Clinton by saying, as he mentioned in their conversation, the SMC employee contract is very clear on punishment for entering restricted areas. Since KDS has a contract with SMC and the Mexican government, which allows them to establish martial law inside of an exclusion zone, this means that legally, any rules established by KDS aren't just company contract law, they're national law. This entire interaction shows how evil Dreyfus and SMC are for allowing KDS to have this much control in their facility, as well as how they are turning a blind eye to many of the horrid things that KDS has been doing to their employees. Later in August, Andrei Pyros receives a message from Anders Johansson. This message is simple and just says that unless he's directly approached about this matter, no further action is needed. The attached message says that on August 8th, an SMC employee was discovered in the HSU storage area, before being a copy and pasted previous log that was the pitch to SMC about the biocom system. It's a little unclear which is meant to be taken as not to be spoken about, but my best guess is the situation where they found someone in the HSU storage area didn't end up with them still being alive, so don't talk about it. This adds yet another person that KDS is responsible for killing in the name of secrecy. On August 11th, Gianna Hilton, a mining team lead, writes an incident report. In this report, Gianna describes that during a second shift, the mining team hit a cretizium vein and broke the tooth on their mining equipment. They sent 2 employees, Gus Addison and Jordi Fontella, to go fix up the equipment. After replacing the broken tooth, Jordi watched as Gus started the drill up to align it. When it reached full speed, Jordi turned and looked at Gianna Hilton, saluted, and then walked directly into the cutting head. It dragged him into the machine and killed him quickly. Both Gus and Gianna have been assigned psych evaluations, and Gianna makes the remark that the equipment will need serviced and cleaned. This is the conclusion to Jordi Fontella's story. We knew he was having mental issues, and ultimately, whether it was delusion, depression, or for the sounds and symptoms to stop, Jordi killed himself. In September, KDS researcher Marcus Gantis reaches out about his new project. Marcus has made a training area for the KDS operatives to be sent through. While he hasn't sent any physical operatives through yet, he plans on running virtual ones alongside some of the new T or Tau operatives. This log gives an in-universe explanation for the tutorial of the game to exist, as the tutorial that we play in the game is likely this area that Marcus Gantis established. Later, a KDS worker messages about a situation they're having with one of their HSU vaults. Because the connection between the mainframe and the vault is so long, they're having issues with signal interference and a potential loss of HSUs. To fix this issue, they want to construct additional pylons to help with signal strength. We also get insight to what KDS is probably doing with their faulty or unneeded operatives, as they say that losing the quote meat wouldn't be the worst, but they could use this freezer as storage or an organ donation source. On September 21st, we get another report from Boris Stanovich. Reporting on what the medical response team has been doing in the month of August, Boris says that they have responded to 31 incidents in the first week, with 19 of them being on the same level. He says that getting to the lower level was hard for the team because KDS is blocking and protecting the entrance and exit of the area. On top of this, the mines have been labeled as an exclusion zone governed by Biocom. There have been dozens of incidents that are going unreported. To show the extent of this, Boris compared the reported incidents to the actions of the medical center, and there has been at least 114 incidents that were unreported. Boris tries to explain that KDS needs to report these incidents, but Anders Johansson has just told him to just patch them up and send them back out. Boris and the medical team are having a tough time preparing for potential issues because they don't know where or when teams are moving, or what hazards they may be up against. On top of all this, KDS is also denying access to level 27, where they appear to be dissecting a creature that was discovered on this level. Any questioning of this has KDS saying that the creature doesn't exist, despite the medical team being there when the creature was discovered. The report ends on the point that the truth is seemingly negotiable, and that the situation in Garganta has gotten out of hand. We get another example of KDS censorship in early October. In this message sent to all A-level employees, the highest general SMC employee level, we get to see what's been happening, discovered, and researched by Dr. Gallus Hammerstein. Being a co-founder of Project Insight and the doctor we know from earlier when they discovered the artifacts, they report on what they're finding inside what they're calling the fossil. While much of this message is redacted and provides very little information, we do find out that geological data from the inner, or the mass with the hollow tubes around it, shows evidence of an impact or an explosion. Using this information, alongside, honestly, the information's redacted, so I can't tell you yet, they've come to the conclusion that this is not the result of natural formations. Hammerstein also mentions that they have found several objects inside of this area, and that they'll be looking into them to learn more about it. With how heavily this report is redacted, it's quite hard to understand what they have found, what they think, or what Insight is actually doing. This is very likely how SMC and KDS wants it, as they don't want any information to be in the hands of those who don't absolutely need it. Next, we get an issue that Project Insight is having. Ironically, it's information security. In a message from Amara Gabrice, she asked Dean Lockwood about how this employee would have even known about a substance he was talking about. The substance being protein sequencers, which isn't reported or known by employees at his level. This shows that even with all the extensive security protocols that KDS has in action, information is still getting out to those who shouldn't have it. Dean Lockwood responds to this message by saying that he'll have KDS deal with the employee. Later, in a message from Dean to Andre Pyros, Dean thanks him for dealing with the employee, as well as telling him that they need to keep him as a person of interest from this point forward. He then says that Project Insight is encountering creatures in nearly every expedition to the inner, so they'd like for KDS to escort the researchers for all future expeditions. This is yet another mention of creatures that we get, and likely the first time that KDS operatives were used to help fight them off. On October 7th, SMC, in correlation with KDS, locks down Garganta. In yet another report from Boris Stanovich, we get the details of the new security and lockdown policies and how they affect every department. For the medical department, it seems that things are now more classified, and all medical equipment must be stored with the utmost security. All radioactive equipment and substances must be permanently labeled and contained. For engineering, there's new reactor policies, and all generators that are not nuclear will be set to low power mode. In addition to this, all security doors and reactors are to be secured. For environmental control, there is to be a set complex temperature set to 18 degrees Celsius, and the air intake systems are only to be diverted to areas that are approved and needed. For communications, there is to be encrypted surveillance records, and all hearsay logs are to be collected and vaulted. On top of this, communications are to be locked for everyone except A and B level personnel, with any other communication needing prior approval. For security, there are to be visual screenings of a person to pass and enter every area. On top of this, all bulkhead doors are to be sealed, with lower levels being locked for everyone except A-tier personnel. For human resources, not much changes. They do get new personal storage rules, and also notice that any person attempting to transport contraband out of Garganta is to be sent to KDS for further processing. Overall, this new set of procedures limits Garganta to not letting anyone have any privacy. All movement is tracked, and it is nearly impossible at this point to leave Garganta. These rules also give KDS more control in Garganta, with the increased security and reliance on their actions to keep people in line. On October 13th, Dr. Hammerstein gives an update on Project Insight's activities and discoveries. We learn that he has been putting dead creatures in display in containers, as well as photographing all specimens that they have come across. We do learn something important about these creatures. They don't appear to be from the same evolutionary tree. This means that they're likely not from the same environments, areas, or worlds. Hammerstein brings up the theory that they're potentially from a different dimension or universe altogether. The goals of Hammerstein are to display as many creatures as possible to inspire his team to make new discoveries. He also wants to conduct more behavioral analysis on the creatures. While it is known they react to sound, he wants to see what frequencies draw them in the most. Hammerstein plans to do this by blasting various frequencies into the deep levels of Garganta, and seeing which draws the most attention. For this event, they'll have KDS operatives there to protect the researchers and capture as many creatures as possible. He plans to go through with his experiment in the week following this update. We will come back to this experiment and its outcome in a second. Briefly moving back to the outside world, on October 28th, the WHO sends out a warning and call for all European nations to close and secure their borders. This, in tandem with isolation of citizens and continuing quarantines, will hopefully slow the spread of NAMV. They also mention that they're actively working on a vaccine and an effective cure, but they haven't made much progress. The final log of 2053 takes place 2 weeks after Dr. Hammerstein's experiment. In a message from Dean Lockwood to all SMC employees, we learn the outcome. First, Andrew Clinton has died. Due to this, Dean Lockwood is taking over as project manager for SMC and all operations in Garganta, meaning that Project Insight and SMC are now ran by the same person. Next, we learn that a quote, energy surge created blast tunnels throughout the facility that go all the way to the surface. They'll be sealing off these areas, and they'll also be installing additional security doors throughout the facility to help limit the access to affected areas. Dean Lockwood then says that they plan on holding a memorial service for Andrew Clinton after all social interaction limitations are relaxed. 2053 is by far the most recorded year, starting with the effects NAMV is having on SMC employees and the cases of NAMV reaching outside Garganta. We see how quickly the world has been affected by NAMV when in a little over a month, it's on every single continent and is a major health concern. We then see the extent of the medical emergencies inside Garganta, with KDS not reporting incidents, the medical team being unprepared, and the medical team being at a loss with what to do with those affected by NAMV. We then get to see the changes that happen with Garganta's security, including locking down the facility, not allowing any more privacy with every interaction, entrance, exit, and inquiry recorded and reported. The year ends with a catastrophe. Dr. Hammerstein's frequency experiment on the creatures created a quote energy surge that cut tubes through the entire facility. On top of this will very likely change security protocols and left Dean Lockwood in charge of both Project Insight and SMC, likely leading to more corruption. Moving into 2054, on February 2nd, an article is released by Mambo Media talking about NATO. It discusses that since its establishment, NATO was there to prevent world conflicts, with its policy of an attack on one is an attack on all. With the spread of NAMV, many countries have pulled back from the world to deal with their own issues, rather than help each other, notably the USA and Britain. Every international border by land and sea is officially closed, and in many countries, there has been internal borders based on communities or ancient land claims. It also says that while there hasn't been an official announcement that NATO is no more, it's pretty easy to see that they're not working together, with many countries defending themselves by sinking refugee ships, defending their borders with military force, and in the case of the United States, saying nothing and letting the world crumble while working on its own issues. This shows that within 1 year of NAMV spreading, the world is in a pretty dire position, no closer to a vaccine or cure than they were previously. While the world is collapsing, new issues are appearing inside Garganta. Harriet Lord messages Andrei Pyros regarding a request that was made. The request shows that power was attempted to be diverted to several HSU vaults but was denied every time. Harriet questions why KDS would have requested or needed this when moving this much power would overload the system and shut off power for the entire facility. Pyros responds by saying that KDS didn't ask for it, Biocom did. Since no one is in control of Biocom, if it requires more power, it'll just ask for it. He ends his message by saying to send any future questions to a flag supervisor because he is too busy trying to keep them alive. We will come back to this in a bit, but keep this power request in mind. Later in April, Andrei Pyros messages Dean Lockwood about an incoming shipment. Pyros says that this will need to be taken to their private vault, not the usual hydrostasis vault. He also says there is not to be any interaction or unpacking with the shipment as it is for Project Rise. This gives us confirmation that KDS is still working on their cloning project even with everything happening in the world and inside Garganta. The next day, Dean Lockwood responds to this message asking why he is being sent this at all, and what Project Rise is. Pyros responds to this saying that he has made the necessary arrangements, and that if Lockwood isn't informed on what the project is, he's under the assumption that he doesn't need to know. This log is great at showing the limits of the knowledge that even the higher-ups at SMC have. Despite Project Rise being active for several years at this point inside Garganta, it isn't knowledge to anyone who didn't absolutely need to know. Following this information, we get a small glimpse into what KDS is going to do with these materials. It mainly is changing genome data to potentially make better clones. After this, we get to see the shipment being delivered alongside all its contents. It contains neonatal HSUs and several materials related to Project Rise. In May, we get yet another issue KDS is dealing with. After going through Biocom logs, a KDS employee knows several issues with the objective stacks for a few operatives. The first instance was an operative that entered a storage closet, stood for 6 minutes, and then returned to its original objective. The second was an operative that told a Project Insight scientist that they must stop before going back to its patrol. These instances are becoming more frequent and will be explained later on, but do keep these in mind. Moving into June, we get an introduction to one of the most important characters for the remainder of the SMC story, Dr. Rebecca Stokes. In a message from Dr. Howard Stokes, he begins talking about several artifacts that have been reported to SMC's research department, including the quote, data blocks. Howard then talks about how they lost a lot of their materials and equipment to a physical anomaly, and thinks that Dr. Rebecca Stokes would be a great addition to Project Insight. Dr. Rebecca Stokes will be increasingly important to the events as we continue, but we also get insight into how others see Dr. Hammerstein. Specifically, Howard calls him an asshat and thinks that he's incredibly full of himself. In August, we get even more weird KDS operative actions. A KDS researcher messages about a new action that an operative did. During a mission, an operative ordered a retreat behind a door. This isn't out of the norm, but it got weird when the operative ordered the door to be closed and then sealed it using the poly or seafoam. The researcher says that they shouldn't have any knowledge of this material or the tool that dispenses it, but somehow they found out and even remembered this after extensive HSU storage. It doesn't end there though. On a different mission, another operative from a completely different squad did the exact same thing. The only thought is that Biocom is transferring this data to them, since keeping knowledge through hydrostasis and having others know about it without previous experience is near impossible. This lines up with exactly what we do with Seafoam in the game, sealing doors and helping secure a retreat or a holding spot. This also ties into the strange actions and effects that we've seen with operatives that we'll discuss in a later section, so keep that in mind. We then get our first interaction with Dr. Rebecca Stokes through an audio log. In this log, she talks about Artifact 7, the matter wave projector.
This is Dr. Rebecca Stokes. I've just arrived from Houston and have joined Project Insight as the new analysis overseer. I'm going to be working my way through the Hammerstein collection, item by item over the next few weeks. Let's start with Artifact 7 of the collection, the matter wave projector. The team have coated the artifact with a silicone resin to prevent further accidents. The 2 employees who first discovered the object disappeared as soon as they touched it. We know this because there were 2 witnesses to the event, C067 and C085. There's a note on their personnel files that says, Kovac is, quote, dealing with them, unquote. I'm not going to think about what that means.
Stokes says that if they can get samples of this object, they can learn more about its teleportation process, and potentially how to harness it. We then get more info from Rebecca Stokes about other objects they have found. In this recording, she's talking about how the data blocks could potentially hold data, but they haven't found the way to access this data.
This is Dr. Stokes. I have some thoughts on artifacts 13, 14, and 17. I'm referring to these items as the data blocks. My theory is that the blocks hold digital data of some description. We haven't found a way to access that data yet, but I have James working on an interface. The blocks share design aesthetics with the matter wave projector, and as far as I can tell, they are constructed of similar materials. Dr. Hammerstein disagrees, but he always does so. I'm confident the blocks are supposed to attach to the matter wave projector. Unfortunately, the workers who discovered these artifacts also disappeared. The fact that they can't be found anywhere in Garganta and that Biocom literally has no trace of their biosigs anywhere is remarkable. I'm trying not to speculate too much, but they went somewhere. We're looking into the possibility that the behavior of the artifacts may be inhibited or regulated in some manner by Cretaceum 77A. It has been found in large quantities throughout the fossil, and it's the only material that does not disappear when introduced to the...
Dr. Stokes then pauses when she hears something that is not picked up on the microphone.
The final log of 2054 is another article from Mambo Media, describing the closing of a DNA vault. After being active for an uninterrupted 22 years, NOM-V is providing a substantial risk to the DNA inside the vault. Because of this, they'll be sealing 58 people inside the vault to ensure there's no transmission of NOM-V. They hope that a vaccine will be coming in the next few months, allowing them to reopen and continue accepting DNA. This is honestly a little random unless it's meant to show the severity of NOM-V, and more than likely was a subplot that never really got finished. 2054 was a little less eventful than the previous year, but still had quite a few important pieces of information. Starting off with the downfall of NATO, and the world being much less willing to work together. We then got a set of events that were very odd, including both KDS and their operatives. First was the request for power to be moved to a KDS HSU vault, despite this potentially overloading the entire power grid. Then we had reports of operatives going to places unrelated to their mission, before continuing with said mission. And lastly, we had operatives using foam to seal doors, and continue to know about this, despite being in HSUs for extensive periods. We then got introduced to Dr. Rebecca Stokes, who joined Project Insight and is researching items they have found, including the Mad Array projector and the data cubes. Moving into 2055, we get yet another audio clip from Dr. Stokes. This time, she's discussing how a colleague named Nolan Connor has come up with a plan to test the artifacts.
I figured out a way to... not me. I mean one of my team. Nolan, was it? Nolan figured out a test we could run on the artifacts that might help us understand. I can hear you out there! I told you I don't want to be disturbed! Hello? We initiated a jump through the matter wave projector, but with the different configurations of the data blocks, they're navigation blocks. I don't know how we can figure out where they go to without actually going there ourselves, but at least we know. The silicon resin does temporarily block the jump effect, so that has helped. It decays pretty quickly as the Cretaceum eats through it, but it means we can actually touch the artifacts at least. I haven't written to Howie in weeks. I know they read our mail, and I'm worried I'll say something that pisses off one of those Kovac Nazis, so I'm just keeping him away from this cancer. This place is hell. I want to go home.
Next, we see a nationwide broadcast of the emergency alert system. It informs us that there is now a 24-hour curfew in effect, and that all citizens are to remain indoors. Anyone found outside will be detained and isolated in a government location. This message also informs us that the government is taking and isolating individuals that they have confirmed are infected with the virus. This shows the brutality of how NOM-V has changed life in the USA. Using evidence from a later section, I don't believe that the government facilities are purely to isolate and help infected people, but rather to get rid of them. In May, we get a message between Dean Lockwood and a KDS worker discussing an intercepted message from Dr. Howard Stokes. This message appears to be random characters, but is actually encoded using Goldie 11. Decoding this message, we get to see that Howard Stokes is wondering why Rebecca Stokes hasn't been writing him for a while. He says that there are tons of infected people around, and that the government has been patrolling to make sure people aren't out of isolation. He said he's worried that if he says anything about what he knows about the virus, SMC will kill him. This idea wasn't helped now that Andrew Clinton died in what SMC is calling a quote accident. KDS quickly deciphered this message and is now asking what Dean Lockwood would like them to do about this matter. 2 days after they intercepted the message, Dr. Rebecca Stokes has sent a message from Howard Stokes saying that the neighbor's dog Goldie has died, and that she was only 11. Had the previous encrypted message gone through to Dr. Stokes, this would have told her how to decipher it. It's a little weird that KDS would allow this message to go through despite knowing about the previous message, but they still did. After this, we get several messages between a Dr. James Durant and a Dr. Susan Nesbitt. Nesbitt messages talking about how the protein sequences are working on the plants she's been testing, and they're growing significantly faster. Durant then messages wanting her to sign up for the EF-01 mission. He doesn't want to go with Alice, and in addition, he wants her to be there and be part of history. Nesbitt responds by saying that she can't, she has too much to do there already, but she wishes him the best of luck and to get back safe. This is the first mission of the EF-01 mission, but this is an incredibly important mission to the remainder of the game's story. We will expand upon it in the next log. Occurring shortly after, we hear Dr. Stokes preparing the team to make sure everything is ready before starting every bit of machinery up.
All personnel clear the operations floor. All personnel clear the operations floor.
Settle down, everyone. Right, I need final checks from all systems. Telemetry?
Online.
Wave stabilizers.
Check.
Temporal regulators.
Good to go.
Quantum tethering.
Secured and locked.
Frequency modulators.
Low standard deviation. We are good to go.
Mission team.
Fire Command, this is Security Operative Bishop requesting EF-01 clearance. Clearance has been granted. EF-01 is operational. You may proceed, Dr. Stokes.
Thank you, Sergeant. Chrono. Start the mission clock.
Clock is running.
Good luck, everyone.
Translocational jump sequence initiated.
The gate is open. Matter weight capacitors at 40%. Runway slowing down, Doctor. Should we?
No! Keep going.
Matter weight capacitors at 80%.
Bishop! Keep everyone within this projection radius.
Chrono has stopped. I'm getting no temporal progression. Quantum tether is holding. Matter weight capacitors are primed, ready to discharge.
This is it. Go! Comms?
Searching.
Telemetry?
Nothing.
Did we lose their frequency?
I got no signal.
Widen the scope.
But
Widen the scope.
it's at full.
Damn it! Comms?
Nothing.
God damn it! Power down. All departments. Briefing room. Now.
This is the first group that was intentionally teleported away and is significant for many of its members. Dr. James Durant will be important later, but notably, one of the characters we get to play as, Bishop, was part of the EF-01 group that got teleported. Shortly after the previous log, there was an energy surge at the teleportation pad.
This is Dr. Stokes. This afternoon, we detected a power surge in the translocation chamber. We investigated and discovered that the team had returned. Well, at least one of them did. One of the security detail, Bishop. We didn't see the return, but the matter wave projector was on the mounting platform and the KSO was just standing there. He did eventually speak, and he wouldn't tell us what happened. I don't know if he didn't remember or he'd been ordered not to tell us, but in the middle of us questioning him, a man named Peros turned up and led him away. Just took him away. I mean, it's good that we have the artifact back, and we'll scrape together whatever data we can from it, but the only eyewitness we have has disappeared into that mysterious Kovac area, and no one here seems to have any idea what they do down there. I'm angry that the information is being deliberately withheld from me, and I'm so fucking confused about what the hell happened last week. I understand so little about the fossil or these artifacts. I mean, my best guess is that whoever constructed the fossil found a way to harness the effects of the matter wave projector, and maybe they used it as a propulsion system, or something, or I don't know what I'm doing. I have been here almost a full year, and I am no closer to solving this. Much as I found Dr. Hammerstein difficult to work with, I am missing his input right now. I think I may be depressed, and a little lost. I'm going to schedule some time with Dr. Teal.
How he teleported back is not yet known, but this shows that there is a slight possibility for Insight to be able to retrieve the group from where they went. Shortly after the energy burst that caused Bishop to teleport back, Dr. Stokes and the Insight team was able to convert this energy into useful data. This data burst allowed Dr. Stokes to know that the time for EF-01 is running much faster. In fact, for every 1 second for Dr. Stokes, 85 seconds will have passed for Durant and the rest of EF-01. Dr. Stokes is incredibly excited for this revelation,
but does say that she needs to keep it secret so that Hammerstein and other people will not be breathing down her neck. On top of this, she doesn't want to have the project taken away from her. The next log takes place on June 9th. This log encompasses Dr. Stokes' theory of how the Matterwave projector works. Her theory is that it takes a superposition in time and matches it up with another superposition somewhere else. This theory then makes her think that the team could be far into the future, far into the past, or in a completely different dimension altogether. This theory isn't completely incorrect and will be important to the story we see in game, so keep how we can move both physically and through time by teleporting in mind for when we get there later. While it's unclear if Dr. Stokes, at least in the original timeline, was able to listen to the message, we get an audio log from Dr. James Durant and the EF-01 team shortly after they teleported.
This is Dr. Durant. EF-01 has arrived. This place it's exhilarating. So far, there's no sign of biological life, though Ben did notice some discoloration on the rocks nearby, so he's starting there. I don't know how anything could survive here, though. There's no obvious food sources, and the soil appears to be barren. Here are the problems. We have no link back to Garganta. Nothing. No comms, no telemetry, and the quantum tether didn't hold as far as I can tell from this end. Whatever the reason, we're alone. For now. We have located the vegetation capsule we sent through 3 days ago, but they didn't survive the jump. The capsules must have popped open during transit. The plants have been exposed and withered away to nothing. Although the soil in the capsule is bone dry. I prepped these plants myself, and when they left my lab, the soil was saturated. And even in this environment, the plants should have survived weeks, but they look like they died months, even years ago. It makes me wonder if there's something in this atmosphere we're not picking up. I have everyone wearing their masks, just to be safe. Anyway, chin up, James. Dr. Stokes will find a way to reach us. I'm sure of that.
We can gather that the EF-01 team is very likely doomed. With the conditions that they describe, it's very similar to the destination areas we're teleported to in several missions. And by the looks of them, it's not likely to survive long. The next interaction we get is a message to Dr. Stokes from Nolan Connor. This message just says that he's sorry, and that the second message is attached. We don't get to see what this message is, but it could potentially be the previous audio log, or the word that Dr. Howard Stokes is dead. Neither of which is confirmed, so please take that with a grain of salt. Moving from Project Insight to KDS and Rise, we get an update on their progress. While they are able to clone people and produce a full-size clone, they're having issues with memory, actions, and having the clone learn. Since the clones are just copies of older cells, not young cells that can grow and learn, this is leading to issues where the clone isn't learning how they'd like it to. This message also says that they want the team to slow down, making sure that they're producing quality clones rather than a large quantity of poor ones. 2055 was short on logs, but filled with important events, starting with Dr. Stokes' research into the Matterwave projector and data cubes. This ultimately ended up with the EF-01 team and them being teleported to another dimension. They lost communication, but they were able to tell that there was a time difference for them and EF-01. Shortly after, Bishop is then teleported back into Garganta, but is quickly shuffled away by KDS before they can get any information out of him. As far as the world goes, we only get a single log describing the 24-hour curfew and how anyone outside will be sent to a government facility until the curfew is over. Overall, both inside and outside of Garganta, life is falling apart. Inside, KDS is trying to clone people and prevent the spread of information and the virus through increasingly insane security. And outside, the world is isolated and no closer to a vaccine or cure 3 years later. The next few years are very sparse on logs. For 2056, we only get one. On November 25th, we get an interaction between a safety officer and an employee that got themselves stuck inside the inner. We only get to see half of this interaction, however, as employee D017 is frantically trying to get out in any way possible, before quickly being mauled to death. The other half of this conversation is redacted due to not having high enough security clearance. Skipping ahead to 2057, on April 20th, we get a transcript of a person reading out the World Health Organization's message to stay isolated until further notice. There is no cure, there is no vaccine, and no treatment is currently available. They believe that the origin of the virus is somewhere in the Yucatan, and that if you have access to a radio, contact them. The man also talks about stations where they have information of evacuation points, but clarifies that they do not have any food or water. After nearly 4 years of non-V spreading, the world is at a point where it's likely to die out. Food and water are hard to come by. People are dying very quickly, and the only information they've gathered is that it likely came from the Yucatan. This is the end of the SMC and Greater World timeline. It is by far the hardest of the 3 categories to sort into a proper timeline, but tells what I think is an incredibly interesting and engaging story. The transformation of Garganta to a shady mining facility to a research facility that is willing to kill you for entering the wrong room or saying the wrong thing is honestly kinda cool. The logs also show just how little the world knew about Garganta, Nam-V, or the horrific actions SMC and KDS were committing. The next section though will give insight into one man's knowledge, and what he attempted to get out to the rest of the world through a radio show. This is the story of State of Truth and its host, Mr. Truth. We don't know the year that the first broadcast comes from, but we do know it's before the earthquake of 2049. Mr. Truth talks about how the world is being fed a narrative to prevent them from knowing the truth about what is happening.
If you're a new listener, let me say, welcome to the Enlightenment. But let me take a moment here to set things up for you. Now, we know, you know, that they are hiding things from us, right? The press, the mainstream media, they're all a part of something big. And if you're not listening to State of Truth, you're only hearing their side of the story, got it? You are being spoon-fed lies and deceit, and they will tell you whatever is needed to pacify you, to keep you in the dark. Mushrooms, right? Keep them in the dark and feed them bullshit. Well, not today. Today, you woke up, friend. There is a concerted effort to keep the truth from you. A global conspiracy designed to keep you oppressed and hold back the truth. Well, we don't play that game at State of Truth. Today I want to hear from you if you have information about Dreyfus Industries. Now these guys, they have their hand in everything, right? That microwave you're using to make popcorn was made by Dreyfus. How about that bowl you put in the microwave? Where was it made? China? You know who works with the Chinese government? Dreyfus Industries. How about the popcorn itself? Take a look at the packaging. What does it say? Does it say Agra Global Food Supplies? If so, you know who that is, right? Dreyfus Industries. That's right, they're in everything. And right now, they're in you, whether you like it or not.
The next broadcast we get is some point after the 2049 earthquake. Mr. Truth talks about the Merida earthquake and how it doesn't make sense since there isn't a fault line near the epicenter of the earthquake.
Okay, I want to talk to you about seismology, about earthquakes, right? If you know anything about how the Earth works, you know that where 2 tectonic plates meet, there's earthquake activity there. They push against each other, and when the pressure gets too high, there's what they call a seismic shift. That's an earthquake. We know this. That's how it happens wherever you are in the world. Japan, Chile, California, it's all the same. Or is it? What about the Merida earthquake we had back in March? What do you know about that? Well, I'll tell you what I know. I know that the nearest fault line is hundreds of miles away, where the Caribbean plate meets the North American plate. You know what else I know? That there is no way a 9.8 earthquake is going to register at the epicenter location they're giving us. It's not on the fault line, and it certainly isn't close enough to one to register a 9.8. So you have to ask yourself, what's going on here? How is the biggest earthquake in recorded history occurring in a location with minimal seismic activity? How is it that this so-called earthquake just happens to open up a new vein of mineral and ore-rich deposits that the Mexican government can sell off to the highest bidder? I mean, listen to me on this. There is now more iridium around Merida than anywhere else on Earth. And I'm telling you, the single most valuable material on Earth right now is iridium. The earthquake couldn't have happened at a better time. It's so perfect, it almost seems like it was supposed to happen, right? What I'm telling you is that this was not a natural disaster. This was a planned and well-executed operation. Now, who planned it and how they did it is still under investigation, but there's a lot of people looking at this right now. The people need to know who has the power, the energy needed to create a massive seismic shift. The government? Private enterprise? Were the Santonian Mining Company involved? We know they benefited, right? They got the contract just a few months after the iridium was found. Contracts like that take years, not months. Look, I don't have all the answers, but I know the questions you need to be asking.
We'll discuss this idea more when going over the alternate timeline, but keep this in mind. Later on, Mr. Truth says he visited a conference filled with people with a similar mindset to him. While there, they talked about several things, including the New World Order and notably Garganta.
I was at a conference recently. Now, I can't give you all the details because there's a lot of people in power who'd like to know, right? But let me just say that it was a meeting of great minds, right? People who know the hard questions that need to be asked. People that will not simply lie down as these big global conglomerates spoon-feed us lies. This gathering, this conference that I was fortunate enough to be invited to, discussed a lot of topics. But you know what we talked about most? Garganta. That's right. Some of you may have heard it's called the facility, but it's the same thing, okay? They call it Garganta. That's the official name. I have that on good authority. The Santonian Mining Company is building a massive underground superstructure off the Yucatan coast, and its construction is destroying the habitat. By the way, when I say the Santonian Mining Company, you know who that is, right? Dreyfus Industries. Yeah, that name keeps popping up, doesn't it? I'm talking about mass extinction of land and sea species. I'm talking about topsoil contamination, water table poisoning. We are headed for a complete environmental collapse in the Yucatan because the SMC, and let's just say it here, Dreyfus Industries, are being allowed to build without any oversight or jurisdiction. I mean, they built these concrete walls, nearly 20 meters high, right onto the seabed floor, and then drained out an area that's almost 15 acres. That's 10 football fields of seafloor exposed. The contaminants they have leaked into the surrounding waters are incalculable. That's the Gulf Stream right there. Whatever crap they leached out into the sea is going global. You get me? They are digging down. We don't know how deep, because of course it's classified, and we're not allowed to know that, but they are digging down, and nobody is watching them. Who knows what deadly diseases they're exposing, what toxins are getting released into the atmosphere as they drill. Are you going to eat fish caught in the Gulf now? I know I'm not. The construction of Garganta is the single most threatening issue facing our planet today, and nobody is talking about it.
On another broadcast, Mr. Truth is on the phone with an SMC employee. The employee sounds incredibly panicked and willing to give information about SMC and their actions.
Hey, am I on?
Yeah, if you're on air, buddy, what have you got?
Okay, I don't have much time. I don't know if you can hear that. There's a helicopter that's been circling for over an hour right above me.
Yeah, I don't hear anything, caller. You told our screener you had information on the SMC, right?
Right, Santonian Mining Company.
Well, to be clear, you mean Dreyfus Industries, right? I mean, we're talking about the same company here, and I want to start getting people used to the idea that there's a big daddy controlling all of this.
Dreyfus Industries, right. There's some crazy stuff happening there.
Where?
Garganta, man. We call it the facility. It's got a lot of names.
You work for Dreyfus?
No. I mean, yes, I work for SMC, but I'm out, man. I had to go. They're burning bodies down there.
Burning bodies? What do you mean?
They got these explorations, right? They're digging into something down near Chicxulub.
Chicxulub, that's the town they took over, right?
Yeah, well, it's town and that big crater, right? Down in the Yucatan.
Right, we've talked about that on air.
Yeah, well, they're poking around down there and finding all kinds of weird stuff. People going crazy and coming back all mangled and...
Mangled? What does that mean?
Like, mangled. Mutilated. Bones bent and broken skin changing into I don't know what. That's why they're burning the bodies, to get rid of the evidence.
What happened to them?
I don't know. My colleagues thought maybe they found something. You know they're mining for iridium, right?
Right, but does iridium exposure do that to a body? We don't know exactly what...
No, man, it's not the iridium. That's what I'm saying. They found something down there.
You're saying they found something else?
No doubt in my mind. We all knew it. And that's why they tightened security. They stopped letting people in. Wait.
Caller? Where'd you go? I lost you.
That helicopter's freaking me out.
Oh, okay. Try to stay calm. Okay, pal?
Okay.
You said they tightened security. You mean they stopped you from going into parts of the facility?
Yeah, and they wouldn't let us leave. I had to escape. Me and a couple of others found a way out and tried to make it to the...
Okay, there are more of you? Hello? Caller? Did we lose him?
With how paranoid he is on the phone, as well as how he starts claiming to hear noises, it's not too far of a reach to say that he might have been infected and in turn spread the virus. I will again clarify that this is not confirmed and just a theory I have, so again, grain of salt. The next broadcast we get is the first mention of a virus spreading, and how the government is not doing anything about it.
Man, have I got something for you. You remember the hook virus back about, say, 10 years ago? How about ARES, or Ares, as it was commonly called? That one from Ethiopia a couple of years ago. Well, you'd think we'd have learned from that, right? I mean, Ares infected over 1 million people and had a mortality rate of close to 6%, and we were slow to react to that one. A lot of good people died due to the inaction of our elected officials. Well, I think we got another one. And guess what? Your government... Wait, let me rephrase that. Their government isn't doing a damn thing about it. Let me explain. I was scheduled to go to Tallahassee for a conference, the Secret Covenant Convention, right? I go there every year. Anyway, I was packing up and set to leave when I got a call. It's from, well, let's just call him John. I got a call from John telling me not to come and that they're canceling the event. So, naturally, I ask what's going on. John tells me, and I couldn't make this up, that there is a viral outbreak in Florida right now that has infected thousands, at least thousands of people, and there hasn't been one damned word from the health department or the local authorities about it. Now, John, he's a man who's got some inside knowledge on things, and he tells me about this virus. And let me tell you, this is the most frightening shit I've heard in my life. I mean, we're talking bone decay, organ failure, somatic mutation. That's when the cells themselves start to mutate and pass it on to all future cells, right? So we're talking about potentially the most life-threatening, scrub that, species-threatening outbreak in our history, and what do you know about it? Nothing.
3 weeks after the previous broadcast, Mr. Truth says that now the virus is so far spread that the government has to address it.
About 3 weeks ago, I talked about this mystery illness or disease or whatever you want to call it out in Florida and then in Phoenix. You remember that, right? The one the government wasn't telling us about? Well, 3 weeks is a long time in corrupt politics, and the landscape has changed. Now, they can't hide it anymore. We got cases of this disease up and down the country. They're calling it the NAMV virus, and this thing is blowing up. Now, I told you about this when the powers that be were denying it on all fronts. Now, here we are, and this thing is out of control. You heard it here first. So, believe me when I tell you this piece of intel straight from the front lines. My man on the inside has been telling me about these lockdown camps. These are isolated camps, more like refugee camps, where they are taking the infected and leaving them there to die like dogs. American citizens are being rounded up and tested, and if they show any signs of this NAMV virus, they ain't heard from again, right? And on top of that, their family, the people they come into contact with, they're being taken to the camps as well. You hearing about this on the national news? Of course not. They don't want us to know. But you can't stop the resistance.
Assuming this is true, this makes all the times that the CDC said that anyone outside a curfew or who tested positive will be taken to an isolation center much more sinister than we could have possibly known. Several months after this, we have another log from Mr. Truth discussing the 2053 census report.
Over the last few months, we've seen the NAMV pandemic devastating our species. State of Truth was the first to tell you about this virus, and by God, I hope we'll be the first to tell you it's been cured. And until that day, we will continue with our mandate. The cold facts, no matter how difficult they might be to hear, brought to you, the people. This is your right, and it is our purpose. I have a census report in front of me from the last census taken in 2050. Now, I know a lot of people out there don't do the census, right? They already know enough about us, why give them more? But there are millions, billions of people out there who fill these things in religiously so they can be used as a good metric for where we were compared to where we are now. I also have a leaked copy of the Condam report filed just last month. Condam is the Military Statistics Department, right? Okay? So, brace yourselves, because I'm about to hit you with some cold truths. The census report of 2050, just 3 years ago, reports the population of the United States to be 474 million. 474 million people, all ages, and citizens only, right? The Condam report, filed in September 2053, reports the estimated population of the United States to be, you ready for this? 302 million. That's what we're dealing with. Folks, if it isn't clear to you by now that this thing is out of control, I don't know what's going to convince you. If you are sitting at home and waiting for the government to solve this thing, it ain't gonna happen. They are digging in. You hear me? They are, right now, devising plans to move the elite class into isolation to protect themselves because they know the world is on fire. They can't stop this virus. They don't understand it, and they can't control it. It is up to you to protect yourselves from NAMV. You need to head into isolation. Stock up on food and water. Take every firearm and all the ammunition you can lay your hands on and head for the hills. There is no one left to protect you. Switch off the goddamn television and the bullshit network news and take action. It's not coming, it's already here. If you have any advice for listeners who don't know about survival, or you need some advice yourself, call us now. This is your town hall.
This log just shows the destruction that Nambi is having just months into its pandemic. Not only have hundreds of millions of people likely died worldwide, but no one anywhere is any closer to helping, treating, or curing Nambi. The final log we get from Mr. Truth discusses something personal that's been happening to him.
I want to talk about something personal today. You know, I can't very well call myself Mr. Truth if I'm not honest with you. For the last few months, I have been experiencing things that I can't explain. I have memories that I have been told are false. Memories that even Mrs. Truth tells me are in my imagination. These memories are fleeting, but they are clear, precise. Recollections of events. They are emotional connections to a truth that on the face of it seems wrong. I recall moments of conversations I've had with people I have no recollection of meeting. I see images of buildings that I have never seen, yet I know the shape. Sometimes I will know what the caller is about to say the second before they say it. Now, understand me. This is not deja vu. This is something that I know in my gut is truth. It's just not the truth of my present or of this history. How can I explain? I recall very clearly that the Merida quake happened on March 15th, 2049. That date is precise and clear in my mind, and it's wrong. The quake happened in April. It's in all the papers, all of the reports, all of the books. The Great Merida Quake of April 2049. I even know what I was doing on the day it happened, and that day was in April. But in my gut, I know it happened in March. I can see it. Is there anyone else out there experiencing something similar? Are some things different as you remember them? Tell me I'm not alone in this. Something has changed.
This is very likely related to the two logs we get that are nearly identical, with the only difference being that the earthquake happened in March, and the other saying it happened in April. In addition, provided that Mr. Truth is a reliable narrator, the earthquake that occurred in April is canon to this dimension, while the earthquake that occurred in March is not canon to this dimension. This is the end of Mr. Truth's audio logs that we get for the original timeline. While it doesn't give too much more information about the timeline, it does give the perspective of someone outside Garganta. When there's no information about what they have found, what they're doing, or how responsible they are for Nam V, it's very likely Mr. Truth's knowledge is about as similar to the rest of the world's as it could be. The final section of the original timeline is the playable characters and the influences they meet. Their stories take place all over the timeline and are a bit hard to follow if you mix them all together. For the sake of clarity, I will talk about each character's story one at a time, starting with the first playable character, Isaiah Woods. In June of 2048, Mambo Media reports on a shooting that occurred at a military base in Cyprus. The gunman, Isaiah Woods, who was an experienced veteran and supply clerk at the base, shot and killed 18 Marines. People who knew him said that he was a quite unassuming man of God, but also a powder keg waiting to blow. This event was also something Woods likely planned based on the weapon he used. Using a shotgun, which hasn't been issued to the US military force since 2037, would mean that he had to either have this weapon shipped or smuggled to him. At some point later on, likely after the sentencing for the shooting, we get an interview between a KDS recruiter and Woods.
You say God told you to kill those men?
God doesn't tell us to do anything. If you're waiting for him to speak to you, you've already lost, brother. I killed them.
Why?
Their journey had no meaning. Without meaning, they were lost, and they brought chaos. Chaos is the power of the devil. I brought order.
Those Marines at Larnaca, that wasn't chaos. From where we stand, it appears as if you brought chaos to this world, not your victims.
You see, you believe that this world is God's creation, that somehow this world is a gift created by God, that this is our Eden. Look around you, brother. You could not be more wrong. This godless place is hell. We are in the devil's domain. We are here to fulfill our commandment to drive the devil out and bring order to his chaos. We are all soldiers.
Soldiers on a crusade?
Crusade, jihad, holy war. Call it what you want, brother. It is your duty.
And those Marines, I suppose they were the enemy.
Yes, I spoke to them. Each and every one of them when they arrived at Larnaca. These men reveled in the chaos. I reminded them of their oath to the Lord, but they could not hear me.
Did they laugh at you?
They offended God. I found them to be lost and without hope. The godless are the slaves upon which hell is built. The godless have forgotten the commandment. The godless feed the devil. The question is, why weren't you there to kill them?
Right. Look, let's talk about Turkey. Your Miracle Mile, as it was called.
That was no miracle. It was a message. A clear and direct message that only a fool would not hear.
From God?
I should have died when Erzurum fell to the rebels. I should have died sneaking through enemy territory for 26 days. I should have died in the DMZ, yet somehow the snipers missed me time and time again. I should have died crossing the minefield, but somehow, here I still am. That, brother, is a message. He led me through the chaos so I could be at his hand. I will no longer be the devil's slave. I will no longer watch silently as he feeds on the lost. I am compelled to do the duty as he commanded.
Well, this duty may end with you going to the chair.
Death would be a blessing. But as you can see, you cannot kill me. It is not in his plan. Release me, brother.
I can't do that, Woods. You know I can't.
Release me.
Well, we're going to send you somewhere to get some help.
I do not need help.
It's a new program, Woods, designed for people just like you.
I will not die by your hand, brother. That is not his plan.
We'll see, Woods. We'll see.
Wood's belief in God is skewed from similar beliefs, with him also having the belief that the Earth itself is a place of only evil, and it's chaos that needs to have order brought to it. These beliefs, while not fully explained, appear to have been installed of him shortly after his extremely traumatic series of events in Turkey. Ultimately, his choice to kill these 18 Marines led him to KDS, where they plan on entering him into the Legion program.
Skipping ahead a few years to June of 2052, we get an email between two KDS researchers regarding an issue with Wood's behavior. They state that he has been scarring and harming himself, as well as banging his head against walls. This is a new behavior in operatives, and the KDS researchers would like to see if this harm is related to his religion. This is also extremely odd because Woods has been, quote, reset multiple times. Resetting in this situation likely means that they just send him back into HSU until he forgets everything and starts his education over again. The final Woods log is another interview with the same recruiter from before, just 2 years after being introduced to Legion.
Hello, Woods.
Do I know you?
No, we haven't met.
You sure?
You think you know me?
Why am I here? Is there a problem with the mission?
No, everything went fine.
So why am I here?
You've been with us for nearly 2 years now, Woods. I'm worried that you may be reverting to some old behavioral patterns.
What? What patterns?
We're always watching, Woods. Everything is recorded. Everything's logged. Biocom sees all.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, brother. Get to the point.
We take precautions to make sure that our operatives don't follow any misguided belief systems. It can cause problems when working with others who don't share the same ideology. We only select operatives who exhibit no signs of faith or doctrine. You do want to be selected, don't you, Woods? For combat. You want to complete the mission.
Yes, I want to complete the mission.
You need combat. It's what you train for.
Yes.
Do you believe in God?
I don't think I understand the question.
Do you think there is some entity, some power that controls everything? A supreme being that governs our lives?
No.
Good. Because if you did, I'd have no alternative but to order a reset, and probably issue a fault class designation. Do you want that?
I don't know. Do I want that?
No.
Then I don't believe in God. We done here?
Yes, you can go back to your pod. Was there anything else?
Have you ordered a reset on me before?
Focus on your work, Woods. Now that's all that matters. That's what you train for. That's your purpose.
Understood.
Woods is one of the most tragic stories in GeeTFO. Being a man that was traumatized by his survival in Turkey, and likely having previous beliefs that influenced his thoughts into a sense of duty to God, he slaughtered 18 Marines and landed himself in the Legion program. Woods' beliefs also seem to have lasted through his hydrostasis brainwashing to some degree, as we hear several times in-game that Woods mentions God.
God tells me to shoot. I shoot. All right, God, no surprises. God, keep my hands steady and my heart strong. God is with us. God, protect us. Say your prayers. With God on my side!
Next up is the second playable character, Abio Dada. In March of 2050, Dean Lockwood is emailed about how they have tracked down an asset that he has requested. This asset, of course, is a psychopharmacologist named Abio Dada. The person says that they have offered them a role inside Project Insight, and that he has accepted it. He also says that he has doubts Lockwood will ever need to put up with any resistance, but in case he does, he sends him a blackmail file filled with information of his past actions that Dada is wanted for. They never really go into what Dada did in his past, but it is bad enough that he's willing to hide from it at all costs. After a while being in Project Insight, we get information on what Dada has been researching. In his report, he talks about his experiments with Nam-V. He describes that it has a multi-pronged attack strategy that likely helps it spread faster. It appears to reproduce and spread through any bodily fluid that they have drawn and can survive for several weeks while airborne or on a surface. On top of this, the parasite that is associated with the virus is having an interesting effect. While the virus mutates the cells of the host, it doesn't mutate the parasite at all. Instead, it prolongs the life of it, allowing the virus to spread farther. Dada says that the virus is seemingly designed to infect regardless of the circumstances. He plans on testing the virus in a vacuum next week as soon as he receives more test subjects. The next log we get from Dada is an audio clip. Dada recounts a dream he is continuously having.
I have to record this, so I remember. I had a dream or a nightmare. There were these people. I didn't know how, but I recognized them. I cannot grasp who they are now, but they were familiar in the dream. I was in a dark room, and they were on stretchers or maybe beds, but they were upright, facing me. They were crying and screaming, but silently. No sound came from their mouths. They were filled with hate for me. I don't know what I did to them, but they knew. They blamed me. The rage voices out, but they were ropes or chains holding them to the beds, restraining them across the chest. They could not reach me, so they spat instead. They tried to bite me. I held something, a knife. No, a needle. I'm sure of it. I put my hand over their eyes so they could not look at me. Then I took the needle and pushed it into their neck. There was no blood, just air. And then the screams coming from the hole I had made in their neck. There was no blood, just a throbbing, growing red hole. They were screaming and then choking, drowning. They were drowning. I moved my hand away from their face, and they had no eyes, no mouth, no features at all, just flesh. Then a door opens, and I turn to see who it is. Then I wake up. That's it. I woke up shouting, wailing. I'm sweating too. I know what it means. It is my conscience telling me to stop, imploring me to change who I am, what I do. But I cannot. I am in this now. I must finish the work. It will have value one day. I'm sure of it. I hope.
This dream is likely a manifestation of Dada's guilt around his testing and his past. With the featureless people screaming, the feeling of guilt when he pushes in the needle, and the idea that people he are testing on aren't seen as people, but just flesh that's being tested, it's very likely that this is just a dream built on his guilt. The final log we get is yet another audio clip.
Punishment for my actions. Taken over. Africans are unable to contain them. They are destroying Garganta, killing everyone. Nowhere for me to run. There are no more helicopters. And even if we could leave, we all carry the virus now. We die by our own hand. I am putting myself in hydrostasis. The creatures are not able to break the pods, but I will have no way to open it once I am in. So these are my final words. I am sorry for what I have done, for what I have become. It was for science, I thought, but now I put progress ahead of ethics. I see that now. But I wanted us to learn, to understand. I did not know the price. Dreyfus Industries. It is my dying shame that I worked for the devil. A fitting end to this life without morals is for me to forget everything I have learned, everything I know, and by mercy, everything I have done. They come. I do not have the courage to face these demons. In my final hour, Dr. Dauda is revealed as a coward. He dies in his sleep, and not by the hand of the evil he brought upon the world. May your gods forgive me.
This log confirms to us how Dada was able to survive. By sealing himself away and not being able to face the creatures or the virus, Dada was able to live despite the rest of Garganta dying out. Dada is a complex character. While in the original timeline we don't get a direct explanation of how he ended up in Legion, he is likely there from another entity we will discuss later. His actions both in the past and inside Garganta are atrocious, and very well past something that was just for science. While we hear very little of Dada in-game, as he has the fewest voice lines of any character, we do get to see there is a strong sense of camaraderie with the rest of the characters since he's been with them for a while now.
For a man who says so little, you talk too much. You see that? We have it. Now we can go. Hey, please, point your weapons at the door. It makes me more comfortable. We won, but we can do better. I know it. Together as one, eh? Nothing can stop us. Nothing. Look at the executioner go, my boy. We do not die today. Arm yourselves. I will help you. Then we will seek revenge.
Next up is the third playable character, Aiden Hackett. On November 5th, 2030, Yeah, no, there's no file number, so at some point in the 2030s, Mambo Media releases an article discussing a series of events that occurred on Colt Island. There are legends about the island that say that those who go there experience bad luck, and seemingly, that's come true. A 14-year-old boy named Cormac Hackett was found shot through the neck and appeared to have died before help could arrive. Worse yet, the gun appears to have been shot by his younger brother, Aiden Hackett. Police have labeled this as an accident, but it wasn't the only thing that's happened to the family. 7 years earlier, Aiden Hackett would be involved with yet another tragic incident, where his mother fell from a cliffside to her death. While it's unclear if she jumped or just fell, it's very likely that this had a great effect on Hackett as his life went on. The next log we get takes place years later, between a KDS interviewer and Hackett.
You don't mind if I record this?
No, you're all right there.
I just want to make sure we have multiple records of this. It's a rather unusual request.
Yeah, like I said, no bother. So where do I sign?
Just a few more questions. You do understand what joining Legion means, don't you?
Yeah, look, I get it. You know, I've been thinking a lot about how I got here, about working with Kovac, and I mean, I like the work, but all the death and destruction I've seen, you know?
Well, it's common for veterans to suffer post-traumatic stress when they return from combat. Looking at your file, you have seen a lot of action. Perhaps you need a break.
No, it's not that. It's that I don't care. It just doesn't affect me anymore. Look, last posting, Kovac sent me out to Del Baron, right? Little Kurdish village in Western Iran. Well, used to be Iran, you know. So I was told that I had to keep the villagers in check, right? And these poor bastards were terrified that the Republic forces or what have you were going to take over the village and kill every last one of them. So I was told to keep them there until an envoy could evac, right? The thing is, I was also told I couldn't let them leave. Now, they had to stay in the village so we knew where everyone was. But these people were shitting bricks, so some of them took it upon themselves to run.
So you were upset when you failed your mission?
I didn't say I failed. I shot them. Ended up killing about 20 of them. Maybe more, in fact, now I think about it. And the thing is, I just don't give a fuck, you know? And that's not right. Is it? I think I might be broken or something.
Did you tell your commanding officer about that?
Yeah, he was fine with it. And they didn't want to bother anyway. Like I said, I was told not to let them leave, so I did my job. And, you know, Kovac doesn't give a fuck, do they? They're not going to go to the government and tell them that one of their mercs lost his fucking marbles, are they?
No, I suppose not. It's just that Legion is not really something you volunteer for.
Is it not?
No. Most people would not volunteer to have their memory wiped.
Oh, really?
Maybe you just need to go home for a bit, get away from combat. I see your father is still alive. Perhaps you could visit him.
No, I can't do that. I got some bad memories from that place. I go back there, I'm pretty sure I'll shoot that fucking bastard in the head. I really think that this is the best way. I figure I'm gonna die in one of these missions anyway, so before I cark it, I'm thinking that this might be a bit of redemption, you know? If I don't know who I am or what I've done, then am I still guilty, you know? That maybe if you wipe my fucking brain out, it'll come back better.
But you won't remember any of this.
Look, if you're not gonna take it, just fucking tell me, right? I don't have to be here, you know?
Yes, of course. Your case is fascinating. We will take you.
Really? Good. Let's get on with it then.
Yes. Follow me.
Hackett's life has been shaped by his childhood, and despite what he says, I don't think he didn't care or feel anything about his previous mission. I think he rather felt an immense amount of guilt from his work and from his childhood trauma. I don't think he fully understood what it means to become a Legion member, or what that would entail for the rest of his life. The final log with Hackett is 6 months into him being in Legion.
Interview with Operative 4711. That's... Hackett. Where are we? 6 months. Good. Okay. Wake him up.
Oh, fuck.
Are you okay?
Yeah. I'm okay. How are you?
You're probably feeling a little confused.
I'm not confused. Remind me where we are again?
You don't remember?
I'm asking you.
Can you give me your name, please?
Sure. Hackett. What's yours?
First name.
But just... hang on,
Yeah, look, I just go by Hackett, alright?
Okay. Do you know where you are?
I'm in a room.
Do you know where that room is located?
What's with the restraints?
There for your safety.
Are you sure they're not for your fucking safety? Because you look like you're shitting yourself right now. Aiden!
What?
Aiden, that's my name. Aiden.
Interesting.
So, Miss Mystery, what is this place?
This is a clinic of sorts. You're having trouble remembering things.
Am I? Yeah. Yeah. I guess I am.
What can you tell me about your father?
Not much, to tell you the truth. Must be one of those memory issues you were talking about.
Or your brothers? Cormac, Rory, and Killian? Do those names jog any memories?
No. Not a thing. That seems fucking weird to me. You sure they're my brothers?
The names don't stimulate any feelings.
No. In fact, the only feeling I'm having right now is I'm fucking irritated that you won't answer any of my fucking questions.
Irritated? Okay. Well, Hackett, you are in a special program that is designed to help with memory loss.
Okay. Right, there you go. So you're trying to help me get my memories back?
Huh. No. We're trying to make sure you lose them.
Okay, so fuck. I mean, what kind of an answer is that?
I'll explain everything soon enough, Mr. Hackett.
Call me Aiden, please.
Yes. For now, I want you to relax. We're going to show you some images and play some sounds for you. Afterwards, we can talk again. See how you feel then. Close it up.
Hey, wait, what do you mean? What does that mean? Are we done? Why are you talking?
Let's give him 2 of the NGF protein clusters and 1 of the serotonin. Then run program semantic O2 on him.
Hackett is a character that made what is arguably the worst choice he could in this situation. Likely straying from his childhood and a lack of care from KDS about his mental health, he joined Legion and will be forcibly used as a soldier for the remainder of his life. While he did escape his memories and his guilt, he traded it for a life of captivity and enslavement to KDS. In his in-game dialogue, Hackett seems to find more humor in his situation, rather than the other characters who find more dread.
Oh, you bossed that up, didn't you? Yeah. Just go find something to fuck. Oh, come on. You want to come kiss it better? I'd kill for a bacon doorstep. Keep your eyes peeled. Hey! You big monster bastard! Go fuck yourself!
The final playable character is Frank Bishop. On May 18th, 2017, a Santonian strategic investments contract was drafted, taking on Frank Bishop as a network technician. This contract has the general employment information, including a confidentiality agreement, but the last item on the contract is the most concerning. If the employee breaches the non-disclosure agreement, they will be detained at an undisclosed location pending board review. This last item is very concerning and very likely how Santonian prevented any ill word about them leaking out. This gets exponentially worse with how vague the confidentiality agreement is with what it considers information that's not to be shared. The phrasing of confidential information shall include all information or material that has or could have commercial value is very, very vague. This contract is what will get Frank Bishop into trouble later. Nearly a decade after signing the contract and working for Santonian, Jansen Davies sends a message to Dean Lockwood, saying that he has a friend that's hoping to visit Valencia and needs help making arrangements. Lockwood then responds by saying that they have secured a transfer of their mutual friend, and they've handpicked security detail to ensure he won't get lost along the way. We then get info on the current political climate in Valencia, and it's not great. With large amounts of civil unrest, it's very likely to escalate in the coming months, very likely resulting in a war. He then ends his message with the congratulations on the promotion. While it's not directly stated, the logs after this will confirm that this friend Davies is talking about is Frank Bishop. Moving ahead to some point in 2031, we get yet another KDS interview.
Interview with prisoner 172.
You can't keep me here.
We have to evaluate every prisoner.
I'm not a prisoner.
That is yet to be confirmed. How did did you end up in Valencia?
I told you. I work for Santonian. I did before this country went fucking nuts. I was posted to the Valencia office 3 years ago by Jansen Davies. He deliberately had me stationed here right before the Civil War broke out. I got trapped in the city by Esparza's forces, and I've been held hostage for 3 fucking years, until you lot showed up. After that, I sat in front of some uniformed fuckwit for 4 hours, trying to explain that I'm the bloody victim here. Now, why don't you look me up in Santonio's records so we can sort this out?
We have looked you up. There is no record of you working at the Valencia office.
That's not possible. Look again.
They have no record of Frank Bishop ever working for the Santonian Strategic Investments Company.
Look, I know what this is. You need to speak to Jansen Davis. He put me here.
We have spoken to Mr. Davies. He's never heard of you.
He's a liar.
Why would he lie?
Because he's trying to get rid of me. He put me here as a punishment, okay? He knew Esparza was going to take Valencia, so he put me here hoping I would get killed along with every other foreigner. But it didn't fucking work, did it? Because here I am.
These are serious accusations, Mr. Bishop. For him to send you to a country on the brink of civil war, knowing full well that any foreigners in the city would almost certainly be killed? What did you do to deserve that, Mr. Bishop?
We have history, that's all. I had some info I thought he may be interested in, and he didn't like that I had it.
Is that your way of saying blackmail?
It doesn't matter now. What matters is that I am a Santonian employee, and I've been held captive in this shithole for years. Now, are you going to get me back home?
To be clear, Mr. Bishop, there are no records of you. No records at all. Anywhere.
What does that mean?
There is no Frank Bishop, born in Lambeth in 2001 to Sam and Evie Bishop. There is no record that you joined SSIC as an intern in 2017, or that you worked for them for 10 years before attempting to blackmail your boss with sensitive information you had gathered from spyware installed on multiple executive laptops.
Now listen.
There is no record of you being posted to Valencia, nor is there a Frank Bishop listed among the missing or captured foreign workers.
You tell him I got rid of that info, okay? Tell Davies I made a mistake, I can see that, but...
Mr. Bishop, you don't exist. You never did.
I'm gonna speak to Davies. Take me to him.
Guards! This one's for the Legion.
No, take me to Davies!
You have nothing to worry about, Mr. Bishop. Your ordeal will be a distant memory soon enough.
Tell Davies I'm coming for him. I'm fucking coming for him.
While we don't get direct confirmation on what exactly this information was that got Bishop in so much trouble, we do know that Santonian, and Jansen Davies specifically, are more than willing to get rid of people who are willing to use that information against them. The last log we get with Bishop is another interview, this time after a full year of hydrostasis.
Evaluation of Genesis 1395. Bishop, incubation period has been 12 months. Everyone's ready? Let's lock the restraints. Flush the pod. Start the electrocardioversion. Again. Come on. Again. Subject is awake. Good. Open the pod. Can you hear me? Bishop. 200 units of N33S, please.
Where am I?
There you are.
Why can't I move? What are you doing?
You must remain calm.
Who the fuck are you? Where am I?
You don't remember?
No, I don't. Why can't I move?
It's for your own protection. You are perfectly safe.
What are you doing to me? What is this machine?
It's helping you, Bishop. That is your name, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't remember. How did I get here?
You were in hydrostasis. You've been asleep a long time.
Hydrostasis? What is that? Oh no. No! Let me out of here!
You know about hydrostasis?
Yes, I know. Let me out of here now!
Sedate him!
No! Get the fuck off me! Get away! Go! Let me.
You still have some negative memories, Bishop. Don't worry. We can fix that for you. We're going to give you a fresh new start.
I don't want... No.
You should be proud. You are one of the Genesis generation. Very special indeed.
I want... Davies.
Did you say Davis?
Yes. Johnson Davies. Take me to him.
Extraordinary that he should remember that. Anyway, it's too soon. Give him a temporary class designation and let's try him again in 3 months. Close it up!
No, please let me out!
This log teaches us a few things. First, we think that Frank Bishop likely knows of hydrostasis because of his employment at Setonian Strategic Investments. This would have been the same company that sent money to KDS to help fund the research into hydrostasis. The second thing we learn from this log is that Frank Bishop is one of the first Legion members. Being a Genesis operative, this means that he was one of the first people introduced into the Legion program. Bishop is one of the most interesting playable characters. While we don't directly see him hurt anyone in the logs we can see, we understand that he blackmailed Jansen Davies and was ultimately sent to Valencia to die. Surviving this, he was put to a fate likely worse than death, being a KDS operator. It's very interesting that we get to hear him play as one of the first KDS operatives, but it does provide information on why he was one of the first operatives sent to the EF-01 mission. Being that he is one of the first and likely one of their best based on how long he's been alive, he was a pretty solid choice to send with them. In his voice lines, Bishop tends to take things seriously, but similar to Hackett, he does have his moments of being a little funny.
You need your mummy? Move on. Quit fucking whining. I saw something. Maybe not. Roomy. Too roomy. What a blinder. You'll make me go all soft.
Oh, fuck it. You do that again and I'll cut you from arsehole to breakfast.
With all the playable characters out of the way... Okay, Foster, you need to shut up a second. You didn't cover all the playable characters. In fact, there's one playable character that likely every person who plays this game will play as first. That character is, of course, the tutorial character. While it would be fairly obvious to think, hey, isn't this just woods? I mean, after I complete the mission, I am in the spot of woods, meaning, you know, isn't this woods? No. The character, when you get dropped into the tutorial, is given a KDS designation. This designation is a T or Tau designation. Now, is there a Tau designation in the main 4? Yes. That character is Dada. The one crucial issue with this is the tutorial character is white. That would mean that this character is not Dada. So who is this character? After dropping in, you are given your designation, and in the current game, your designation will always be 0000. It doesn't matter how many times you drop in, your designation is 0000. Now, if you were to download the R7 version of the game and drop in, your designation gets a little funky. I dropped into the game 50 separate times to try and get a designation that would match up with the character. The IDs were randomized. In fact, I got 50 different numbers with no repeats throughout the entire thing. And, using another log that I'll cover much later in the alternate dimension, I was able to connect these designations to characters. But there's a slight issue with this. While many of these characters could potentially be it, they're all from different dimensions that don't line up with either being the alternate or the original dimension. On top of this, one of the matches I got was Dada, so I don't think this is a reliable way of testing who this is. While it was cool that I got matches through doing this, I don't think that it's a really good way to test who this is. I honestly think this is just a random Tau designation who gets sent out on a mission and likely dies. I think this because of something that I'll talk about in the end of the story section, but do keep this in mind until then. All in all, this character really isn't that important. You'll never hear about them, see them, or even care about them throughout the rest of the story, and it's really just a fill-in for one random Tau KDS operative. Anyway, go ahead and just keep going, Fuster, because there's like, over 100 logs still to cover. We'll move on to the major influences they had throughout the game. There are two major ones that we will discuss, starting with a character present in nearly every level in the game, the Warden. The first log we get for the Warden is a string of checks and alerts from Biocom. This included an infiltration attempt and another attempt to destroy the intruder. Despite this, it would seem that the Warden gained access to Biocom and all of its connected systems, with the final input being Warden Online. Now with access to Biocom, the Warden sends a file into the system. Decrypted, this lines up with the quadrants of the Butterfly Nebula, and could provide a bit of insight into where the Warden came from, or where it was before being on Earth. It's worth mentioning now, but the inner that SMC found is actually an alien ship, belonging to a group called the Collectors. The Warden is either one of, or a group of the Collectors interacting through an AI interface. This will be more important later on, but knowing what the Warden is will help you understand why its logs are laid out the way they are. The next log shows a search through the SMC systems to look for all mentions of Project Rise. The results are a grouping of flagged and unflagged messages that mention it, including some lines that we've seen in prior logs. The Warden is likely doing this to learn what Rise is and how far along it is, which will be important for it later on. Presumably knowing what it would need to make a clone, the Warden takes account of what it currently has access to. The list shows that it still requires some materials, many of which it would likely send KDS operatives out to gather. It's important to note at this point that nearly everyone inside KDS who's not an operative or inside hydrostasis is dead. This comes at the hands of a few things. First, the virus, but also a large amount of creatures that they had to deal with from the inner. The large amount of them that Dada talks about in his log likely shows right about when they lost control over them and were overrun. Now that the Warden has all materials gathered, it starts simulating several scenarios and making a viable clone. From these simulations, it finds more power is needed, and it begins rerouting power from several generators. It is interesting that the generators listed and the rerouting is the same from the log earlier, when Biocom had noticed it was trying to redirect power. I don't believe that this is the same event at all, as we get a date for this log, and it takes place nearly 5 years after Garganta's collapse. The final Warden log comes some point after starting the cloning process. It consists of a random string of audio that was stored by hearsay.
A scout? Are you a carrier dog or a captain?
Today.
We are so different.
You and I? My friend.
How are you?
Am I doing human now?
Animals in my mouth.
How many times think it's on vegetables? No thanks. Want to survive. Look at these mineral deposits.
I believe that it is trying to install some level of vocabulary into the clone and give it the ability to speak, something that will be more important as we continue on. While it isn't ever directly said in logs, the Warden does have complete control over Biocom, meaning it has complete control over the KDS operatives. This will help explain some things later on, but it also means that there's an explanation for why we do the things we do in-game. When we're tasked with going and restarting a generator, it's just for upkeep. We may just need more power. If we're tasked with going and collecting GLPs, the Warden might just need them because it's running low on supply. Everything that we do is for upkeep or keeping the facility running long enough so that the Warden can complete its plan. What this plan is will be seen in the next character. The final influence we will discuss is the most pivotal character in the entire story, John Schaefer. His actions determine the outcome of the story, and what leads him there is quite interesting. On November 18th, 2050, we get to see a Santonian candidate record sheet. This sheet covers the history and background of someone that Santonian is looking to hire. We learn several things from this, starting with Schaefer's troubled past. Schaefer has spent the past 16 years of his life working for his father's mining business, with the last 7 years being a supervising manager of oil and lubrication. Prior to this, he attended Indiana for industrial engineering, but dropped out after 14 months. Around this time, he started developing a reliance on alcohol, resulting in 2 DUIs and the loss of his driver's license.
On top of this, he has federal charges for owning a firearm despite being prohibited. These charges and a strained relationship with his father led to a domestic dispute where Schaefer attacked his father but was ultimately not charged for it. Santonian, seeing his past as well as his substance abuse, lack of driver's license, and willingness to live and work in the same place, recommends him to work inside Garganta. They also evaluated his mental state and concluded that Schaefer is rebellious, determined, suspicious, cynical, and scheming. Dr. August Teal recommends that Schaefer not be given a major leadership role, but something similar to a pit boss or a sector supervisor. Overall, Santonian plans to use Schaefer's downfalls against him if he ever were to rebel, using all this information and leverage to force him to do what they want. The next log is a message from Gianna Hilton, a mining lead under Schaefer's control. She is asking about potential new equipment since the team has been struggling to dig deeper through this new material. She says that Nixos won't talk to anyone except for the pit boss, and she believes that with stronger tools, she will dig at the required pace. This is around the same time that mining teams started encountering Cretizium and were having issues getting through it. Gianna Hilton is also the mining lead of the team that discovered the inner and the artifacts. 5 months after the previous message, Schaefer messages Andrew Clinton. In this message, he says that he has reached his target goal of 1,500 meters. He also mentions that they will be using the Nixos cutters to start digging the lateral tunnels. Schaefer then thanks him for the security pump to be able to talk directly with Nixos. Schaefer then asks about the lengths of the mining team contracts. He says that a few of his team members are concerned that it may be 6 months long, and he'd like to squash or confirm these rumors. 2 days after this message, Andrew Clinton responds to Schaefer and confirms that there will be 24-week blocks of work, and traffic in and out of Garganta will be strictly monitored. No off-site travel during these tours will be allowed, no exceptions. He says if any member of the team can't handle it, then they are more than willing to terminate their contract. Clinton says that if his team members don't say anything, that's seen as acceptance, and the terms of the new contract will be drafted. Skipping ahead 2 years from the last log, we get a message from Artis, one of Schaefer's best friends, who is also tasked with implementing the hearsay system inside Garganta. Artis goes on to talk about how in the deeper levels of the facility, it's incredibly uncomfortable, and how there's near constant seismic activity. He says that they may be digging into an unknown geothermal mass, and that it may be better not to go there at all, especially with all the issues they've been having currently. 5 days after this message, Schaefer messages Ars back, saying that the entire place just shut down. He says that Gianna broke through a barrier, and then she and her team left, telling Project Insight to look at it. Using a backdoor in the system that Artis told him about, Schaefer was able to look at what happened. For some reason, Project Insight set a probe to inspect the chamber that was discovered. During this, KDS was holding off waves of sleepers when suddenly, boom. The earth started shaking, and massive energy blasts blew through the facility. They were given a week off work so they can figure out what to do, but many of Schaefer's team is likely to try and get out of Garganta, especially after that event. From the description of this log, we know that this is Dr. Hammerstein's sound experiment. The earth shaking and massive energy blast that blew through the facility on top of KDS holding back waves of sleepers lines up perfectly with the previous descriptions we've got of it. The next we hear from Schaefer is in an audio log. Schaefer calls out to Artis, telling him that he was right and that it's happening.
Hearsay on. This is... What the fuck? Is it on? Art. I'm leading you this on hearsay because I don't know how the fuck else to reach you. It's fucking happening, man. You were right. I'm sorry. I didn't understand. I thought you just got the virus, or I thought you might be in Teal's office, so I don't know what to do. I went to my station, but they just ripped us apart. They're all dead. Vix, Casper, Gianna. I can't stay here. They've locked the elevators. I think I'm gonna go deeper. If you're still tapping hearsay and you hear this, fuck man, find me, please. I'll be I was there. They're all dead. What's going on? I will not ask you again. Fuck, I'm going. Sector clear. Moving on to machine set hunting. Holding. Promote override. Return to KSD. We are ready to engage. Confirmed. Return to KSD immediately. We have our orders. Moving out. What are you looking at? Unauthorized surveillance.
This is new. We knew that at some point the sleepers became overwhelming and overran the facility, but we weren't told that the operatives were given orders to return to KDS Deep. This is very likely to preserve their lives. It isn't fully explained in this universe, but the Warden is the one who called these orders, and told all the operatives to return the KDS. The next recording comes 3 days later. Schaefer says that he's been hiding and using the vents to move around, but he has no food.
I don't know who I'm leaving this for. Maybe someone is out there. Maybe artists. My name is John Schaefer. I'm a pit boss for Santonian. Employee number C067. I've been hiding since... it's been 3 days. I think there's still some people alive, but it's only a matter of time. I'm using the vents to move around, but they hear everything. I haven't eaten since this started. I tried to get to the commissary, but there's 100 of them in there, just waiting. Too scared to try and move through them. I don't have a plan. There's no way up. I can only go down deeper. Maybe I can get to one of those shafts and climb out, but one slip and they'll be on me. Maybe the KSO are still alive. I haven't heard any gunfire or anyone, but maybe they're holding out in a restricted area. I could try. Yeah, that's it, Art. I'm going to KDS Deep. I don't know how I'll get in, but...
Following this log, we get yet another audio log, taking place 4 days later.
I made it to KDS Deep. I didn't know what I was going to say to the KSOs when I got here, but they're all gone. They're not dead. They're in hydrostasis. There's thousands of them, and I don't know how to wake them up. There's a terminal here, but it's that biocom thing, and I don't know how that works. I mean, fuck! Aren't they here to protect us? It's been 7 days, maybe more. I don't know. I still haven't eaten. When I got here, I'm a fucking idiot. I closed the door so they wouldn't find me. And now I can't get it open. I'm stuck in here, and I'm going to starve to death. I'm so tired. I think I have to get into one of those pods. Oh, fucking hell. I know what these do to you. Everyone fucking knows. It's no secret. If someone ever comes to get me out, it won't be me anymore. I'm not gonna starve to death. Fuck it. I hope you made it, Art.
After a week of not eating and being hopelessly stuck inside of KDS Deep, Schaefer decides to seal himself in NHSU. This, however, is not the end of his story. The next interaction with Schaefer happens in-game. In the level R4B1, you can hear a Morse code tapping that spells out hello. It's never fully explained if this is Schaefer, but with the very limited number of people left, and all of them being operatives, it makes more sense that it would be him, especially with the rest of his audio logs. After this, we hear ramblings by Schaefer talking about how he needs to go deeper into the facility.
Hearsay on! It's not working! Damn! Why isn't it working? Stupid thing. Come on. Did I do this before? I don't remember. I don't remember. Come on. Think! Hush now. No, not here. Deeper. I have to go deeper. Yeah. How is it? I go deeper. I find the hearsay. I leave the message. Yes, how is it? I remember now. I leave the message. I'm not here. Deeper.
This is followed by Schaefer introducing himself, saying that he doesn't remember much and is talking to an unheard voice.
My name is Schaefer. That's all I know. I don't remember. Focus. Yeah, I know. Yes, I know. It's okay. It's okay. Fuck them! Fuck the warden! Call me Schaefer. I don't know who you are, or if you'll ever be heard. I don't know. I'm not going back up. They'll be looking for me. The warden, unless maybe
after us, or before, or I don't know. I don't know. But there are signs. I've seen signs. There are others here. I know it. There's blood. Fresh blood. The air. It smells different. Something alive was here. Maybe they can help me. Yeah, that's it. But how do I trust them? They have to prove themselves. Yes. They have to go deeper. They have to get me something. Yes, they have to get me something. I'm not here though. They have to go deeper. Go deeper. I'll be waiting.
It isn't expanded upon much, but Schaefer was turned into an operative similar to Dada after entering an HSU. After 3 of his team had died, Schaefer hid away and got into the ventilation, avoiding death. But with the constant noise of the warden telling him to return to his HSU and return to KDS Deep, this is very likely the noise or voice he's responding to that we're unable to hear. A third audio log is then able to be found, with Schaefer saying he can hear teams around the facility.
Brother, I hear you. I hear you opening doors. I hear the screams of the Snatchers as they attack you. I hear the gunfire echoing through the darkness. I know you're working for them, but I have a better plan for us. If we work for each other, you help me, I help you, we help each other, right?
Later, Schaefer records, saying that he has broken free from the orders of the warden.
Brother, okay, there are many, so many of us, working the orders, sneaking through the maze, every one of us, alone, because that's the way they need it, but I broke free. And though I may be lost in this black pit, I have seen the light. I know the cold truth. I see what they're doing. I know what they fear. They fear the mind of a chained man. They fear the thinking man. They fear the men that work as one. So fuck them, right? Fuck them! You come find me, brother. Go deeper. Below 1,100 meters. That'll put you close. Smart, see? You find a terminal and enter the code. Resist. Secret, okay? You and me, we're gonna help each other.
His rambling continues later when he's discussing how he somehow knew the warden's name, despite not having any memories.
That thing, it broke our minds. It pumps us full of chemicals. It owns our fucking soul. What do we call it, Cullen? He said he knew its name. The warden, he called it. He said the word just popped in there. Like, yeah, memory, but there aren't any memories. So how do we know it? How do we all know it? It's inside. Cullen's dead now. Talk too much, I think. So is Mouse. And Garrett. It's just me down here alone. And you. I have an idea. We have an idea. An opportunity. Yes. We're going to show the rats there in a maze. We're going to give them back their minds. Teach them to think again. That's why the warden keeps us separate, right? So we don't think. Can't have us talking. Talking leads to ideas, and ideas might break the programming. Well, I have broken mine, you fuckers! Listen, if we connect them, if we start talking, we'll have a fucking army down here, right, boys? We can take control. We're the bug in the code, boys. You and me. Time to start thinking. Time to start thinking about how we get the fuck out.
With the limited information that Schaefer does have, he believes that the warden is controlling them out of malice. He also believes if he was able to free other operatives that they would have an army to go against the warden, something that will be expanded upon later. Up next, we get a really strange audio log from Schaefer, where he is contemplating himself, his own existence, and what to do next.
Why do you do what you do? Do you know? There is a plan. The warden knows. If it is the warden, maybe it used to be one thing, now it's another. Do we know what we were before? We can read files and hear words about, is that us? Or someone that died with their memory. I started dreaming again. Things that the warden doesn't want me to see. Memories. At least think they're my memories. Or someone put them there. Maybe I put them there to remind myself. I am someone else. I'm with people like me. We are good. I am one of them. I am Schaefer. There's laughter. Then I'm choking, sinking. It's water. I'm drowning deeper into the abyss. And then alone in the black. And there are monsters. I thought, what if the warden is not the enemy? You've lost your minds. Madness. What do you mean, Schaefer? What if telling me we need to have patience and work together is the warden telling me those things? Is my program to break my program? Is yours to follow the program? What if the warden is a prisoner with memories? And wait, what is out? Outside? What if there is nothing outside? And this is everything. Have I said this before? Do you remember? Have I always been here saying this? Did I die here? Do we really die? Or wake up in the nightmare again? What if you are the warden? Oh, no. I have to go.
Later on, Schaefer mentions something new in his audio logs. Something he saw walking around.
There's something else in here. I hear it. Footsteps in the tunnels, in the walls. I hear it growling, but not like one of the creatures. It tries to talk to anyone, to no one, but it's using a voice that doesn't belong to it. The words make no sense. I saw it once. White, blue veins under paper skin. So clean. Almost human. Almost. It was covered in dust. Maybe a powder or ashes from a fire. Yes, a fire. I remember the fires outside from the person who was here before me. Or is that a dream? A mountain of bodies on fire. Smoke blocking the sun. The dead and twisted. This is my fault. It's all my fault. Gosh, more than one. At first, when the creatures heard it, they tore it apart. As they ripped into it, it kept talking, trying to speak. It had no fear. Now, the creatures don't see it anymore. It walks through them like a ghost. If it has no fear, it can't be one of us. Next time I see it, I'm going to kill it.
This thing is the clone that the warden has been working on. What its purpose is hasn't been explained yet, but we'll get into it later. We then get an interaction with Schaefer and this creature.
There it is. Oh God, what is it? Sleep right there. Shh. Is there anyone there? Hello. I am a friend. We are not afraid.
This log presents us with several conclusions that are quite interesting. First of all, we get to see why Project Rise likely failed. While yes, they could make a clone, and yes, it would be alive and functioning, it wouldn't function to the highest degree, nor would it be able to have the proper memories needed. This is clearly seen with how it just approaches the scout without sensing any danger, asking if it's human, causing it to scream. A later recording has Schaefer being afraid of the creature again.
Hey, don't move! What are you? Yes. How are you today? Are you a dog or a cat person? What the fuck are you? I am human. We are not so different. You and I. You stay where you are! Are you a prisoner? Are you human?
While his interactions with it have been quite short, we can see that the conduit doesn't seem to mean any harm to Schaefer. In yet another meeting between the two, we hear Schaefer tell it to stay in its place.
Stay there, okay?
Are you a prisoner? No. I am not confined or restrained. I have not been deprived of my liberty. Yes. We are not so different, you and I.
Where did you come from? Did the warden send you?
Warden. Yes. Hello, my friend. I am very young.
Fuck the warden! Keep away from me! Back off!
You gather the items. It is my birthday. Born 27,354 seconds ago.
What? Born?
To start to exist. I hope that will was our work in outpath of true, false, future self should reboot.
What does that mean? You're not making any sense.
You made a conversion offend. Not of your mind, friend.
You keep away from me! Back off! I need it!
For has seen a when of
Get away!
as one to the hatter Lord.
You have to fuck off!
From the information in this audio log, we can derive a few things. First is that the clones are getting better at conversation, despite not lasting very long. We know this one lasted about 8 hours before dying, but it's seemingly getting better at communicating, and it seemingly means well when talking with Schaefer. Schaefer is heard again talking about how he ran from the creature again. He says that the arms and legs were wrong, and that it was a monster.
You don't know what it was. You don't know what it wanted, and you ran. Why did you run? Fear. That's why. Fear. Okay, Finn. What was it? One of us? No. Legs, the arms, all wrong. Close, but no. The face. Oh, boils, blisters. Hands. Oh, or claws. A monster. Yes, yeah, a monster. But not one of those creatures. No, different, unique. Not human, but something close. A trick! The warden! Tricky! You can't fucking fool me! Shh! Quiet. It said warden. It said your name. I heard it. Of course you know the warden. The warden sent you. Yes, Schaefer. Now you know what to do. What to do. Next time. I won't be afraid next time.
It would seem that with the conduit, Schaefer's patience and curiosity has run out. Schaefer meets with the conduit or creature again, and this time he's much less afraid and way more violent.
Come on! You! Yes, I'm a fucking human. What are you? Oh, we're different. I have a message for the warden.
Yes, we are friends. You have the virus.
Yeah, I am the fucking virus. Tell the warden this! I'm not your fucking friend! I'm getting the fuck out of here! You can't stop me! Die! Die, you fucking mutant! I'm not taking orders anymore. I'm giving them.
I'd like to argue that this is the most pivotal point for the outcome of GeeTFO's story, and this will come into play much later in Rundown 8. Until then, keep how Schaefer acted here in mind. After this, Schaefer is heard talking about various members of Legion,
including some very key ones like Klaus Hendrickson, Maddox, and the main four that we play as.
Rasman, Braeburn, no, useless. Wrong skills? I have to understand numbers. The warden calculates. We are numbers, so I need a programmer? Like Bishop, yes, like Bishop. Wasn't he a programmer? Bishop, hacker? That's a programmer, right? Yes, a hacker, yes. Christie, no. Fortuna, no, not you. Hendrickson? Oh, yes, Hendrickson, computer science, yes. At Munich, is that good? As good as Bishop? I think, yes. How do you end up as Legion, Hendrickson? Questions with no answer. Now, who can fix things? Make them work for us instead of the warden. Hear that? I'm coming for you. Good with their hands. A mechanic or an engineer. Good. Mine's working again. You haven't got my mind. oh, we'll need a medic. Like Dada. They'll work. They work so well, just like them. So I need a Woods and a Hackett. Time to move.
This is likely set up for what Schaefer will do later when we discuss the in-game story. The final log doesn't make much sense until I cover the gameplay events, but Schaefer is looking at what went wrong with Maddox, and what he needs to ensure that it doesn't go wrong again.
You can fix this. Notes. Here. Hydrostasis revival. All right. Before the synthiotic fluid transfusion begins, a hydrokinetic solution must be administered to prevent catastrophic neocortical tissue collapse. Without it, the subject will become violent and exhibit uncontrolled... The solution is automatically administered by the DI controller prior to the reanimation procedure. However, should the HSU be isolated from a capable control interface, the solution must be administered manually? Oh, Maddox. Okay, well, where do I get it? Preparation. No. Procedure. Research. Let's see. The study of the hydrokinetic energy production in plants has provided a foundation for synthesizing hydrokinetic solution and other revival plants. Yes, that's why they're everywhere. Okay, that's a plan.
And with that, you made it. We are halfway through the lore section. The original dimension is pretty vague in a lot of the things it brings up, but I do think that the alt dimension does a much better job of keeping things concise and contained to the stories that are actually important. Many of the logs from the alt rundowns are the same or similar to the original logs, so I'll go over these by saying what happened or what is different in the log from the original. I won't be going into as much depth as that would take far longer and be much less interesting than just getting to the new stuff. Without further ado, this is the story of the alternate dimension. This is the story of the alternate dimension. The first log we get to see wasn't anywhere inside the game, but instead was posted on the GeeTFO Discord. It is a message from the Warden presenting the definition of alt. This has no sway on the story as a whole and is more of a clue as what's happening with the release of the alternate rundowns, but it is important nonetheless. Our actual story begins in 1943, with the same article titled, "Where Did the Mines Go?" followed by the 1944 article, Superman, Superbug. The change here comes in the form of a third article, the 1944 article titled Nightmare Neighbors. This discusses the possibility of a tardigrade, or water bear, and how if it were carrying a virus, it would be disastrous for the human race. Since the tardigrade would be able to survive heat, cold, lack of oxygen, and a lack of sustenance, the virus could do the same, and therefore would be incredibly dangerous. Since this article is mainly speculation of potential viruses, it's more likely that this is foreshadowing for Nam-V. This would include its extraterrestrial origins and the effect that it would ultimately have on humanity. In April of 2041, a Mambo Media article was released discussing Kovac research and their newly announced technology, hydrostasis. We are told that Kovac has what they are promising is a solution to long-term space travel, and that would allow for the 6-year trip to Mars. The article says that Kovac keeps it a closely guarded secret as to how it works exactly, but the person inside is effectively dead, but will experience no form of decay. There are those who are against hydrostasis, saying that the test subjects for it experienced memory loss and neural degradation. Kovac was quick to say that these were minor and that they will be fixing these issues within the next few months. There is also a rumor that they are using non-voluntary subjects for testing, but Kovac is outright denying that. This log, despite being new, tells us a lot of things that we were told in the previous dimension, just all in a collected single log instead of spread out. In 2042, we get a message between two Mambo Media employees discussing how they found an article that's been deleted. It discusses how Kovac is directly using their hydrostasis technology in the Mars mission, and how there is major funding coming from people like Jansen Davies. While this is incredibly similar to the original Dimensions log, it has a slight discrepancy of being dated 3 months into the future. This is either an oversight, or it was meant to say that Kovac got rid of the article before it could be published to deny any involvement with what they knew was going to go wrong at that point. In December of 2042, we get an article discussing the economic effects that the Mars mission is having. It says that this will be the largest event for space exploration since Apollo 11, and that the frenzy created around it will help boost the image of the European Space Association. The article goes on to describe that over the past 10 years, the budget for them has been cut continuously, making them cut corners with this mission specifically. This includes outsourcing some of the work and changing the goal of the mission from a Mars base to an outpost to just landing on Mars. This is likely the reason that KDS was a part of the mission at all. Using their new hydrostasis tech was likely cheaper than trying other options to keep the crew alive and awake for the duration of the trip. In June of 2044, we get the results for the Mars mission showing that it failed and that hydrostasis is potentially to blame for it. Moving to 2047, we get a very similar notice from the Government Accountability Office discussing KDS and how they believe they should pull all funding from them because of their actions. In March of 2049, we get a notice that the price of iridium is rising significantly. On top of this, SMC's stock has skyrocketed in price. In April, we get messages between Andrew Clinton and Gustavo Perez discussing when SMC can get into the area affected by the earthquake, as well as mentioning the quote, donations that SMC has made to Gustavo's personal charities. 9 days later, Gustavo Perez messages with updated information. He says that he will tell them when they can enter the area, and thanks Andrew Clinton for the KDS contact. We then get the measurements of the sinkhole that opened after the earthquake. On top of this, the information in this log tells us that the quake happened in April. This lines up with the previously mentioned log in the original dimension that said the earthquake happened in April that had no previous explanation. In late June, Gustavo messages saying that SMC's bid for the land should be accepted in the coming weeks. In July, Andrew Clinton messages to Gustavo saying they found a lot of dead bodies and asks what they should do with them. The next day, Gustavo responds saying that they should burn the bodies, and that the Mexican government would never knowingly expose their citizens to harmful substances, so they likely died to causes related to the earthquake. In early September, Andrew Clinton messages Jansen Davies about the scan they did of the area, saying that they won't know everything about the land until they dig deeper. He then mentions that he will send the blueprints later that week. 2 days later, Andrew Clinton sends over the blueprints and estimates that drilling will start in July of 2050. At the end of 2049, not much is different. We hear about KDS and their involvement in the failed Mars mission, as well as the massive earthquake and its after effects that led to SMC obtaining the land. Most differences have been non-consequential differences in sentences and slight changes in numbers, not major story elements, but that could change heading into 2050. Skipping to June of 2050, we get a log discussing the United Nations and what issues they'll be talking about in their future meeting. This includes loan forgiveness, sanctioned military actions in countries of nuclear concern, and responses to private security contractors like KDS. In July of 2050, Anders Johansson messages Jansen Davies with an offer for KDS's services. He justifies his offer because of what they've been able to find out about SMC, including the deal that they made with Gustavo and that he was demanding more money, the construction costs that have skyrocketed in an extremely short amount of time, as well as the presence of a quote, unknown pathogen in the Garganta area. Moving to August, we get an update on Garganta's construction, including the incident at Pump 12 that caused several employees to die, and that they'll likely need to switch contractors because the current one is asking too many questions. Later, on August 4th, we get an article discussing how big viruses can get. The article describes that they have found viruses deep in the permafrost that was 75,000 years old and was the largest that they have ever found. The record for this is expected to be broken though as they dig deeper into the earth. The article also discusses that the older a virus is, the more complicated it tends to be, containing much more genetic information and being much larger than the typical virus. It then discusses that because 99% of the life that's ever been on Earth is extinct, it's possible that viruses helped the host and prolonged its existence, its durability, and helped shape the current life forms that exist. This is more than likely just foreshadowing for Nam-V and its associated parasite, since Nambi is known to prolong the life of the parasite and allow for it to spread the virus more. Nearing the end of August, we get a message between Andrew Clinton and Amara Gabri, discussing how her and the Nixos team will be entering Garganta in the next few weeks. He also mentions that with the new security protocols, she will be held responsible for any of her team's wrongdoings. Moving to September, KDS researcher Ellis Carnegie messages Anders Johansson about the discovery that operatives tend to take roles based on their designation. He switches tone when discussing how it applies to Rise, however, saying that they'll likely need to establish a training or corrective behavior program to help avoid losses after the switch to Rise. On September 26th, Cameron David messages Brian Moore, saying that there are extra fog repellers placed in Zone 508, as well as saying that there are reports of unknown particulates and CO2 pockets below 750 meters. 3 days later, Cameron messages other employees saying that there are extra repellers in Zone 391 because of an incident with Brian's team. In October, Jansen Davies messages Anders Johansson about the request for space inside of Garganta. While Davies says they cannot have the Valiant Chamber because the lifeforms they have found there are too important to Project Insight, and it hasn't been fully explored, he does say that they will give them another space for KDS Deep, and that he is excited to see the Legion program at work. This log provides us with the first major change in the timeline, which is that Project Insight is already inside Garganta in 2050. They're also finding things well before they were in the original timeline. At the end of 2050, there's still not too many differences in the timelines. We hear about Garganta's early operations, as well as KDS's proposal to protect SMC's assets. The main difference comes in Project Insight being there far earlier than they were in the other timeline. This also means that they've come into contact with Nambi way earlier than they did in the original timeline. Moving to March of 2051, Ellis Carnegie messages about the new control chips that they'll be sending out. He says that they are better than the prior ones, but they are highly susceptible to large amounts of magnetism. Later on, Dean Lockwood messages Andrew Pyros, saying that while KDS has been tasked with protecting and securing the area in and around Garganta, this isn't happening. They have found several people in areas where they shouldn't be, and have had ships come close to hitting the seawalls around Garganta. This is unacceptable to SMC, so Lockwood is asking to meet with Andre Pyros to discuss these issues. Later, Anders Johansson responds to this message, saying that they could improve the situation and fully secure the area by implementing the biocom system into the facility. While we did get the biocom pitch in the previous dimension, this all gives us a different context as to why it was proposed in the first place. In September, Andre Pyros messages saying that all the materials for the biocom installation will be there next week, so they can start installing it shortly after. They predict that they'll have KDS operatives working and deployed in Garganta by the start of 2052. 3 days after this, Anders Johansson messages Harriet Lord about the timeline for KDS Deep's construction. He says that they need to be moved into the area by the end of 2052 and that this temporary housing is not going to work for their equipment. Harriet Lord responds to this message by saying that there are several installations planned for that area, and that Kovac is not the main focus of their operation since they're working on a designated area for Project Insight. At the end of 2051, there have been some new developments. While we heard about the new control chips, we also heard about SMC's issues with boats and people in areas that they shouldn't be, causing KDS to propose the biocom system. From there, we got more information on Project Insight, seeing as they're installing a new area for them near KDS Deep. Overall, not much has changed, but the little changes are starting to ripple out into bigger effects. In early March of 2052, Andrew Clinton messages Ardis Chaperon about the installation of the hearsay system. He says that he is trusting that he'll keep it secret, and that he sees potential in him. 3 days later, we get a slight issue with the timeline. In a report from Dr. Gallus Hammerstein, we hear about the testing of the artifacts that they have found, resulting in another doctor losing his eye. There's an attached message from Jansen Davies to Dean Lockwood, saying that they should make a special group to look into this. While it's possible that Jansen Davies was unaware of Project Insight and its implementations up to this point, it's also possible that this was just a slight oversight in the writing. The next day, Marcus Gantis messages about the issues they're having with the biocom installation. They've had a delay in signal transmission throughout the entire facility. Upon investigating this, they found something bizarre. In several locations, the biocom materials were fused with the surrounding rocks and look very crystalline. While this delay is not a major issue right now, it would be good to know about it now rather than later when they could fix it pretty early on. The material that's fused into with its description is very likely Cretaceum, but how it got merged there is a little bit of a mystery. On March 19th, we get Boris Stanovich's report on the events following the discovery of the artifacts. This includes several people not following the protocol and these people reporting flu-like symptoms shortly after. 5 days later, Dr. Howard Stokes messages Dr. Hammerstein about the samples that he was sent. He gives the same information as previously, saying that it's a brand new material likely from extraterrestrial origin, and that it was easier to cut through using the Nixos cutters. We are then given the message from Dean Lockwood to all Garganta employees, telling them to welcome Project Insight to the facility, and that their arrival will mean an increased amount of security throughout the facility. Again, this seems a little strange since Project Insight has been operating in Garganta for at least 2 years now, but it could just be that it was kept secret from the general workers. Following this, we get Jansen Davies messaging Andrew Clinton back, saying that he is in full support of the new power structure established by Project Insight with their arrival in the facility. After this, Dean Lockwood messages Andrew Clinton, telling him to take control of the narrative surrounding the spreading virus in the lower levels. Lockwood says that Clinton needs to control the narrative, while Insight works on the vaccine. Clinton then messages all SMC employees saying that they have faced many challenges this year, but with the outbreak of Nam-V, they will be canceling all spring leave to prevent it from spreading any further. He also makes the claim that Nam-V is minor and nothing to worry about, but they will have new trauma centers set up to make recovery easier. Shortly after this, we get deep Earth scans of the area, showing that a large portion of the mass is made up of cretaceum and oxygen. This also reveals the egg-like structure with multiple hollow tubes coming from it. Dean Lockwood then sends out a message to the higher tier SMC employees, that after the scan, they have assigned the fossil as the name of the egg shape, and that should be the only name used in documentation of it. He also says that they'll focus on using the already cleared out tunnels to get deeper faster and map out the area quicker. In July, Andre Pyros then messages about an unknown signal that they have found coming from somewhere in the facility. Dean Lockwood responds to this message asking what this signal is, and saying that whatever it is, it's not authorized. While it's not directly explained, this is potentially KDS tracking a signal that the Warden was putting out after getting control of Biocom. Following this, we get several scientists discussing the effects and changes that they have made to the yellow and red syringes, changing their effectiveness and their duration. Similarly, we get messages from the KDS researchers talking about how they've developed boosters for the KDS operatives and how there's an underground market for them that's growing. Nearing the end of the year, Boris Stanovich gives his report on the health of the SMC employees, with many employees experiencing problems with both their mental and physical health, likely as a result of Nam-V. Next, on December 29th, we get a log that is new, but a little strange. It's a list of characters mentioned previously, as well as characters that haven't been mentioned at all. It lists their full names, what their position at SMC is, as well as their employee number. While this log is likely here to provide direct answers to the positions and full names of people working at SMC, it doesn't really have a direct sway on the story as a whole. The last log of 2052 is new and very important. In a message from Andre Pyros, he talks about an SMC employee that left Garganta near midnight on December 28th. He says that this employee is likely heading towards the United States, and that this employee is carrying hazardous materials that need to be returned to the facility. I believe that this is the first mention of Patient Zero that we ever get. The employee who escaped was likely infected with Nam-V upon escaping, and likely spread it to Florida, consequently the rest of the world. 2052 was both eventful and filled with timeline changes. We saw the discovery of the artifacts, the spread of Nam-V in the facility, the discovery of the fossil, and a mysterious signal being broadcast in the facility. We then got the first log talking about the employee who likely spread Nam-V to the rest of the world after escaping Garganta. Many of these logs are giving us context into events we didn't see in the other timeline, and are also providing changes to how the timeline plays out as a whole. The first log of 2053 is an interview between Dr. August Teal and Jordi Fontella. Jordi is complaining of hearing noises like an earwig eating its way through its brain. Dr. Teal then assigns him some medication before he leaves the visit. Following this, we get a notification about the virus spreading through Florida, with 14 known cases at the time and no viable treatment available. In February, Mambo Media releases an article discussing the quote Florida flu that has begun to spread from Florida and in Arizona. Ron Sullivan then sends his message to Dean Lockwood talking about the medical department and what they have found with those infected by Nam-V. They have also mentioned that they will need more medication to help ease the pain of those infected. At a similar time, researchers discussed how HSUs don't allow for pathogens to live in them. There was a response in this log saying that there may be some viruses that they don't know about, meaning they could be a factor in their results. On February 13th, Dean Lockwood messages Ronnie Sullivan, telling him to take control of the medical team and their use of slang terms to refer to those infected with Nam-V. He also says that anyone Sullivan thinks is not following protocols will be dealt with by KDS. At some point around this time, Dean Lockwood thanks KDS for dealing with Ron Sullivan and says to keep an eye on him in the future. He He also asks KDS to have more operative presence on their expeditions as they get closer and closer to the inner. On February 24th, Dr. August Teal records her findings on Edgar Saweda, as well as saying that treatment has not been effective on him. She is then interrupted by noises that she claims to hear and says that she needs to get engineering to look at. Shortly after this, we get a new log, with Dr. Teal talking to an employee named Mia.
Mia. What? I'm Dr. Teal.
I've already seen the doctor. I just need a cream or something for the itching.
They're getting you something now. You told the doctor you saw something. Bug, maybe?
Well, I don't know. Maybe. You're Dr. Teal.
Yes.
I don't need a shrink.
I am a psychotherapist, yes, but I speak to everyone here, Mia.
Do you think I'm making this up?
No, thank you.
I know what people say about this place, but I did not imagine it was this. I mean, look at my head. It's raw.
Mia, just stop. You're bleeding from...
I know I'm bleeding. That's why I need... You know what? I don't need to speak to you. I just need something to get rid of this thing.
Thing? Do you mean the bug you saw?
Yes, but I didn't... I woke up and I found something crawling on my head. So I went to the bathroom, but when I turned on the light, it disappeared.
Disappeared? Did you actually see the bug?
Yes! Maybe, I don't know. I think it might have burrowed into the skin.
Into your skin?
Yes. Will you look?
And I'm not a medical doctor, Mia.
Give me your hand.
Mia, let go.
Feel it.
No! Mia, stop! You're hurting me!
In there!
Please!
Do you feel it?
Ow! Dr. Banks!
It's in all of us.
Oh, God! Let me go! Let me go! Dr. Banks!
This log is a bit of a continuation to all the patients we'd seen up to this point, featuring seeing creatures that disappear in the light, things like bugs that are just appearing, making noise, or being inside of someone, as well as someone being delusional without a real explanation as to why. All of these are likely symptoms of NAMV. In March, we get a notification that NAMV has spread to Europe and is likely on every continent on the planet. They've also issued other precautions that people should be taking to avoid the NAMV infection. Like in the other timeline, we get a log describing the Manchester Royal Infirmary, and how it is completely backed up with infected people since there's no at-home remedy to NAMV. Back inside Garganta, Igor Rostock sends a message to his friend, saying that all the clocks in the lower levels of Garganta are off. Phil Decker responds to Igor, saying that the lower levels are where they have found some strange artifacts, so that might affect it, but since Igor doesn't have a high enough security clearance, he can't say much more. Later on, Igor sends a message to Phil reporting areas that have been dug out and what they are assigned for. He doesn't know everything and says he would know more if he had KDS clearance, so he thinks he might just walk into the place and see what's happening. There are a few notable places, including a spot for KDS that was labeled for Rise and Insight, as well as unlabeled areas of unknown size slated for Kovac use. However, similar to the other dimension, we get a string of messages talking about how Andrew Clinton is upset that KDS killed Igor for walking into a zone that he wasn't supposed to be in. Nothing really comes of it, nor is there any punishment, because under the contracts that all employees signed, as well as the contract KDS has with SMC and the Mexican government, their rules are effectively the law. Continuing on with deaths in Garganta, we get another similar log from before. Gianna Hilton writes a report on the death of Jordi Fontella. The difference this time is that the tool was using acid to help cut through the rock, spraying it before mining it. Jordi, when they had to replace a part, replaced it with Gus, then proceeded to step in front of the acid stream when it was sprayed and got coated in it. Gianna hit the exposure alarm, which shut a blast door, but after they came back into the area, they saw that Jordi must have walked up to the door after he let himself get sprayed, because his body was very close to the blast door. The log ends about the same way though, saying that the tool needs to be serviced and cleaned, and that Gianna and Gus have been issued psych evaluations. On September 21st, we get Boris Stanovich's report on the medical team's actions. He mentions being frustrated at a lack of knowledge from KDS and the secrecy around the creatures Project Insight is observing. Despite the fact that it could help them understand the virus, how to stop it, and how to prevent it in other cases, KDS is adamantly denying that Project Insight is doing anything. On top of this, KDS is denying the existence of the creatures at all, despite the medical team encountering them on several occasions. Following this in October, we get the lockdown report issued from Boris Stanovich. This also contains the changes in protocol for the various sections of SMC. Most everything is the same in this log, but we do get mentions of KDS changes that are censored because Boris doesn't have high enough clearance, as well as the same problem for Project Insight changes. Following this, the Hammerstein sound experiment occurs. In a report by Nolan Connor, a Project Insight researcher, he says that while the beam shot through the facility, they didn't break through the top layer, which would have caused massive amounts of flooding. This has led him and others to believe that the beams were controlled by someone or something. This leaves several questions, such as what could have caused the beams to shoot out, what is controlling them, and how are they able to function the way they did when it doesn't make any sense. Keep the idea of how these beams functioned in mind, as I'll discuss them a bit later. On November 14th, Dean Lockwood sends out a message saying that he is taking over as leader of SMC after the death of Andrew Clinton on October 13th. He also says they have continued to try and contain the spread of Nam-V throughout the entire facility. Next, in December, Gallus Hammerstein has a log discussing how he believes the creatures are from a different evolutionary path, and that they're not all the same type of creature. He wants to look more into the parasites each creature has, and ends the log by saying that he wants to get rid of those in Project Insight who he believes are undermining him and his research. In this log, he does mention that his health is failing. Whether this is from Nam-V or an unnamed illness is unclear at this time, but he is actively dying. We then get to see the Dr. Hammerstein report that was sent out to all SMC employees. This, however, is the mostly uncensored version. In the report, Hammerstein says that he believes that the inner and the surrounding areas were created by aliens. He says that he will be establishing new protocols for future excavations, and that they'll be looking deeper into the aliens that they're calling the Collectors. This log being unredacted provides us with a clear explanation on what Project Insight is thinking about their findings and the inner. It also provides the first direct confirmation that the inner and the artifacts are alien in origin, something that will be expanded upon more as the story continues. 2053 was yet again quite eventful, starting with the interviews with Dr. Teal showing the conditions of several employees in Garganta. After that, we got to see the effects of Nam-V on the rest of the world as it is quickly spreading. We also got to hear about Igor Rostock being killed by KDS for entering a restricted zone, and shortly after, Garganta going into full lockdown. Shortly after this, Hammerstein's experiment occurred, causing massive holes in the complex and killing Andrew Clinton. We then got to see Hammerstein's thoughts on what they have found in the inner and how they believe it was created by aliens that they're calling the Collectors. The first log of 2054 takes place in April. It is a log consisting of Harriet Lord messaging Andre Pyros about the Biocom system and how it is attempting to take more power to KDS Deep, even though it shouldn't be able to. The response is about the same. Andre Pyros says that if Biocom determines it needs power, it will try to get it. Lord responds to this by saying that that doesn't explain how it did it, since it shouldn't have access to the power grid at all. Pyros responds by saying that he doesn't know how it accessed it, but Biocom only has access to systems that were approved on its installation, so it must have been on the installation list, but it's not currently on their records. Lord responds by saying it's controlling systems that were prohibited to be controlled, so either something has changed on Kovac's end, or Pyros responds by saying that Biocam cannot be hacked, hijacked, or exploited in any way. This is because Biocom and its processing is biological in nature. This isn't really expanded upon much, but it is incredibly interesting. We know that Biocom is far from unhackable, since we see the Warden got access to it in a very short amount of time. And in this instance here, the Warden is moving this power. I'll talk about this more later, but keep this in mind, especially the idea that Biocom is biological in nature. We then get a log that doesn't have a huge effect on the story. In a message sent by Eric Chapman, a medical records clerk, to Boris Stanovich, he says that he would like to meet with him. Eric says that he would enjoy a friendship with Boris and believes that they could come to several conclusions about Nam-V if they were to speak together. This log really just seems to be there to show that while the conditions of Garganta are worsening, there are still people in the facility that are good and want to do good. On April 16th, Andre Pyros messages Dean Lockwood about an incoming shipment for Project Rise. Lockwood says that he has no clue what Rise is, but when he asks about it, Pyros says that since he doesn't know, he assumes he doesn't need to know. Shortly after, we get the notification that the delivery was made, as well as what was inside of the delivery. Next is a message from Marcus Gantis, talking about KDS witnessing several weird incidents that happened with KDS operatives. The first event was a KDS operative went into a closet for 6 minutes and then went back to the mission. The second was a KDS operative told a Project Insight member that he was guarding that he must stop. The response to this was a little odd.
They just said that they don't need to worry about it much since it's likely an issue in schematics and not really an issue of the system. We know that this is likely the Warden taking and testing its power that it now has once it gets access to Biocom. In June, we get a log from Dr. James Durant to Dean Lockwood. In this message, Durant talks about how they believe Nam-V and the parasite connected with it are extraterrestrial in origin. While they don't know if they came from the same place, they're operating under the theory that Dr. Abiodata came up with, that the virus came across a parasite at some point and it evolved from there. He says that they have found parasites that don't carry the virus, but they act the same as if they did, making them assume that there is some form of collective knowledge shared between them. He ends the message by saying that the only thing they have found that can kill the virus is putting the infected person in hydrostasis to let the virus die off. This doesn't cure them, as they can easily get infected again after, but it does allow them to be rid of it in the moment. This log provides more context to the understanding Insight had about Nam-V. They knew about the parasite and how it and the virus likely worked together to help each other spread and survive. In August, KDS researcher Angela Klein says that they need to promote the listed operatives so that they will function properly on their next assigned objective stack. The next one will be under the assumption that these promotions have happened. None of the listed operatives have been mentioned previously in any timeline and are either designations of GO or O. On September 4th, Dr. Rebecca Stokes arrives and begins working for Project Insight. In her first message, she says that she's interested in the Matterwave projector and that she would like to run several tests on it to see if they can better understand it. We then get Dr. Stokes talking about the data cubes and what they are made of, before being interrupted by Dr. Hammerstein. The last log of 2054 has Dr. Stokes messaging Dr. Hammerstein that he is being a little short-sighted with his thoughts. They have discovered that several creatures they've found have human DNA, and Hammerstein is seemingly not addressing this. Stokes says that because these creatures with human DNA don't dematerialize after being killed, it's very likely that that is the cause. She also believes that the virus may be causing direct RNA changes based on the environment. Hammerstein has also seemingly passed this off as not true, but it could be a path for them to revert people back to a state prior to the infection. She says that they need to look more into it, before saying that without openness to radical thought, they will never have the answers. This log provides an interesting explanation to an in-game feature of the creatures disappearing after they die. This would also explain how there are other bodies in the facility that resemble creatures that are just sitting in rooms without disappearing, seemingly just rotting. 2054 features several new developments and changes to old story beats, including Biocom and KDS operatives acting weird with no explanation, new developments on how Nam-V works, observations of the artifacts, and the idea that several creatures were at some point human. The first log of 2055 is a sample of Dr. Hammerstein's personal notes. In these, he says that his health is getting significantly worse, and his sickness is making it harder to work. He then goes into observations on several creatures, including the light and dark variants of normal strikers, shooters when they are crawling, normal scouts, and chargers. Hidden in these observations is the mention that he needs to remove, quote, that woman from the team. This shows just how little Dr. Hammerstein is willing to think of anything other than his own thoughts, as in his first paragraph he says that while others may question his findings, they would only do so if jealous. In addition to this, the mention of him getting more and more sick and quote affected by the parasite likely means he is infected with Nam-V, confirming his sickness from earlier. The next log is the EF-01 team being prepared for teleportation. Both James Durant and Frank Bishop were members of the team in this timeline as well. Once they teleport, there's no sign or communication with them. Later in June, Dr. Stokes records a message saying that after a power surge at the teleporter, Bishop somehow returned to the platform, but was taken by KDS before they could ask him any questions. The next log provides something new. Dr. Nolan Connor says that during the cleanup of the teleportation site after Bishop teleported back, they found a mask jammed underneath the launch pad. They attempted to give it back to KDS, but they said that Bishop had all of his equipment already, so it's not his. Upon testing it, it was covered with Bishop's DNA, meaning that he wore it at some point. This leads to what I think is a very interesting set of theories that I'll talk about later when we get to the Rundown 8 section, so keep this in mind. When Bishop returned, they also received a data burst similar to before. From this, Dr. Nolan Connor was able to decode an audio log from Dr. Durant shortly after they teleported.
This is Dr. Durant. EF-01 have arrived. We're in a jungle of sorts. A lot of vegetation, some of which looks familiar, most of which doesn't. I don't think this is Earth. Amazing. No sign of fauna, but Ben and Gustavo are searching, and this environment is rich and vibrant. It's teeming with life. I'm sure it's only a matter of time before we find animals. We have lost our link to Garganta. No comms, no telemetry, no quantum tether. Our local chronometers are operating at normal speed, but the mission clock, which was tethered to Garganta's quantum frequency, it hasn't moved since we got here. So either we've lost synchronization or it broke during the jump. Or it's running slow, very slow. Alice is looking into it, but we may be here for a while. We're going to proceed under the assumption of worst-case scenario. We'll make a permanent camp, establish a perimeter to defend if necessary, and settle in for the long haul. There is water here. The temperature is hot, but tolerable. We have rations for several weeks if we don't find food, but I see fruit-bearing trees. And with all this water, I'm confident we'll find a way. We have left Earth.
This is a much different description than we had previously. EF-01 seems to be in a forest or jungle-like environment that could absolutely support life. On top of this, it's much more hopeful of an environment for them to be in, allowing them to potentially survive much longer than they did in the original dimension. Shortly after this, Dr. Nolan Connor sends over the second decrypted audio from the EF-01 team.
We lost Bishop today. It just gone. Alice was scanning quantum frequencies, which she's done diligently every morning for years. But she claimed she heard something. A voice. She said it was Nolan Connor. I remember him. He was Dr. Stokes' assistant, I believe. He ran comms or telemetry. Anyway, Alice is positive she heard his voice calling for a response from EF-01. That is our mission identifier. Alice then asked Bishop to check the data cubes. They've been dead for years. But she says she was getting a reading from one of them. So Bishop checked them and he was gone. I don't know. I don't know if he's dead or if he made it back or what are we going to do without him? He convinced the other operatives to help with building the new facility with the outpost. He was always stoic, but I don't know who can replace him. Maybe if he made it back, he'll tell them we're still here, still alive. Alice is hopeful. She is convinced he returned to Earth. For now, I've ordered everyone to stay away from the data cubes. There's so few of us left, we can't lose anyone else.
This shows us how Bishop came back to Garganta. Somehow the data cubes were activated, and by him touching them, he was teleported back. While the situation doesn't sound great from Durant's perspective, they are much better off than the other EF-01 team. In early June, Dr. Stokes is writing about 4 members of Project Insight that have died entering a new area of the Inner. These members were Nadil Galbert, Kyrian Briggs, Nolan Connor, and Dr. Gallus Hammerstein. They were all killed while exploring in this new section, and at the end of the log, Dr. Stokes leaves a note that she is glad Hammerstein is dead, and that she hoped that he died very painfully. This log also provides us with a plot hole regarding one of the characters. Since it's stated here that Nolan Connor died, and we have an exact date for it, it makes the next log pretty hard to explain. Next up, we get another Dr. Stokes log, this time talking about the data cubes. She thinks they act as destination setters for the matter wave projector, and if they understood how to process the data, they could set the destination that they teleport to. Nolan Connor is the scientist that presented the idea of a test they could run on it, so it's a little odd that this occurs after his death. While it is possible that he had this idea before his death and told Dr. Stokes about it, this could also just be a mistake in the writing. Also, considering that this is after the EF-01 team used the matter wave projector to teleport, it's a little odd that they did this after. In September of 2055, Mambo Media releases an article. They say that new cases of NAMV have increased in the previous month. There is currently 4.8 billion confirmed cases of NAMV and 2.27 billion confirmed deaths globally. The World Health Organization has started a team to search for where NAMV originated. The article ends by saying they have found the second major mutation of NAMV. Later in November, the United States Emergency Alert System sends out this message on the radio.
This is a nationwide broadcast of the Emergency Alert System. This is not a test. In response to the spread of the NAMV virus, a 24-hour national curfew is now in effect. All citizens are to remain indoors until further advised by federal authorities. Any citizens found breaking the curfew will be detained and held in isolation at a secured government location until the curfew has been lifted. If a member of your household displays any symptoms of the NAMV virus, isolate the person immediately, and call the Viral Response Service by dialing 211 from any telephone. Symptoms include hemoptysis, muscular spasms, frothing at the mouth, violent behavior, extreme lethargy or drowsiness, depression, and vomiting. Anyone exposed to a confirmed NAMV case should remain in isolation until the Viral Response Service has been notified. This guidance has been issued by the United States federal government for your protection.
This is just another log showing how dire the outside world is at this point, and really shows that they never really stood a chance against Nam-V. 2055 featured familiar and new events, mainly around Project Insight and the EF-01 team. For Insight, we got to hear about the observations around the creatures that they have come across and how they've been categorizing them. For EF-01, we had Dr. Nolan Connor's decoded messages, and how they told us about a different world that the team was sent to. This world was filled with life, and the ability for them to live there for a great amount of time. We also heard about how Bishop got teleported back by touching the data cubes, and came back with a mysterious mask that seemingly was his, but wasn't. In November 2056, we get a conversation between a response coordinator and employee D017, who is stuck in the lower levels. This time, however, we get to see both sides of the conversation. D017 is freaking out about being stuck, and saying that there is no connection to turn on the lights, call the elevator, or control the temperature. D017 also says that he is being locked out by Biocom. The coordinator responds saying that if Biocom locked him out, he should be locked out. Shortly after this, he is mauled to death by creatures as the coordinator walks away. Moving to 2057, we get an audio log talking about the last attempt at a cure for Nam-V, Project Daylight.
This is Matthew Aaron, Operations Lead for the Daylight Mission. I'm recording this message at 11:37 a.m., April 28, 2057. We have reached the port of Progresso and established an operations base in the cruise terminal. Unsurprisingly, this place has been abandoned. There's no one here, no one in the city at all, as far as we know. Getting here was a nightmare. The U.S. government, what's left of it, offered no help. We were stuck in Tampa for 2 weeks until someone in the Cuban government heard our broadcast and offered help. They have kindly provided transportation and a military force to protect us. Of course, we took them up on their offer. If getting through Florida is any indication of what's to come, we are going to need all the help we can get. They picked us up at Fort Myers last week. Imagine that. The Cuban Navy lands on U.S. soil and no one cares. We got to Progresso 2 days ago and have already managed to lose Dr. Wilkins. I'm not sure what happened. He must have just wandered off. We have a squad out looking for him. Since landing, our military escort has reported sightings of, well, the soldiers are calling them Chichiriku, but I don't know what they are. According to Captain Puente, they are coordinated and highly aggressive. I have asked the soldiers to capture one, but they tell me the creatures disappear before their corpses can be recovered. Not disappear. Vanish, maybe. It's probably a translation issue. Regardless, I have yet to see one, and, well, the local fauna is not our mission. Our mission is Nam-V. The viral load present in the corpses from the city is massive. The virus has been here a long time. We've also found several mass cremation sites that we think haven't been touched in maybe 8 to 10 years. So I believe we are on the right track for finding the origin of this virus. We will be taking the boats to Garganta tomorrow. I don't know what we're going to find there, but I'm hopeful. I'll report again once we get there.
The next day, we get a message from a member of the team saying that they are approaching the mining facility. It also mentions that they encountered some sort of resistance on their trip there, but that is unclarified at this time. Nearly a month later, we hear from Matthew Aaron again. He says that they have reached Garganta and established a camp near the entrance of the mine.
We have reached Garganta and have established a base camp on what used to be the seafloor. It's disconcerting, knowing that the only thing holding back the entire ocean are these concrete walls. Feels like they might cave in at any moment. The entrance to the mine is a drill hole into the bedrock. I'm guessing it's about 100 feet across. Looking into the hole is unnerving, but impressive. None of us are excited about having to go down there. There's a smell coming up from that bottomless black pit. We know what it is, but we're not talking about it. There are 3 freight elevators around the perimeter of the opening. There's also satellite buildings under the shadow of the seawalls, a triage center, a few military huts, and a barracks, security checkpoints, holding or maybe containment cells, and storage depots. There's no people here, no bodies, nothing. If they evacuated the facility, they left a lot behind, including a fueled-up Chinook. Captain Puente has stayed up at sea level. He said the men won't come down here. I don't blame them. We haven't found a way through their security systems yet. They're using biometric MFA protocols and multi-tiered network segmentation. It's going to take time to get to any medical records. Everything is controlled by a program or machine called Biocom, but we're struggling to find a way into it. There are some areas in the upper levels accessible stairwells. It's possible any survivors went deeper into the facility. Until we get control of the elevators and go down there, though, there's no way of knowing. We keep hearing what sounds like motors or winches, maybe? Lots of them. Whatever they are, they move fast. They're active for a few seconds, then silent for a few hours, and then they start again. This goes on day and night. I'll report in once I have something more.
The whirring mechanical sound that they're hearing is very likely the drop elevators that we use in-game. These transport us to the mission site and allow us to get around the facility. The fact that they hear quite a few of them and that they run day and night does mean that there is quite a few teams that the Warden has at its disposal. A month later, on June 12th, we get another log from Matthew Aaron. He says that they have found records of the first person with Nam-V outside of Garganta.
We found him. Patient 0. We've got him. Or a record of him, at least. Nam-V originated here, and now we have the proof. He was an employee of the Santonian Mining Company. He was 33 at the time he contracted the virus. He fled Garganta on... Shit, where is it? On 28th of December, 2052. Santonian were tracking him. Well, Kovac were. And they believe he made it as far as Florida, which is where the CDC issued its first alert on January 11th, 2053. This has to be him. It has to be. And they knew it all along. My God, they knew it all along. We found an internal email saying as much. Santonian knew about the virus and said nothing. Then they let it escape. It's not clear how the patient caught the virus. We don't have the medical records yet. He was working on something called Project Insight. We're still working on getting into that database. The network segmentation limits access to particular terminals. I think we're going to have to bite the bullet and go deeper into the facility. We've only made it down about 300 meters and, well, none of us want to go any deeper. The mind plays tricks on you down there. I'm sure there's no one left alive here, but I keep hearing things. The echoing and reverb is so distorted, it's easy to get paranoid. You think someone is following you, only to turn around and realize it's your own footsteps. Listen. Oh!
On January 13th, 2058, Mambo Media issues a message that this is their final article. They will no longer be able to report on anything with the world conditions. In the article, they say that they hope humanity can push through this, even though there is still no vaccine or cure in sight. The last few years of the timeline, despite being fairly uneventful, did have some important developments. First being that Garganta is likely gone and inactive by the time that Matthew Aaron shows up, at least for everyone who's not a KDS operative. Next would be the Daylight mission and their expedition into Garganta over 2057. This resulted in them finding where Patient 0 came from, but there was still no development on a cure or a vaccine for Nam-V. Quickly before I move on, there are 3 specific logs that I need to address. They all appear in the same mission that does require a bit of explanation. In the alternate level, R6D4, you and your team are tasked with finding various data cubes. Upon picking up these cubes, you are transported to various dimensions, each having their own unique thing. In one of these dimensions, called the Giant Dimension, you will find a log of Mr. Truth, saying that they took someone very close to him and corrupted her.
I don't know how much longer I can do this. They have taken so much. I cannot rid myself of these demons. My hand has been forced. My soul has been stained. These insidious, malevolent savages will stop at nothing to inject their venom into us. They feed on me, on what's left of my humanity. Everything they touch is debased and violated. They poison the waters, they burn the crops, they subvert all that is good, and they turn those we love against us. They left me with no choice. The evidence was there. Once I saw through their veil of lies, I knew I had to act. They took her from me, destroyed anything that was left of her long ago. They took the one thing I loved and sent back a facsimile, a blighted, ugly version of the person I knew. It was mercy. It was mercy. I am alone. Are you out there? Is anyone
out there because there's no one left in here. God forgive me.
I think this log goes to show just the amount of tragedy Mr. Truth could go through, depending on what occurs in the timeline. Next up in the Charger dimension, you can find a log from The Who. Being broadcast hourly, this says that there is absolutely no treatment for Nam-V. They also say that while they do have information about operating evacuation zones, they do not have any food or water to give out to people. This really just shows the downfall of the outside world no matter the timeline. Finally, in a fog dimension, you're able to find an audio log of a woman. She appears to be in a great amount of pain and seems to be suffering delusions regarding her child.
You can do this. They can't force you to stay here.
You're lost. This is ridiculous. Mom, talk to me.
Shut up! What's this baby to you anyway? You're supposed to be on my side. But you don't care about me, do you? What are you doing? You always do this. Why can't you just listen to me? I don't want this. I'm telling you, the baby is wrong. It's wrong. It's using me. A mother knows, you know? You're the one who's blind here. You can't see how gross. I'll show you. You'll see. Come on. Come on.
No. Here.
No.
Sedate her.
I'll show you, John. I love you. I love you. Let me show you.
This audio log is honestly quite disturbing. While we don't know exactly who this John figure is, it is possible that this is John Schaefer. It is a little unclear though, since we don't get a clear clip of him speaking. Anyway, with those out of the way, there's really not much more to explain at this time, so we'll just continue moving on. Next up is the story of a man and his radio show, hell-bent on exposing the corruption of the world. This is the alternate story of Mr. Truth and his show, State of Truth. On January 10th, 2050, Mr. Truth broadcasts on his radio show talking about the earthquake that happened the year prior. This is the same as the original universe, where he discusses how it's odd that the earthquake happened at just the right time for SMC to benefit from it. At some point later, Mr. Truth broadcasts saying that he had to quickly evacuate his house.
It's a somber message today. As most of you know, even the government ain't hiding the truth anymore. Walls of Jericho are down, and you know what? We're on the inside. We are the enemy now. Our infrastructure is in ruins. We have mass migration out of the cities. Hundreds of millions dead or dying, and no solutions left. Now, I've been bringing you the truth on this show for many years, and I always like to come up with solutions, right? Options for the free-thinking minds of America. Well, that mandate has come at a heavy cost. I've lived off-grid now for over a decade, and have always been a thorn in the side of the powerful and corrupt. But that's it. A bug, a flea, nothing more. An annoyance, if you will. Well, not anymore. The great eye of Satan has cast its gaze upon me, and I am a marked man. I am the cancer in their system, people. The wrench on the machine, and they want me gone. I've been forced out, routed from my home. Last night, my perimeter alarm went off, and I saw 5, maybe 6 vehicles coming down my private road towards the compound. I saw clearly, quite clearly, on the security camera that 2 of the vehicles were standard FBI black SUVs, and 2 of the vehicles were AT-36Bs. You know who uses AT-36B trucks? Not the government. That's Kovac Defense Services. It's a mercenary group known to be working with Dreyfus Industries at Garganta, down in Mexico. The government and KDS were working together to silence me. Well, I got 40 acres up in the high desert, and I got it for a reason. To buy me time for that day when they came for me. I grabbed my weapons, I grabbed Mrs. Truth, I got my dogs, and took the back roads out into the wild. I am on the run, people. I'm on the road right now. Right now, I am broadcasting this from a secret location in isolation. Now, I promise you, as long as there is breath in my body, I will keep the resistance alive. I will broadcast every chance I get. If I can put the antenna up safely, I will. I am using burner phones right now, as long as the towers are still working. The lines are open.
This gives us confirmation that KDS followed up on their promise of protection and hunted down where Mr. Truth was broadcasting from for SMC. Later on, Mr. Truth is still traveling to the bug-out bunker and describes what him and his wife have seen along the way.
Mrs. Truth and I are still on the road. We are avoiding
avoiding large population clusters, staying off the interstate, making our way to the bug-out bunker. My friends, it is hell out here. We've seen bodies, thousands of bodies, burned on massive funeral pyres. We've seen corpses unceremoniously bulldozed into mass graves. We've seen the maggot-infested remains of our people left to rot in the ditches. It is clear they performed their final act of compliance in that ditch. They begged for mercy before they were shot in the back of the head by their own troops. The air is heavy with the stench from the internment camps, now the feeding ground of vultures that feast on the fat of our insolence. I can hear the death rattle of our species on the wind that carries our extinction. There are some who have survived the carnage, but their days are numbered. They barricade themselves in their homes, firing pot shots at any stray who threatens to bring the plague to their door. Primal self-preservation controls them now. The cult of self that drove their ideology now drives their instinct to survive at all costs. They've turned their back on the society they once claimed from their moral high ground. There is no compassion in the cornered rat among the parasites. There is no community, no allegiance, and no room in the foxhole. They grow septic in their mausoleums as they starve to death in solitude. But in all of this, I know that you are out there, my friends. The seers and prophets who saw this reckoning and prepared for it. Secure in your own bunkers, keeping the beacon burning. You are the heroes of this end of days. The self-sufficient. You tap the satellites and keep the lines of communication open. You maintain the generators and keep the water pumping. You find a way to connect to an information web in ruins because the original architects died from their hubris. Well, not you. You are practical, adaptable. You will use all that is left behind and forge a new existence. Stay strong, my friends. Though I may be incommunicado for a while, we will return. We too will rise from the ashes.
Despite everything around him, Mr. Truth holds on to a bit of hope that it will all come to an end at some point. His next broadcast is said to be 70 days from his last one. He says that this break has allowed him to clear his mind and be ready for anything.
Are you still paying attention? Because it's been a while, but I'm still here. My last broadcast was 10 weeks ago. 70 days in the wilderness, longer even than the great man himself. But I did not fast. I feasted. I released my mind from the control of the the enemy who tried to keep the truth from us. I drew strength from the knowledge that Babylon is burning, and we survived. We thrived. We are here and stronger and more determined than ever. They awoke the giant, my friends. They have opened our eyes and cleared our minds, and now we see through their lies so clearly. We know their wicked ways, the memories they plant, the spies, the infiltrators they place in our lives. I thank you for the concerned messages you have sent me. I can no longer use phone lines, as I know you understand. For now, I am safe. I am in the fortress. This is Castle Truth. We have everything we need. Food, water, and a microphone. The world may be falling apart around you, my friends. But I will always be here, bringing you the facts. It's all on the table now. Now that we know they are lying to us. Aliens, the virus, the burning bodies, poison in the water, false memories, clones, earthquakes, parasites. The horror of it all is all laid bare before us. Talk to me, my friends. Tell me your truth. Contact stateoftruth@pm.me. I'm listening.
If at the time you were to email the given email, you were sent a response saying that they are busy setting up a new station and may not be able to respond to all questions or requests. While I attempted to email this address back last year, I didn't receive anything and I don't believe it is currently working. On June 9th, 2057, Mr. Truth broadcasts saying that he has found something that he is confused about.
People, I have found something that has rocked me to my core. I don't know if am I losing my mind? Or are there other factors, agents at play here? Let me play something for you.
Hey, you're on the air with State of Truth AM. Hey, am I on? Yeah, if you're on air, buddy, what have you got?
Okay, I don't have much time. I don't know if you can hear that. There's a helicopter that's been circling for over an hour right above me.
Yeah, I don't hear anything, caller. You told our screener you had information on the SMC, right?
Right, Antonio Mining Company.
To be clear, you mean Dreyfus Industries, right? I mean, we're talking about the same company here, and I want to start getting people used to the idea that there's a big daddy controlling all of this.
Dreyfus Industries, right. There's some crazy stuff happening there.
Where?
Garganta, man. The throat. We call it the facility. It's got a lot of names.
You work for Dreyfus?
No. I mean, yes, I work for SMC, but I'm out, man. I had to go. They're burning bodies down there.
Burning bodies? What do you mean?
They got these explorations, right? They're digging into something down near Chicxulub.
Chicxulub, that's the town they took over, right?
Yeah, well, it's a town and that big crater, right? Down in the Yucatan.
Right, we've talked about that on air.
Yeah, well, they're poking around down there and finding all kinds of weird stuff. People going crazy and coming back all mangled and...
Mangled? What does that mean?
Like mangled. Mutilated bones, beds and broken skin changing into... I don't know why they're burning the bodies. Get rid of the evidence.
What happened to them?
I don't know. We thought, my colleagues thought, they found something. You know they're mining for iridium, right?
Right, but does iridium exposure do that to a body? We don't know exactly what...
No, man, it's not iridium. That's what I'm saying. They found something down there.
You're saying they found something else?
No doubt in my mind. We all knew it, and that's why they tightened security. They stopped letting people in. Wait.
Caller? Where'd you go? I lost you.
That helicopter's freaking me out.
Oh, okay. Trying to stay calm, pal.
Okay.
You said they tightened security. You mean they stopped you from going into parts of the facility?
Yeah, and they wouldn't let us leave. I had to escape. Me and a couple of others found a way out and tried to make it to the...
Okay, there are more of you? Well, caller, did we lose you?
I do not remember that at all. I do not remember the color. I do not remember saying those words. I do not... No, it's not me. It can't be. It doesn't make any sense.
This, in my opinion, is yet another connection to the original dimension, since this was a conversation he had with an SMC employee in that dimension. On top of this, I think this could be related to when he said he was experiencing memories and thoughts in the original dimension that didn't make sense or weren't true. I won't go into what may be causing this quite yet, but keep it in mind. The next day, Mr. Truth broadcast about how he will not give in to the propaganda, and that he wants to get people the truth.
I am not given to paranoia. Rather, I am naturally averse to the narrative driven into our minds by the authorities using fatuous drivel broadcast on every screen and every piece of content blasted at us from the moment we open our eyes. They overwhelm the masses with mindless Twitter, and I use the word wisely, obliterating our understanding of truth. They nurture and promote skepticism to the point of exhaustion until we are so desperate for a simple, digestible truth that we will accept any irrational or absurd theory presented to us if it means we tune out the noise for a few precious moments. But we must be resolute. When an explanation comes to us too easily, we must pause and question it. We must consider what agencies benefit from our acceptance of that particular narrative and use that deduction to evaluate the information we have at hand. We must filter all the knowledge we have with the acceptance that each of us have blind spots and weaknesses that can be exploited by bad actors. We must pause before we act and think. I must pause. My weakness has always been that those I chose to let into my inner circle, those few, very few, that I chose to trust, I trust implicitly. I am fully exposed to only a handful of people, but exposed I am. Lately, in my personal life, I have had cause to be suspicious of those closest to me. I have entertained doubts about their loyalty, about their motivation, about their intent. There are organizations who would stop at nothing to destroy me, to silence the message. The New World Order has led us to the brink of extinction, and now that I have revealed their crimes, they are at their most dangerous. They will take what's precious to me and corrupt it. I must be ready for that. I must be ready to do what's necessary. But I must pause. State of Truth at pm.me. I'm still here.
Mr. Truth's story in this dimension is significantly different than the original. First, he was ran out of his home by KDS and forced to be on the run, but still continued his broadcast to get people information he believed they needed to know. I think he is one of the best aspects of the story as a whole, and really shines in several moments, not to mention that the voice acting for him is fantastic. Next, I'll go over the alternate main characters' logs, starting of course with the 4 playable characters. First up again is Isaiah Woods. In 2048, Mambo Media releases the article talking about how Woods shot and killed 17 Marines before being shot 9 times and being taken away. The story of him surviving Turkey is the exact same, and the only difference is the amount of people that he killed and how many times he was shot. Later on, we get an interview with KDS asking why he did what he did. His responses are about the same, with it ending by them saying that they're going to put Woods in a program that will help him. Woods' response changes though, as he says that he will go without issue because it's where God wants him. We then get a KDS message talking about how some operative, specifically Woods, is hurting himself potentially because of his previous religious beliefs, despite being reset multiple times. Later we get the second interview, but Woods' answer to one question is very interesting. When asked if he has any belief in God, he doesn't really give an answer. He then asks if he's been reset before. The response is the same, saying that he should just be focusing on his work and shouldn't worry about that. Overall, Woods' story is about the same, with the changes coming in minor details or number changes. Next up is Abby Odada. In 2050, we get an internal SMC message saying that they have found Dada and recruited him to work for Project Insight. They also mentioned that they will blackmail him with information about his past if he ever puts any resistance against them. The next log we get is a personal one from Abby Odada. In this, he says that he can't justify his work anymore, and that the world must know what's happening down in Garganta.
I barely sleep. When I do, it is restless, turbulent, and always nightmares. My hopelessness exhausts me. The shame consumes my waking hours. I can no longer convince myself that my work is justified. The lives I have sacrificed for an idea that has long since been forgotten. Here, we all forget. A small mercy I have not earned. The world must know about Santonian, about Project Insight. The suffering we inflict on these creatures is unconscionable. Whatever they are, they already exist in perpetual torment without the violence we perpetrate upon them. I mean, who are we to deny life to any creature we deem to be less human than our barbaric selves? This is the 11th plague. Nothing will spare us from our destiny. We are the dead. This self-pity disgusts me. I have letters to write. I must end this insanity.
This log shows something quite interesting. Dada is displaying remorse for his actions earlier than he said he did in the original dimension. While this is unconfirmed whether he felt this remorse at this time, it is a little interesting that he vocalizes it this early on. The final log from Dada is a brand new one, taking place as Garganta is being overrun.
If anyone finds this, we are no longer in control. The creatures have overrun us. The power is turning off in every sector. The security doors have all been locked. There is no way to the surface. We are trapped. I have followed a group of security operatives to a location called KDS Deep. It is so big, I cannot see the length of it. There are several guards waiting here. Every few moments, a mechanical arm delivers an empty hydrostasis unit. The guards climb into it, and then the arm takes them away into the darkness.
Bishop, you're up.
Yes. I must talk to them. Come on, Abeo. You can do this.
Hackett!
Hello? Please, do not shoot me.
Identify yourself.
Who the fuck are you?
I am Dr. Abeo Dauda. I'm not a threat to you.
You're not supposed to be here. Leave, now. I won't tell you twice.
Please, the creatures, they are everywhere. If you do not...
Your choice.
No, please.
Stop!
The fuck are you doing, Woods? The stack's clear.
Exfil, soldier.
Your lucky day.
What are you going to do to me?
Get in.
Into this?
Yes. Or you could die, brother.
Okay. Hey, what will happen to us? Are we going to be evacuated?
Stack update. New resource designation T-3701 assigned. Extract.
This log is very interesting, and honestly one of my favorites. It shows that before the events of the game, the main 4 characters did interact with each other to some degree. Overall, Dada's story hasn't changed much, but the changes did add extra context to how the main 4 officially met, in this dimension at least. Next up is Aiden Hackett. In 2032, Mambo Media comes out with an article saying that Aiden Hackett accidentally shot and killed his older brother. It also mentions that at a young age, he witnessed his mother's death. Later on, Hackett is in the interview to join Legion, and says he sees no other option. When asked what he means by this, he says that he knows KDS won't let him leave alive with how much he knows, and this is the best option for him to stay alive, and potentially get better, with how well he would lose his memory. The final Hackett log is 6 months into his introduction to Legion. It goes about the same as before, he's confused and has seemingly lost his memory. The log then ends with Hackett being sent for further KSO training. Hackett's story is the only one that didn't change in a large way. Outside of him having a better explanation for joining Legion than "I want to lose my memories," it also presents the idea that KDS, much like SMC, will get rid of people if they need to. Next is the final playable character, Frank Bishop. In 2028, Dean Lockwood messages saying he has arranged for Bishop to be sent to Valencia, and again, Valencia is on the verge of a civil war. Later in the interview with KDS, Bishop is told that they don't know who he is. Bishop tells them that he knows about the Zika virus vaccine and how Dreyfus knew about the long-term effects before sending it out. He says you can just ask Jansen Davies about it. He is then told that he doesn't exist anymore, before being taken away, with personnel saying that this one is for the Legion program. This log gives us confirmation, at least in this dimension, of what Bishop used to blackmail and ultimately got sent to Valencia for. We then get the second interview 1 year later, where nothing really changes. He still has memory of hydrostasis and Jansen Davies, and ultimately just gets resealed into hydrostasis. Bishop's story was given extra detail of why he was sent off, and it lines up with the things that we know Dreyfus would do. Expecting him to die in the Civil War, they likely thought they wouldn't have to deal with him again, but instead, he lived and suffers a fate that's likely worse. Next are all the alternate Warden logs. The first log is the Warden getting access to Biocom before doing something new. The Warden starts looking for membranes that have been discovered before updating itself with this new information. I'll talk more about this, but we need another log to do so. Following this up is a log that's a list of discovered membranes, people, and their statuses in those membranes. This log is very long. In fact, it's longer than any other log in the game and is around the length of every log in the game if you combine them. I believe that this information is what the Warden was downloading and updating its systems with. This information would be incredibly useful to it as the story continues on, and likely helped it with controlling and monitoring Biocom. After this, on April 14th, 2063, we see the Warden trying to locate a KDS operative and updating their objective stack. This operative is John Schaefer. It searches the area for last known traceable locations for him and the other 3 members of his squad. Ultimately, it comes to the conclusion that everyone except for Schaefer has died, and it starts updating him, telling him he must return to his HSU to escape the creatures. After this, we get the Warden looking into what Project Rise is, as well as its goals. These include that KDS will produce a much higher quality personnel to fill the Legion program, produce enough operatives for specific missions and be able to refill them when needed, and finally, use Project Rise to protect KDS from litigation and third-party interference legally against them. After this, it goes over what KDS has currently accomplished, which is currently the production of an operative, but with issues mentally and physically. We then see the Warden run a test to see how likely the plan to create a conduit is to succeed, and it doesn't look too great. It calculates that there's only an 8.59% chance that it succeeds. Despite this, it goes forward with its plan and starts the process of collecting the materials needed for the clone. This is followed up when in the next log, we get a list of the collected materials that it has, as well as a list showing that there's no more possible locations in Garganta that it could retrieve materials from. It then checks the current clone it's producing, and then begins the process of developing it faster. This likely explains why the clone is as rough as it's described. It was made using likely as few components as possible to try and save resources in case something went wrong. On top of this, it's a creature that's aging has been accelerated rapidly. This is likely the reason that it died in the previous dimension after only being alive for 8 hours. After this, on June 18th, 2063, we see a log that the Warden is uploading its knowledge into the collected clone. This would likely include the voice and language data it's gathered from using Biocom, and would explain why the conduit has a limited vocabulary and a limited sense of its surroundings. I don't think that the Warden created the clone in an attempt to contact just Schaefer due to a later detail, but I do think it realized that the time it would have, and the resources it currently has, would be very limited. So it began the process of creating the clone to get in contact with the operatives. Overall, the Warden story hasn't changed that much. We just got more detail on a few things we already knew happened, like Schaefer's escape and the production of the conduit. In what I think is the most changed character between the dimensions, the next set of logs is very interesting. This is the alternate logs of John Schaefer. The first log we see is from Schaefer's mining team, saying that they have reached the goal, but they're having trouble mining through a new material they have found. In 2051, we get the message between Schaefer and Andrew Clinton, with Schaefer saying that his team has reached the goal and they'll continue the work. He just wants confirmation that the contracts will not be for 6 months longer. Andrew Clinton responds to him saying congratulations for reaching the goal early, but there will be 24-week terms. Schaefer in turn asks for time on the surface to help with productivity. Instead of the message just ending there, we get a response from Clinton agreeing to these terms so long as Schaefer's team keeps hitting their numbers. In 2053, Artist sends Schaefer a message talking about how he is worried about the conditions in the lower levels, especially with the growing number of tremors. He says instead of having them prepare for a disaster, they should try and prevent one at all costs. On October 13th, 2053, the beams shot through the facility after Dr. Hammerstein's experiment went wrong, and Schaefer then went looking for Artist to see if he was okay. He then offers a job to Artist, saying that he's going to need a new pit boss since his mining team had just died. We then get one of the biggest contradictions in the entire story. We know from other logs that Andrew Clinton died on October 13th, 2053. However, this log dated for November 14th, 2053, has Andrew Clinton messaging Schaefer. Putting this aside, the message says that Clinton knows that Artist told Schaefer about the hearsay system and where they can go to avoid it. Clinton then says if he continues to speak with Artist, there will be severe consequences. While I do think it's a little odd that this is a month after his death, I don't think there's anything deeper than it was a narrative mistake. Later on, we get an audio log from Schaefer talking about how he made it into KDS Deep and escaped the creatures, but that he's stuck, and now he can't get out. He then climbs into an HSU to avoid starving to death. The next log from Schaefer is directly after he escapes death yet again.
This is John Schaefer. I think maybe I'm a prisoner. Maybe I work in this place. I don't know. I don't remember. I think I was unconscious or I had an accident. There is a voice. It's telling me, ordering me, demanding. Extract, retreat, comply. Extract, retreat. Stop it. It's okay. You can ignore it. Not listening. I can't hear it. I don't hear you. Now, where was I? Remember, I was with some people. Quiet! We had weapons, and that voice was giving orders, giving us all orders, but then we were attacked? Yes, something attacked us, and then extract, retreat, comply. I will not. I do not hear you! Where are the others? Did they? I think they're dead. They're dead, and did I escape? Yes, I had escaped, and now all I hear is that voice. Comply. My name is John Schaefer. My name is John Schaefer. My name is Wait a minute. I'm an engineer. Not a prisoner. I'm an engineer. I will not comply. I'm John Schaefer, and I'm an engineer, and now I'm here. Why am I here? What did I do? I didn't do anything. Stop. What are you? Stop the voice. I have to stop the voice. I have to stop it.
Despite how erratic he is, we can tell just from this one log that Schaefer is much different in this dimension. He seemingly is more willing to investigate his surroundings rather than just jumping to conclusions. Continuing to be tormented by the updates of the Warden to extract and return the KDS Deep, Schaefer tries to take matters into his own hands.
Comply. Retreat. Comply. But I'm still here. You didn't wipe everything. There we go. This should work. You hear that? Do you? Yeah, you do. Comply. Retreat. Won't stop. Well, I can stop you. 3T. No. 7T? Fuck it. No. You can demand all you want, but you can't stop it. Fucking full power. Doing this. Okay. Wait. I get to full speed. No. You're not in control here. I am. John Schaefer. Fuck you! Ow!
Despite us not getting any cues outside of sound, I believe Schaefer used an MRI-like device to pull the control chip out of his neck. This would allow for him to no longer have the voice of the warden inside of his head, telling him what to do. Schaefer then talks to a terminal saying that he removed the device, stopping the voice, and the area that he's in seems quite familiar.
This is John Schaefer. I removed a device surgically attached to, I think, my brainstem. I don't know how it got there, but I could feel it under the skin. And I was hearing a voice. Not really a voice, a demand, a thought, over and over in my mind. I assumed it was connected to the device, so I removed it. It worked. And my thoughts are, well, my own. I have to figure out how it got there. Something happened to me. In this place, I don't know where I am, but there's something familiar. This nightmare is somehow, I don't know, expected, assumed. It's like I was always here, but it used to be different. I know things, but I don't know how I know them. I can operate machinery, well, like this recorder, but I don't know how I know. That's my first objective. Objective. That word again. My first task is to figure out where I am and why I'm here and who the others are. I have seen them moving through the corridors, opening doors, attacking those creatures, communicating with each other, but it's different. Like they are programmed, maybe? Maybe I'm one of them, or was. I haven't approached them yet. They seem violent, aggressive. They're like soldiers, but I don't think they are. Maybe mercenaries or captives to whatever it is that implanted that device on me. It's still so confusing. I think I'm sick. Maybe I got an infection after I ripped out that fucking device. I feel heavy, like my brain is wet, tired. It could just be this place. The dark, those creatures. What the hell are they? Come on, John. You can figure this out. At least I know my name. My name is John Schaefer.
4 days after removing his control chip, Schaefer says that his memory is still coming back.
It's been 4 days since I removed the implant. The fog has cleared a little. My memory it's coming back in pieces. I'm in a place called Garganta. I have glimpses of memories of this place, but nothing concrete. I know I'm an engineer, and I have a feeling that I worked here, which makes sense. I don't know what this place is, though. It might be a mine, or a research facility, or both. There are areas that look military, or at least very high-level security. There are other soldiers, or mercenaries, like I thought I was. They seem to have a purpose, objective. I remember something ordering, compelling me. I don't know what they were looking for, but there are hundreds of them. There could be thousands. There's a winch or an elevator of some kind that drops them to different levels, and they disappear into the dark on some unknown errand. I tried approaching a group that landed on my level, but they shot at me. I got close enough to see they all have implants. So whoever or whatever put that device in me has control of them too. I heard some of them mention the warden. They see themselves as prisoners, I think. I can't get close enough to talk to them. I have to make contact with them, though. We have a common enemy, the creatures. I don't know what those things are or how they got here, but I do know that we're the prey. I have to find a working terminal. If I can find one that still has power, I should be able to figure it. I mean, I'm an engineer, right?
This log provides us with the first significant change to this version of Schaefer. Instead of saying that the warden is their common enemy, he says that the creatures are the common enemy. This is incredibly significant and will have major effects on the remainder of the story. Later on, Schaefer says he found a terminal with power and has connected into a data center.
I had to go down a long way, but I located a terminal that had power and an open port connected to the network processing center. I created login credentials for myself and replicated them across the network. Now, no matter where I go, there's a working terminal. I can have limited control over local systems like doors, lighting, and the thing I'm recording to you on now. Hearsay. My clearance level is low, though. I've been booted from the network several times by a Sentry program called Biocom. It has authority over everything connected to the network, which is, well, everything. Environment controls, airlocks, bioscan doors, power distribution. Some stuff I don't know about, like KDS Deep and Project Rise. Whatever they are, this Biocom program seems to have governing authority at the highest level and can revoke authorization for anything on the network. The problem is, it's not really in control anymore. There's another program that has hijacked Biocom and is using it to control things. This program is called WRDN. Warden has control of this place, and took control, or always had control of the mercenaries. The AI entity that is supposed to be running things, Biocom, has been compromised. I don't know why, though. If it's a Trojan or a virus, there must be a reason. It seems to be giving orders to the mercenaries, so it must have a purpose. I still don't know how I got here, or why. No new memories, nothing clear anyway. Something is telling me, urging me to go deeper, though. A feeling may as well. It's hell no matter which way you go. Maybe I'll find something at the bottom.
While it is similar to Schaefer's previous story, he's going deeper for much different reasons. Instead of looking for a rebellion and getting people on his side, he's instead curious about the situation and wants to find out more, hoping that going deeper will provide him the answers. Getting deeper into Garganta, Schaefer talks about how weird KDS Deep is.
I went deeper. Down, I don't know how many levels. I ended up in a place called KDS Deep. I know what it is now. Maybe part of me even remembers it. It's a crypt, a huge room, filled with thousands of people locked in hydrostasis units. That's the scientific term for them, but they're coffins. They're filled with the nearly dead, locked in an endless purgatory. Their memories, personalities being eaten away, used for some unknown purpose by an AI routine that sees them as nothing more than resources, that saw me as nothing more than a resource. I know what happened to me. I was here, and I left a message for whoever was coming to help on the hearsay terminal. No one came, and that was 7 years ago. 7 years! 7 years of nothing! No memories, no experience, no life! 7 years in the coffin, like the rest of them. The difference is, I knew what I was doing. I had a choice. 7 years ago, this facility was being overrun by the same creatures that own it today. I came here to KDS Deep and climbed into a hydrostasis unit. I knew it would save me. I knew what it would do to me, but I did it anyway. I destroyed my life to save it. The person that climbed into that hydrostasis unit may have died that day, but I'm not dead. I'm getting the fuck out of here. I'm getting out of here, and I'm taking as many of these poor fuckers as I can with me. I don't know what's outside of this place, but I'm going to find out. And I'm going to find the person that created this nightmare and make them pay.
This log shows us something very interesting. Despite how analytical Schaefer has been throughout his previous logs, he still is falling into the same loop that the original Schaefer did. Coming back with more information, Schaefer talks about how people he's been calling prisoners are not actually called that.
When Biocom was in control, it categorized the mercenaries as resource units. When Warden took control, it recategorized them as prisoners. There's no indication that they actually are prisoners, though, other than the mercenaries calling themselves that. Warden adopted the term because the mercenaries started using that phrase, so it believed using the term would control them more effectively. That is not the behavior of an AI. That is an emotional response to stimulus. Or is it? Maybe it's just more advanced than I still can't figure out what Warden is. I know that it's an invasive program that took control of Biocom, Digital Intelligence Combat Management System. Biocom was installed by Kovac to oversee security here and manage security operatives. But in order for Biocom to be effective, it needs access to everything. And that, in turn, has given Warden access to everything. This is not a coincidence. Warden targeted Biocom specifically because of the influence it has. But Warden is not programmed like anything else on the Biocom network. Warden code is unique. It shouldn't work, but somehow it does. Maybe it's actually working somewhere else, and I'm just reading an output log from that other system. When it encounters something it doesn't understand, it suddenly has a new method that learns and assimilates the system. That method is being developed somewhere, but it's not on this network, or at least I can't find it. Also, there are several instances where Warden has attempted to communicate directly with the mercenaries, which is way beyond the scope of Biocom. There's a subroutine in the Warden logs called Conduit, which has been trying to communicate with the mercenaries, but it's been killed every time. then the program runs again, and it gets killed again, either by the mercenaries or the creatures. But some intelligence is driving this. It is not AI. As smart as the Warden program seems to be, it has agency and purpose, and it's flexible. Right now, it's currently extracting genome data from an internal database called RISE, and also opening up a path to KDS Deep. I need to think on it.
While this information isn't anything new to us, Schaefer finding this out will help his understanding of the Warden. On top of this, it seemingly calmed him down a little, knowing that the Warden isn't doing this out of malice, or at least that's not what he thinks anymore. Schaefer then talks about how he's seen there's a team on its way to KDS Deep.
I'm seeing a repeated phrase in Warden's terminal logs. Influx protocol. I still can't decipher the code, but I do see repeated terminology. Conduit, specimen, membrane. This new one, influx protocol. The Warden currently has the mercenaries clearing a path and routing power towards my location, but I don't think it's coming for me. I think it's pushing them towards KDSD. I don't know what it wants there, but I don't see it as a threat. I think it just wants more mercenaries, more resources to gather DNA specimens, route power, uplink databases, clear out creatures, and everything else. It needs more mercenaries to reach its goal. So what is its goal?
Instead of being paranoid and anxious about how the Warden may be hunting him down with the group, Schaefer is more curious about what the Warden's goal is overall. Following this, Schaefer talks about something he saw that was quite odd.
Kovac Defense Services had a cloning program called RISE. They wanted to mass-produce soldiers instead of using recruits, and they were getting pretty close. They managed to produce living specimens, but they were weak and didn't survive. I've been trying to figure out why the Warden has had mercenaries gathering resources and samples from the RISE program, but it wasn't clear until today. I saw something. It was a human, approximately. It was standing in the middle of a mass of creatures, and they weren't attacking it. The creatures knew it was there, but pheromones, temperature, some kind of social or behavioral characteristic. Then a quad of mercenaries came through a security door. Before the creatures attacked them, this human clone, I think, reached out a hand to them. Then the creatures attacked the mercenaries, and by the time the chaos was over, the clone was dead, and so were two of the mercenaries. The clone clearly didn't want to hurt the mercenaries. It was trying to communicate. It was weak. It looked like it was dying, but if I see another one like it, I'm going to try to talk to it. Him. Yes, him.
This reaction from Schaefer is much different. Instead of being afraid of the conduit, he's more curious about it and wants to go talk to it, instead of trying to kill it. A short time later, Schaefer gets his opportunity to talk with the conduit.
I'm not going to hurt you. I think you are a clone, are you?
Yes, we are not so different.
Did the Warden make you? Why?
Biological conduit for humans. This unit will speak for us.
Us? The Warden?
No, the Warden is us. This unit is us.
You control the Warden? Who are you?
We travel, we protect, from before and after, through the membranes.
Membranes.
Planes, spheres, phases, dimensions, universes. We travel, we collect. Through the membranes, we collect the virus. The collection is impure.
Did you collect those creatures?
Yes, they are the collection. They are impure. We have been in exile for 2.066388852 times 10 to the power 15 seconds. We have been waiting.
For what?
In this membrane, a resolution has been determined.
A resolution to what?
Conclusion. The collection cannot be completed. The virus is the primary life force of membranes in which it exists. All will become impure in this membrane, and all we have traveled.
This membrane? Outside of this place, this facility, there may be people working on a cure.
96.35% of humans in this
don't understand. What? You know my name. Whoa, hey!
This section here is one of the most important events in the entire story. The fact that Schaefer talked with the conduit and didn't just kill it on sight led to the Warden's plan finally going into motion. This log teaches us a few interesting things. First, we find out that the Warden's plan is to get as many humans as it can out of this dimension and to a dimension that's clean of the virus. On top of this, we find out that the fossil, or the thing deep inside the Chicxulub crater, is the Collector's ship, and that it hit roughly 66 million years ago, the same time that an asteroid hit the Earth, devastating and killing the dinosaurs. This means that within the GeeTFO universe, an asteroid didn't hit the Earth, but the Collector's ship did. With this plan in mind, Schaefer has been looking for a group he can work with to gather all the materials and escape this dimension.
I've selected the operatives I want to work with, and they are at the top of the efficiency list according to the Warden's records. They have completed more rundowns, which I assume means missions, than any other squad. I don't know if the same operatives need to work together in this system, but I'm not going to risk breaking it. We'll need to undo their programming. The problem is 3 or 4 of them have been in hydrostasis for many years, so I need to be cautious not to cause any further psychological damage. I doubt if they have any long-term memory left at all. If I can expose them to their personal records, maybe something will stick. It has to be better than just screaming, "Wake up!" at them. Not to mention, less dangerous. These are not stable people, but they are effective. I'll dig through the Biocom database to see what I can find out about them. Whatever is in their past, they can't possibly deserve what's happened to them. I hope.
This log provides a little bit of confusion to the timeline. While Schaefer says he's going to reveal our past to us, we see these logs in Rundown 5. Not Rundown 6, where these events are taking place. This means likely that part of Rundown 5 takes place after some missions in Rundown 6, and not every mission occurs in canonical order, which isn't a huge issue, especially when levels that do occur canonically are fairly clear about it. We then get first contact with Schaefer in-game in the level R1D1. While the other dimension did have a similar first contact with Schaefer, it's fueled by a much different desire. This one is attempting to help the team and escape, while the other is hellbent on killing the Warden and revolting at any cost. Later on, we hear Schaefer again in-game, this time in the level R6D1.
This is a message for the operatives Bishop, Woods, Hackett, and Dowda. My name's John Schaefer. It's possible we've talked before, or at least you think we have. I know you want out, and so do I. But outside of this place, it's all gone. There's nothing left. A virus. I don't know if you even know about that. A virus has wiped out everyone. It's all gone. We're the only ones left alive. But we may still have a chance. I have spoken to someone called the Conduit. It's a human clone that you helped make, and it speaks for the Warden. I know, but the Warden is not your enemy. It wants to help. It has a plan for us, for our species to continue, but I'm going to need you. If you want to get out of this place, you will need to trust me and do as I say. I will have something for you soon. For now, just stay alive. I'm working on a plan.
This tells us a lot. First, it is Schaefer directly telling the team that he isn't there to fight the Warden nor revolt and control them, but instead, he wants to guide them with help from the Warden to escape the virus. That is the last log from Schaefer in the alternate rundowns. It's very clear that he had the biggest character change, going from hating the Warden to learning what happened, talking with the Conduit, and getting more answers. This change has major effects on the continuing story as we get into the in-game events. Quickly before I move on to the in-game story, I need to discuss something I did in the process of making this video. I was able to get in contact with Eric Bra, the voice actor of Schaefer. You may know him as Danny or Randy from Telltale's The Walking Dead, Moon Knight from Marvel Rivals, or Benny the Avocado from this commercial. While the voice acting for his characters are fantastic, I think it adds something special to Schaefer. In the conversation we had, I asked him several questions, including what drew him to the character, to which he said that it was his loneliness and the quote, crazy that Schaefer has. He says that Schaefer feels trapped, but it might be his mind that is the real trap. I also asked what his favorite part of voicing Schaefer was. He says he loves the level of sanity that the character travels, and his desire to stick it to the man, or more accurately, the Warden. I then asked if there was any personal experience or character that was used to inspire the voice of Schaefer, and he said that while he's never been locked away in a quote, prison, he does get the desire to connect and help people that he can. I then asked from memory if he could describe Schaefer in one sentence, and he ultimately said that Schaefer is likely a man that was pushed to the edge and is just trying to make a difference. While the conversation was quite short, it was incredibly cool to get in contact with Eric Braw, as well as have some of my inquiries answered. Anyway, we can go ahead and move on to the in-game story. Those who know the logs may notice that I missed a few, those of course being the ones in Rundown 8. I have purposely skipped over these for the time being, as they won't make much sense if I were to explain them now. Having the context from the in-game events will make them much easier to understand. I'll of course explain the in-game events by explaining the original universe, the alternate universe, and then where their paths cross. If you would have started playing GeeTFO in 2019 with original Rundown 1, you wouldn't have much story. Apart from completing the missions and them being slightly different than the alternate versions that they are today, there is no in-game story. Moving to original Rundown 2, we got the first in-game logs that told a bit of the story but didn't really give much. Moving from 2 to 3, we did see the first thing that continued a story. In R2E1, you pick up a neonatal unit and carry it to Extract. When starting R3, you carry the same neonatal unit to a resuscitation pod and then back with you to Extract. This unit then follows you from A1 all the way to D1, where you eventually plug it in and leave it. Moving into Rundown 4, the original team could first hear Schaefer, his ramblings about who he is, why he wants to revolt against the Warden, and ultimately how he's going to try and coax some people to join his plan. Moving into Rundown 5, we get the first adaptation of a very loose story. The overall goal of Rundown 5 is to gain access into KDS Deep, but there are a few things we need to do beforehand in order to get access into it. On top of this, we hear more about Schaefer and his overall coaxing of the team to try and go deeper and resist the Warden's orders. Moving into Rundown 6, we get the first comprehensible storyline in GeeTFO. Outside of the logs that tell the story of Garganta and the world, we didn't have a good set of in-game events that told a story. Rundown 6 changes this, however. In Rundown 6, we spend quite a bit of time learning about Dr. Stokes as we overhear it while playing the missions. Throughout this, we teleport, picking up data cubes and matter wave projectors, teleporting all over the place and fighting new enemies. On top of this, we hear Schaefer's conversation and his ultimate killing of the Conduit. This leads to his mentality of no longer taking orders, but instead giving them. This idea follows very closely into R7. Starting with R7A1, the team is tasked with taking yet another neonatal unit to a resuscitation pod. Right before they enter a door that would progress them forward, they hear this.
I have a way to unlock that door for you, but you have to do something for me first. There's a terminal near you. I need you to type in something for me. Type in... Wait, where is it? Where did I... Oh, here! Recycle Group 7A42, okay? Recycle Group 7A42. Time to get the revolution started.
Going through the security door he asked you to and entering this code, you can watch as an HSU is pulled off a shelf and delivered. Where this HSU is delivered is answered shortly after, as when the team opens the door, they're greeted with this.
Prisoners, you awake? I got the HSUs. Good job. I'm gonna wake up Maddox first. He's a clever one, mechanically minded. Might be able to make us tools or even weapons. Okay, here goes. Here. Here. And pull here. Open. Come on. Out you come. Hey, my head. Maddox? Oh, what's wrong with you? Maybe you should sit down. Get off of me! Stay away! What did I do? Why did you make me do that? I have to check my notes.
It would seem that with his very limited knowledge on hydrostasis technology, Schaefer didn't know how to wake someone up from it, resulting in what happened with Maddox. After the team completes this level and moves into R7B1, Schaefer interrupts us yet again, but he has something else to ask of us this time.
Hey, are you listening? I figured out the problem. No more mistakes. You're gonna find something for me. We need a hydrokinetic fluid collection case. I don't know what it looks like, but there will be one somewhere in your zone. Put it in the orange shuttle box. There should be one nearby.
After we deliver him the collection case, he thanks us. After this, we then hear from him again towards the end of the mission, this time regrouping with Maddox, ultimately finding something unexpected.
Hey! Oh, what the? Get away from him! What do you? Oh! What's it? You guys need to watch out. There's something out there. It's something new. I was gonna move Maddox. I tried to do the right thing by him, but there was something there. I haven't seen anything like it before. It was standing over Maddox's body like it was a fresh kill. I was gonna do something, but then it just disappeared right in front of me. It took Maddox with it. I don't know where it went or what it was, but it's out there. Ooh, watch the shadows.
The enemy heard here is a Snatcher. This was the first appearance of the enemy at the time, and would continue to show up throughout the rest of Rundown 7. The way that it is used here is likely a way of getting Maddox out of the story, and introducing a character we will meet in the next mission. Moving to R7C1, the team is tasked with gathering GLP-2s. During this mission, we hear Schaefer interacting with a new character, someone named Klaus Hendrickson.
Hey, where have you been? I woke up Henriksen. We got him. He's alive. He didn't attack me. Henriksen. Yes. Who are you? No. Who are you? That's the question. I can't remember how I got here. Because you are a program, Klaus. Klaus Henriksen. That's your name, right? Henriksen. Yes, that's my... What do you mean a program? I'll show you. Operative. Do you want to complete the mission? Yes, I want to complete the mission. What was that? Why did I say that? You're a good resource, Klaus. Operative, you need combat. It's what you train for. I need combat. It's what I train. What am I saying? My head... I'm going to be sick. That's the withdrawal. Psychosomatic routine development method. You want a booster? I can't let you have it. Operative, what are your orders? Objective stack is empty. I don't understand. Oh, it's deep in you, Henriksen. But don't worry, we're gonna dig it out. Come with me.
Getting deeper into the level, we get a continuation of that conversation with Klaus Hendrickson.
Again! Klaus Hendrickson, case of designation 034. No! What are my orders? There are no orders. There are no orders? You are Klaus Hendrickson. I am Klaus Hendrickson, case of designation... No! I don't know what you want from me. You're a hacker. A what? A hacker. That's what it says in your file. What file? The warden's file. The warden has a file on everyone. The warden? Yes, so what are my orders? There are no orders. How can there be no orders? You are Klaus Henriksen. You went to Munich University. I don't know what the fuck that means. It's who you were before. It's who you still are. Somewhere in there. You have to break your programming. Try. I'm trying. Try harder. What is your name? My name is Klaus Henriksen. What do you do? I'm an engineer. What? No. Yes, I'm an engineer. No one calls themselves a fucking hacker. Oh, yes. Hello, Klaus. Hello.
After collecting the GLPs and entering a new area, we hear Schaefer and Klaus talking again, this time about removing his control chip.
Touch the back of your neck. You can feel it. What the hell is that? That's your slave collar, Henriksen. How do I get rid of it? That's why we're here. This thing? Yes. It won't hurt. Well, it will, but you don't want to be a slave anymore, do you? No. You don't want to follow orders, do you? I said no. Then climb in. What is this machine? Ah! Fuck! It's pulling! Don't move. Almost done. Let me out! Let me out! One more second. Let me out of here! Ah! Motherfucker! Ah! Son of a bitch! We got it! And now you're a ghost, Henriksen. And this will give me my memory back. Well, no. No, that just, it gets better with time. Maybe. still working out the details.
Are you fucking serious?
The memories are still in there, Henriksen. You just have to find them. I have a terminal just for you. Let's get that clever mind working again.
Yeah, whatever. Let's just get out of here.
Overall, it would seem that with this collection case and the knowledge of what he needs to do this time, Schaefer is able to correctly wake up someone from hydrostasis and get him to work for him. Moving on to R7C3, Klaus Hendrickson comes on in the beginning of this mission to tell us that during our uplink, he's going to install a sniffer to try and get into the system and be undetected for later things.
Hey, hello, is this? Yeah, I think you can hear me. I need an open port so I can install, sniffer, I think. When you establish the uplink, that's our way in. The uplink should hide me. At least I think it will. The stuff it's still cloudy. Schaefer thinks I know everything, but I don't. I'm just telling you, I might get it wrong. I don't even know if you can hear me. Schaefer, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here!
After we complete this uplink, he starts the installation. But this complicates things a little bit, triggering an error alarm for the remainder of the mission, and ultimately almost killing us.
Alright, the uplink. Here goes. That's not it. Wait.
What are you doing?
Checking if the port is monitored before I'm sending anything. No, that won't work.
Just send it!
That might trip the alarm.
You're going to trip it anyway if you don't hurry up. Just send it!
I don't... Okay.
Did it work?
I don't know. I think so. It's locked every door in the zone.
They can still open them, right?
No. No local overrides allowed.
You mean you trapped them?
You rushed me. Just hang on, okay? I'll find a way out for you.
What did you do?
It's okay. I think I can... Okay, just keep going. I'll find a way to open other doors for you.
After a brief panic with the group running around, rushing, and eventually getting a way out after Hendrickson unlocks the doors, we are treated to the next level, R7D1. This mission begins with us having to move a neonatal unit yet again. We hear Hendrickson and Schaefer talking early on about how Hendrickson has come up with a plan that they could infiltrate the Warden's systems with.
Explain it to them about the Trojan.
Well, I think there's a way to hijack one of the systems the Warden uses. There's a terminal at the mainframe that probably isn't routed through network security. I can't be sure. There's still so many questions.
You hear that? We're in control now. Hendrickson's on the team.
Schaefer, even if I'm right, we still need physical access.
What does that mean?
We can't just upload it from anywhere. We have to be at the terminal.
What?
We have to bypass the network, and the only way to do that is at the mainframe.
What? Fuck! We'll talk soon.
Continuing on and getting to the end of the mission, we hear a follow-up on this, where Schaefer tells us that we need to find a terminal. But Hendrickson says that's not quite right.
Hey, prisoners! We need you to find a terminal.
No.
Why can't they just use a terminal?
It has to be a machine directly patched into the mainframe. Not through a network connection. Through a host bus adapter.
Right. But there are terminals everywhere. Everything's connected, Henriksen.
Those are proxies. A proxy won't work.
Why not? What's a proxy?
How am I supposed to explain this to you? I don't even know where I'm getting all this shit from. And why is it I still can't remember?
The Warden fucked you, not me.
Do they remember?
No. Yes. I don't know. So what do we do?
We don't control the drop. I don't have access to that system. That's what the Trojan will do. Unless the Warden has a reason to go to the mainframe, like something breaks and needs fixing, we'll just have to wait and hope they get a stack update that takes them there.
Wait? No more waiting! Wait, what did you say?
What? What?
Breaks.
This directly leads into the next mission and provides us with one of the most interesting things I think happens in the game. Dropping in the R7D2, we are suddenly stopped and given a stack update that we will be rerouted as the Warden calculates a new path to our objective. That's when we overhear Schaefer telling us to do something for him.
It worked. Guess where you are, not where the Warden thinks you are. I put on the brakes. We're going to cause some chaos now, my friends. First step. In the next area, there's a shuttle box with a memory stick in it. You need to grab that and then go to, where are they going?
Working on it.
You don't know?
I'm checking the schematics now.
Okay, we'll figure that out. Just ignore your objective stack. Can you do that? The Warden's trying to find you, and you'll need to stay hidden. Just get the memory stick, and then we'll figure it out.
After picking up this data stick and moving to the door where we can proceed forward, we hear yet another comment from Schaefer and Hendrickson. But this time, it's a little more concerning.
Okay, they got it. Now what? The door I just opened leads to the mainframe. Everything else is in their hands. Schaefer, how do we get them out of there once it's done?
Ignore him. Come back to the elevator once you upload the Trojan. I'll get you out.
How? There's no power.
Well, he is cut off early. We can tell that Hendrickson was asking how he can pull us out if there's no power. This is incredibly concerning, and likely something that Schaefer didn't even think of, just wanting to act with malice against the warden. Moving through the mission, now that an air alarm has begun, we fight our way through the hallways, finding cells and codes, and pushing on till eventually we're at the mainframe door. Entering the command on the local terminal unlocks the door, and has Schaefer talking to us yet again.
Okay, well done. How did you survive that? I told you. Find the terminal and insert the memory stick. The Trojan will upload itself automatically. And be ready. I don't know exactly what will happen, but if it detects the Trojan before it embeds, just be ready.
After we input the data stick, Schaefer talks to us one more time.
Is that it? Did it work? I don't think so. It was supposed to...
After this, the power goes out, and an infinite wave of enemies starts spawning. Fighting our way back to Extract, we barely escape, sitting in Extract and fighting off wave after wave of enemies, until eventually we're taken away. Despite the recklessness of this mission specifically, I don't think it's the most reckless thing Schaefer does. Far from it. The next mission is in contention for that, and is likely what Schaefer meant when he said that they were going to cause chaos together. Next up is the mission R7E1, titled Chaos. R7E1 starts out a little differently. We're dropped in and being tasked with starting up a reactor. That's when we hear Schaefer speak to us overhead.
You made it. Sorry, the Trojan only works if the system reboots. So right now, the warden is telling you to do what we want you to do. Who's in control? Be a good operative. Do what it says. Reboot the system. Then we'll see. If Hendrickson did it right. No, I did do it right. We'll see. We'll see. We gotta lay low for a bit. Let the Trojan do its work. Patience, my friends. Meantime, you stay alive, okay? And don't forget, remember, we'll talk soon.
Despite this being our first Schaefer-given mission, we can tell that he's not really good at what he's doing. There's probably a reason that the warden stopped sending quads to restart this reactor. Likely to do with the fauna in the area, including Pablo, several mothers, and a lot of scouts. On top of this, the reactor is brutal, having us fight some of the hardest enemies in the game, wave after wave, and ultimately having a sneak where you have to sneak through all the enemies again to get your fourth code. The mission itself is very fun, and one of the best in the game. However, logistically, we can see why the warden didn't send any more teams down here. And that brings the original universe all the way up until Rundown 8. So now it's time to go back and talk about the alternate team. The alternate team's story starts out a little differently. Starting directly from alternate Rundown 1, we do get backstory logs. However, the same storylines to do with levels continues all the way up, with R2 to R3 being connected, R3 being fully connected, R4 and 5 having light storylines, and R6 having a storyline mainly revolving around Schaefer's interactions with the Warden and the Conduit. However, the difference here comes in the interactions it had with the Conduit. Schaefer talked to the Conduit in this dimension and learned what the Warden wanted to do, ultimately deciding to side with it and work with it. He then tells our team this in R6D1, ultimately telling them that he will report back to them with more information. That leads us all the way up to Rundown 8. Since we don't have any information, it's likely that the alternate team never experienced anything like R7. Instead, their events connected directly from R6D4 directly into R8. So what happens in Rundown 8? Immediately dropping into RAA1, the team is dropped into a brand new gardens tile. Running up to the store, the earth starts shaking a little bit, and that's when Schaefer comes over the intercom.
Can you hear me? Do you even remember me? My name is John Schaefer. I'm working with the Warden, but it's not what you think. The Warden has been trying to help us against the real enemy, the virus. I know you want to get out, but outside of this pit, there's nothing. It's all gone. The virus has wiped everything out, but there is a way out of this mess, and the Warden is going to help us. You're going to use the matter wave projector. You've used it before, but this time we'll know what we're doing. We're going to use coordinates to control the destination. It can take us somewhere there's no virus, no creatures. I'll explain more once you find it.
Immediately from his demeanor, we can tell that this is the alternate Schaefer, willing to work with the Warden and help us escape Garganta. But he needs us to go get the Matterwave projector. Running through this mission and gathering the Matterwave projector, and eventually delivering it to Schaefer, he has yet another message for us.
You found it! Okay, you need to get it to me. I'm sending you the location of a shuttle box. The Warden has given me access to its internal database. It's massive. There's so much in here. Navigation data to times and places we can't even imagine. Event logs going back millennia, eons. There are zoological entries, millions of them. I think this is the collection the clone was talking about. Extraordinary. The Warden's understanding of time and space are so far beyond ours. But with these files and the research project insight log for the EF-01 expedition, I think I have enough to control the Matterwave projector. Get it to me. Check your status for the shuttle box location.
Opening this door and starting our extract run, we get to another security door. Upon opening it, we hear a very interesting message.
Thermal deviation detected in primary quadrant reactor core. Duty radiation safety officers report to primary quadrant reactor.
This is odd. Nothing we would have done in this mission should have affected the reactor or any sort of power sequence at all. Ignoring this and getting to extract, the team is finally taken away where they can continue on. Now that we have the Matterwave projector, we also need data cubes. Schaefer sends us in looking for these data cubes, but does tell us a little bit about them.
There are 3 navigation components to a Matterwave jump. The first is the Euclidean data of the destination. The second is the frequency or temporal resonance of the dimension. And the third is called the constant. I assume that means the speed of light, but that suggests a variable depending on the membrane, which would mean each universe has its own speed of light. To the outside observer, each universe would operate at a different rate, but for the insider, I assume that variance would be unobservable, but still measurable? I don't know. The Matterwave projector uses data cubes to store the navigation components, so we're going to need 3 of them. You may experience an uncontrolled projection when you interact with them, so be ready. There's no telling where or when you'll end up.
This idea of where and when is very interesting. Upon picking up a data cube, you may not be teleported back to the same time. You could be teleported into the future or into the past, which adds a bit of complexity to finding these. The team eventually finds one and is teleported to a new dimension. A dimension with very odd features. Tentacles hanging from the ceiling, bodies hanging from the ceiling, and new enemies. The nightmare enemies. Finding a data cube in this dimension, we're sent right back to our dimension, and then we're back. Finding yet another data cube in this dimension, we're taken back, and this time for real. However, upon going to this door, we get yet another message.
This is a contamination preparedness training exercise. Anti-radiation bulkheads will remain open and contamination filtration will be suspended for the duration of the exercise. There is no need to panic. This is a drill.
Again, nothing we have done should have caused a drill or any sort of bulkhead doors to open besides the ones that we need open. So what is happening? Schaefer then comes on the intercom just as confused as us.
I don't know what set that off, but if filtration is offline and there are wide open bulkheads, you better be on your guard. I'll look into what caused it.
Continuing with our mission, the team eventually starts the secondary, which I believe is the canonical outcome of this mission. The secondary is to find yet another data cube. Fighting through giants and a tank and several alarms, the team grabs this data cube and is teleported pretty much back to extract. It's really just there to save you the run, but also does something very interesting for the story. Plugging in the other bulkhead key, we're able to open the door and extract. And with that, we're ready for step 3. Schaefer comes on and tells us that we have to wipe the data off the data cubes.
We need to erase everything off those data cubes before we write new navigation components to them. Project Insight research indicates data cubes contain magnetized trapesium platters and are susceptible to intense magnetic fields. That means a degausser should wipe all the data on them. I've had the Warden drop you into a material refinery sector. You should know there are reports of membranous deformities in this sector. I don't know what you're going to find down there, but only refinery terminals have a degausser option. So here you are. I I also don't know what will happen when you subject those data cubes to a high-frequency AC magnetic field, so good luck.
Seemingly using something that is used in real life, a degazer, which can erase data on magnetic storage devices, does tell us a little bit more about the data cubes. They seemingly function like a hard drive, being able to be wiped with a strong enough magnet, something that these mining facilities absolutely would have. Continuing deeper on, we find something a bit odd. The bulkhead door control is broken, but there is a scan with it. Standing in the scan, we're teleported to another destination. This time, cave. Coming out of it, we see tons of krakens. Shortly after, we're teleported back, but this time the door control is fixed. Plugging in the bulkhead key and starting the secondary, which I believe is canonical in this mission, the team fights their way to a terminal and inputs a command, allowing them to format the data cubes. This teleports them back to this destination. Coming out of the cave this time, the krakens are gone. Inputting a code, we then have to fight off flyers before being teleported back, allowing us access to a door that we couldn't previously open. Entering this door, we get one of the coolest assets in the game, especially for fighting off enemies. Finding a specific terminal in this room, which seems to have been teleported in, or at least isn't from this dimension, we complete a scan on it, teleporting us back to that destination. But this time, not in the cave, instead in a canyon. Finding a terminal here and putting yet another format command in, we scan and fight off enemies, doing the same thing when we get teleported back after that scan completes. Upon killing all the enemies and completing the scans, we do it a second and a third time. The third time though is where it gets interesting. After completing the scan inside the destination, instead of being teleported back to our dimension, we're teleported here. On top of this, we have very strange audio. The sounds of gunfire, screaming, yelling, and monsters is very odd. Finding a terminal here and inputting our final command, a kraken spawns. Eventually killing this kraken, we are finally teleported back, where we are able to run towards extract. Opening this door to this bridge, Schaefer comes back to talk to us.
I thought we lost you. Next step is to find coordinates to program into the data cubes. Project Insight has a list of coordinates that were approved for expeditions. Any membranes they already visited will be infected. But there has to be at least one clean location on that list. Find that location, and we can get out. The Project Insight archive requires an access key, which is stored on Datasphere 741. The Warden has resources looking for it now. Head to Extraction. Once we find the Datasphere, we'll send you back in to recover the key.
Now that we have everything we need, we can continue with our plan. Extracting from B2, we can get access to the next mission, R8C1. R8C1 is one of my favorite missions in the entire game. Personally, it's a top 3. Early on in this mission though, Schaefer comes on telling us that we have to find a data sphere.
We've had no luck finding Datasphere 741. The Warden traced its approximate location to this area, but it's not responding when pinged. It's not where it's supposed to be. You'll just have to start searching. Well, once you find the Datasphere, run an extraction routine on it, and download the Project Insight archive key to a microdrive. Good luck.
Finding the local terminal and inputting a server ventilation command, which seemingly starts a fog sequence inputting and outputting fog every few minutes, we hear yet another intercom message.
We have the Project Insight archive key. We'll give it to you, but we want out of here too. We're going to trust you. We'll leave a microdrive with the key on it in zone 249.
That other team? They could be scientists or engineers from Project Insight. I don't know where they've been hiding to survive this long, but why are they using the Vulcan dispatch to communicate? I don't like it. We don't know who they are or if they're infected. Somehow you all stayed clean, but that won't last if you start interacting with others. Either way, you have the archive key. Find a Project Insight Lundy terminal. Search the list for an unvisited membrane, and write the navigation data to the data cubes. Good luck.
Schaefer is right here. We don't know who this other team is, especially if they are Project Insight. How would they have lived for almost a decade down here? Without any other option though, we have to trust them, as they seemingly also want to get out with us, potentially working with us to complete that goal. The team eventually finds the bulkhead key, plugs it in, and starts the secondary mission, completing a terminal command and running back to open another door. Opening up another door and getting to the zone where they left the microdrive, we collect it and input one of 2 commands. One of them opens up the main mission, the other one opens up the overload. You can only complete one of these on a run. I personally believe that canonically the team does the overload,
overload. Opening up the overload, the team is greeted with a ton of enemies, and a few scouts that they have to deal with, including the new one, the Nightmare Scout. Completing the terminal sequences, running from zone to zone, fighting off wave after wave of enemies. As they quickly rush to get to the terminals in time, they are finally given the membrane list, and the single membrane that hasn't been explored. Now that we have the matter wave projector, the data cubes, and the correct dimension programmed onto them, we can move on to our next step, meeting up with Schaefer. Dropping in the R8D1, we get an interesting warning.
Warning. Primary quadrant reactor core temperature has exceeded operational safety limits. All non-safety officers evacuate the primary quadrant reactor immediately. This is not a drill.
Oh shit, that's bad. If the temperature gets too high in the primary reactor, that'll start a meltdown. The cooling tanks must be empty. I'll go to the floodways and check on them. I'll catch up with you in the gardens later. Wait for me there. It'd be good to meet you face to face.
With Schaefer going to get the cooling tanks working so that we don't have a nuclear meltdown, we must continue on, and we'll just meet him where he told us to. Fighting our way through this mission and eventually getting to this cool room, the intercom comes on yet again.
We need your help. We're stuck at a tier 5 security door. We need you to open the door to zone 40.
Seemingly being the same team from C1, they need our help. We have to open up a tier 5 security door. Crawling down this zone and clearing out the enemies, we input the command, granting them access to that door. But this seemingly starts an infectious fog in our zone that slowly is rising. Fighting our way through a zone to get to a junction key to open up a door, the intercom comes on again.
We need your help again. We need you to route power to zone 41. Hurry, we're in trouble here.
Finding the local terminal and inputting the route power command, we are able to send the other team the power they need and continue on with our mission. Finding both junction keys and being able to open up the gardens door, we can finally meet up with Schaefer, and he's not here. Instead, there's a scan. Upon completing the scan, the intercom comes on one more time.
This is Schaefer. I'm with the other team now. We're going to KPS Deep. Meet us there. Bring the data cubes.
Schaefer seemingly, when he had to go drain the tanks, met up with the other team and decided that it would be easier for him to go with them. Quickly running out of the level before a surge alarm begins, fighting the enemies that respawned, and getting to extract, we finally leave. And this takes us directly into the final mission of Rundown 8, R8E1. Dropping in, we're immediately given a warning.
Warning. Containment vessel breached. A nuclear meltdown is in progress. All personnel evacuate immediately. This is not a drill.
With the meltdown in progress, we have to run to KDS Deep and get out before it's too late. Rushing through, opening up the secondary, which is a bit of a joke, and continuing throughout the rest of the mission, fighting wave after wave of enemies, running and getting through doors so that we don't get cornered. Eventually we get to KDS Deep, and right when we can go and open the door, it's locked. And that's when the intercom comes on.
This is Schaefer. The security door won't open if you're holding the data cubes. Send them through first.
No matter what character you are in this moment, they do have an interesting piece of dialogue for it. All of them are skeptical, but what choice do they have? This is their only shot of getting out of this dimension. They are the only ones with the dimension and the data cubes that are programmed with it, so they send through the data cubes, like Schaefer asked, holding off waves so that they could get the door open and let us in. We then eventually hear a loud noise. After this, the waves have seemingly stopped, and the door to KDS Deep is unlocked. Opening this door, we're greeted to this. KDS Deep is devastated. There is nothing left. Well, yes, there are a few HSUs. Most of them are gone, seemingly being ripped out of Garganta. And getting to the bottom of this room, our characters realize what's happened to them. Shortly after this, enemy waves start coming in, shooting and meleeing, surviving, killing enemies, staying alive. The team fights and fights, till eventually the waves stop. They've done it. They have killed off the waves, or so they thought. More and more enemies come. Tanks, giants, tons of enemies start coming. It's eventually too overwhelming. There's nothing you can do. There's not enough ammo. What are you going to do? One by one, your team is killed. And instead of a mission failure screen, this appears. Resources have been expended. The mission was abandoned. There was nothing that you could do. The warden had abandoned your mission since it didn't have anything else to do, and its mission was complete. It got people out of Garganta. You just weren't there. And that's where Rundown 8 ends. Betrayed by Schaefer, our team was left to die as he gets to live in a paradise with seemingly everyone else in KDSD. Or so you thought. Upon going back to the Rundown 8 screen, a new level is unlocked. R8A2. This mission's called Perspective, and it certainly gives that. Upon dropping in, we're greeted by a very familiar overhead message, or at least seemingly familiar.
Can you hear me? You remember me, don't you? Schaefer. Fuck the warden, right? And I know exactly how to fuck him. We're going to burn his house down. Anderson, is it done? Yeah, we have staff control. What do you mean you're going to burn this place? What's the plan? Get out. I mean, you said there was a plan. We talked about this, Anderson. You're going to do exactly what I tell you to do, right? Regretting pulling out your control chip. Update the stack. Update the fucking stack. Get to work, prisoners.
Right off the bat, we can tell this is not alternate Schaefer. This is the original deranged Schaefer, hellbent on killing the warden at any cost. Continuing through this mission and making our way towards the tanks, Hendrickson then comes back online to tell us something.
Hey, it's Henderson. We need to talk about Schaefer. He's lost it. Do you understand what he wants you to do? If you drain reactor cooling tanks, it will cause a nuclear meltdown. It'll kill us all. I'm not dying down here. We have to stop him. I can help you, but we need to remove your control chip. I'll need you in the Zone 108. What are you doing? I'm checking on the prisoners. And report. They're following orders. Your orders. No need to talk to them.
Seemingly behind his back, Hendrickson wants to meet up with us and continue with a plan that could get us out of here instead of killing everyone like Schaefer's plan would. Getting to the tanks and draining them, we're met with a very familiar warning.
Thermal deviation detected in primary quadrant reactor core. Who has the power now? Who has the keys to the cage? Come down. Have yourselves more to do, much more. Sleep while you can, prisoners. Busy day tomorrow.
This is the same warning we had at the end of R8A1, and is seemingly why we heard this warning in the first place. Continuing on, the team does several terminal commands, eventually extracting through the same room that the R8A1 team infilled in. Quick pause because I forgot to mention something, but R8A2 actually has a secondary mission as well. This secondary mission is a little complex to get into though. In order to enter it, you need to find a code that changes weekly, and enter it on a terminal that's inside of this wall. To find this code, you need to have played R8B2 twice. Once doing the main, so that you can get a log off this terminal, and once doing the secondary so you can get a log off this terminal. Both of these logs will contain half the code, and by entering the full code in this terminal, you will have unlocked the secondary. So what is so special about this secondary? When your team enters the scan, you get teleported, but it's somewhere that you've likely been before, the tutorial mission. Cruising through, it's the exact same, until you pull the lever on this door and the power goes out. From there forward, it's much different. Entering this zone, there are tons of nightmare enemies, a scout, and Pablo. Continuing on and getting through this room, you then have to go through a hallway where it usually tells you to melee an enemy. The enemy at the end of this hallway is a P-Mother. Continuing farther, you have more enemies, and this time a Nightmare Scout alongside them. Getting even deeper, you then have a tank. And then going even deeper, you have to fight a mom behind a blood door. And finally getting to the alarm door, it's also different. Setting up through this alarm and doing the scans, you'll encounter an enemy only seen in this level, the potato. After getting rid of the wave, you can open up the door to a room filled with 5 Nightmare Scouts. Either foaming these and killing them, or creeping your way through, you get to the end of the room, open the door, and finally are able to do the team scan. Except this isn't where the mission ends. You have to make it all the way back to this room and do a scan on this door. Mind you, this scan is a team scan, so if one person goes down, you're pretty much screwed. Fighting your way back and pushing, opening that door, you're greeted with a hallway. Pushing to the end of it, you get a very cool room. I think it's so cool, it's been my desktop background for a hot minute now. But there's a scan in this room. Upon completing the scan, you are then congratulated, saying that now is the time to congratulate yourself on a job well done. This is the indicator that you're allowed to die. Upon all 4 of your team going down and dying, you are greeted with the mission complete screen. While this is a very interesting and very cool Easter egg of a secondary, it's largely regarded as not canon, especially with how the explanation of the original team magically teleporting to the nightmare dimension and dying, but still existing as we continue on, it gets a little odd. Canon or not, it's inside the level, and is one of the more fun aspects of this level. Going back to the menu, a new mission's unlocked. R8, B3. Dropping in, we hear Schaefer yet again.
The Warden thinks it's safe, running its tests, poking and prodding at things, playing its games, using us as pawns. But the Warden has a blind spot. Possibilities it can't anticipate. It doesn't see everything. What if the game isn't a game? What if we make the rules? Then we have control. Henderson! Henderson! Right. What's done is done. Start the test, prisoners.
This message is very concerning. In addition to what we can find right next to the zone where Hendrickson said he'd meet us, a bloody pipe, a trail of blood, and an ID, we can assume what happened here. Schaefer, seemingly knowing that Hendrickson was betraying him and going to be working with this team to help them get out, killed Hendrickson, so that there would be no interference with his plan. Continuing through this mission, and eventually getting through this door, we get to a bridge area, and when we begin crossing it, we hear a very familiar voice.
But there has to be at least one clean location on that list. Find that location, and we can get out. The project inside archives requires an access key, which is stored on Datasphere 741. The Warden has resources looking for it now. Hey, what's going on? You ignore that. That's the Warden playing tricks on you. It's a recording. A fake AI. It's trying to fool you into working for it, but you don't work for it anymore. No, you work for me, or with me. Good. Finish the job.
With how adamant he is denying that this is real, that Schaefer is not real, it's just AI, and it's the Warden trying to trick us, it's a little odd. This is the same room that the other team is in. They're crossing the bridge over us at this time, right at the end of R8B2. But with Schaefer's deranged attitude, he doesn't want us thinking about that. He only wants us focused on starting this nuclear meltdown. Continuing on, the team starts the secondary. I believe this is canonical because the Warden at this point gives them the objective to go collect GLPs, something that will be important for its agenda, specifically with keeping the hydrostasis units okay, and likely keeping the people healthy after they're awoken from them. Since GLP-1s, which are what we collect here, are a hunger suppressant, it would likely help with them not feeling hungry, especially after getting nutrients through amniotic fluid. In addition to this, in R7 we collect GLP-2s, which do help with your liver health, something that would also be affected by absorbing nutrients through amniotic fluid. I think it's cool that they used actual things instead of some made-up chemical. Continuing through the mission, we have to do a 10-code uplink. Doing so starts this.
This is a contamination preparedness training exercise. Anti-radiation bulkheads will remain open and contamination filtration will be suspended for the duration of the exercise. There is no need to panic. This is a drill.
A drill! Yes! It's just a drill, Warden.
This is the same message we heard in R8B1, but that doesn't make any sense. We crossed the bridge right where B2 just ended, so how are we hearing the message in B1? This all comes down to the data cubes. Upon picking up third data cube, we are not teleported back to the same time that we were. We're teleported to the future. This future occurs after the events of B2, meaning that while we're here, we are also in B2 doing that, but we're also not. Time travel's funky like that. But this allows for the team to hear the message on top of them being able to leave earlier in the mission. This is also why I believe the secondary in that mission is canonical, as picking up the fourth data cube would set them back in the correct point in the timeline. As our team runs out of this mission, we fight waves of enemies, extracting and eventually unlocking another mission. Dropping into R8B4, we are on the final step of Schaefer's plan, starting the nuclear meltdown.
Time to put the test to the test. Let's give the Warden a reason to panic. Get to the primary quadrant reactor control room. Then, lower the control rods. No cooling, no blast doors, no filters. Just panic. Fear. No, nothing changes. Do it. Drop the control rods. Hey, are you listening, prisoners?
As we progress through this mission, we reach a gigantic room. And that's where the warden starts interacting.
What is this? You don't make the rules, I do. I have control. You have your orders. Do not disobey me.
The warden has seemingly overridden Schaefer's power and changed our objective stack from starting the nuclear meltdown to gathering this data sphere to help the other team. Continuing through this mission and finding the bulkhead key, I believe canonically the team chooses to grab the data sphere over helping Schaefer. This is because with their control chips in, they're only going to listen to whatever objective they were given. Grabbing the data sphere and leaving, we get another message from Schaefer. Seemingly feeling betrayed and angry at the fact that we're not doing what he wants us to, he will go and do it himself. But what happens if you enter the secondary? Upon entering the secondary and making your way to the reactor zone, you then enter the lower control rods command into the terminal. After this, a massive cluster scan will spawn. Completing this cluster scan, you've lowered all the control rods, setting up the nuclear meltdown. You are then allowed to go and extract, where you grab the data sphere on the way either way. Despite them grabbing this in either ending, I believe that canonically the team would choose not to go with Schaefer's plan since their control chips are still installed and the warden had changed their mission to exclusively grab the data sphere. Taking this data sphere and fighting our way to extract, we are pulled out of the mission, giving us access to the next mission. Dropping into this mission, Schaefer greets us yet again.
And what are you going to do with it now? You probably don't even know how to extract the microdrive from it. You need me! It's not too late. I think I know a way out. A better plan than theirs. One that will actually work.
Taking this data sphere like the warden has told us to, extracting the data from it onto a microdrive, and eventually getting to the zone where we're gonna drop it off, we see it's the same zone from R8C1. Leaving the microdrive here, and interacting with the hearsay terminal, we leave a familiar message.
Ocean messenger ready.
We have the Project Insight archive key. We'll give it to you, but we want out of here too. We're going to trust you. We'll leave a microdrive with the key on it in zone 249.
We have the Project Insight archive key. We'll give it to you, but we want out of here too. We're going to trust you. We'll leave a microdrive with the key on it in zone 249.
As we leave this room and move on with our mission, Schaefer interacts with us yet again.
I freed you! What are you going to do? Talk to them? What do you think is going to happen when they figure out who you are? They're going to trust you? Once they know who you are, they'll know what you are. Criminals! No! You're letting the warden win! You prisoners! Rats! Rats in a cage! Shooting through each other to get out! Prisoners! That's what you do to each other! That's all you are! You prisoners!
After this, our objective stack is updated, telling us to go and remove our control chips. This mission is so cool. Finding cell after cell and plugging them in generators, powering up a giant MRI machine that will seemingly degauss the chips in our heads, as they are susceptible to magnetism as we know from previous logs in both dimensions, or, the more cool option in my opinion, physically ripping the chips out of our heads, giving us the freedom to no longer be controlled. Eventually, while fighting off enemies as we're getting the MRI powered up and ready to complete its process, Schaefer comes over the intercom and begs us not to.
It's not too late! Please, stop! You leave me here alone! It's not too late! Stop! Damn it! Do you think they're going to want copies of themselves in a new universe? Would you? They are you! What would you do? You'd betray them just like they'll betray you! Stop while you can!
This message from Schaefer has a very different feeling. Schaefer doesn't feel angry or frustrated here. He feels scared. He's scared that he's going to be alone, that no one will be there to help him. He'll have to do it all on his own. Even after everything he's done, his mission has still failed, and the warden still has control over him. Completing this scan, the mission just ends. Black screen, stack empty, our control chips no longer functioning or no longer inside of us. How they extract from this mission is unknown, but they do, giving us access to R8D2. Dropping in, we get another familiar warning.
Warning. Primary quadrant reactor core temperature has exceeded operational safety limits. All non-safety officers evacuate the primary quadrant reactor immediately. This is not a drill.
Continuing through this mission, the team only has one objective: find KDS Deep So, where is it? Good question, because now that we don't have control chips, we're not being told directly where anything is. Instead, we are just told, find KDS Deep. We're here on our own accord. We're not here on anyone else's mission. Getting deeper, we find the secondary and open it. Going into it, the team completes either a 5, 7, or personally in my opinion, they complete the 9 scan, and reach the end of the secondary, opening it up only to realize it's a dead end. Gathering what they can from this zone, they move back to the main objective and open the door. Reaching the door for progression, Schaefer greets them yet again.
Now what are you going to do? I was the one getting you security clearance to open all those doors, to turn on all those generators. Me! You thought you were doing it all? No, it was me! You're going to die down here.
At this point, Schaefer knows that his plan's complete. There's pretty much nothing that can be done to stop the nuclear meltdown. So he's going to try and take as many people as he can with him if he can't win. Going over to the hearsay terminal, we ask the other team for help.
We need your help. We're stuck in a Tier 5 security door. We need you to open the door to Zone 40.
We need your help. We're stuck in a Tier 5 security door. We need you to open the door to Zone 40.
After this, it's a mad dash from terminal to terminal, closing floodgates so we don't get wave after wave of enemies, giving us little breaks in between. Eventually, the other team inputs this code, giving us access to the zone. Entering, we run right to where the terminal is that can stop the alarm, but we need a key to enter, so we gotta run to another zone. Right when we're about to open it, the power goes out. Our only option is to once again ask the other team for help.
We need your help again. We need you to route power to Zone 41. Hurry! We're in trouble here!
We need your help again. We need you to route power to Zone 41. Hurry. We're in trouble here.
Taking, in my opinion, an absurd amount of time to walk 7 steps and input the code, the team eventually gets the electricity back on in this zone, allowing us to open up this door and find the key. Plugging this key into the door, opening it, getting on the terminal and deactivating the alarms, we are finally able to rest. But not before Schaefer talks to us yet again.
You won't help. I don't need you. I'll do it myself. I'm gonna tell him who you are and what you've done. I'm gonna tell him you're infected. Yeah, let's see if they let you go with them when you're carrying the virus.
Again, Schaefer's goal is pretty much complete. He has no other reason to do this than to just kind of be a dick. Schaefer wants to take out as many people as he can if his plan's not going to work. So he's on his way to interact with the other team and make sure that they do not take us with them. So we have to stop him. Gathering what we can, dropping into this really unique tile, and opening the door, we're greeted by the Mega Mom. Quickly dispatching it and opening up another door, we get access to the floodways, where Schaefer is seemingly going to be. Doing a really cool dual scan, and opening up the door, we turn on the microphone for the drainage chamber, and that's when we hear this.
Hey, you! Get away from there!
What? Who are you? What the? You're just like...
I said get away from the cooling tanks!
You're me!
No, you're me! A shittier version!
This is... How did you get here? Did you use the matter wave projector?
What are you talking about? Get away from there!
If you did, that must be why we're seeing so many anomalies. Things are merging. Matter wave collapse. That's why...
I don't give a fuck about that! Get away from that valve!
I can't do that. If we don't get water back in the cooling tanks, we're going to have a meltdown, you understand? Everything will be irradiated.
Good!
But there may be other people left alive out there.
No! All that's left down here are criminals, prisoners. I'm gonna burn this place. I'm gonna burn them all. Now move, or I'll make you!
I can't let you do this!
Step the fuck away!
That other crew, are they with you? We can get out of here.
You don't want them. They're infected. We're all infected.
You have the virus?
Yes. Fuck them, right? Fuck you and fuck the warden. No move. Away. Last chance.
Listen, there may still be a way out of this. Maybe there's a way to move them to a place where...
God, piece of shit! Ah!
The The interaction here is really interesting. Alternate Schaefer seems incredibly surprised at what he's seeing, not knowing that there was another version of himself in this dimension, let alone in the same building. The original Schaefer, on the other hand, doesn't seem to care, or at least already knew. Especially with the comments he made in C2, he likely already knew that this was another copy of themselves already here. Him killing the Schaefer, though, is purely an act of malice. A final way to destroy the plan and make sure no one gets to escape, so we take action. You can sit here for as long as you want, and Schaefer will sit and cry and moan and beg for someone to help him, asking if anyone is there. But at this point, we're done with him. He has tried his best to make sure we don't get to live, to make sure we don't get a second chance, a life free of Nam-V and the creatures. So we open up the door, flooding him with all the reservoir water, and drowning him.
Oh God. No, let me out! No!
Walking down the reservoir, we see them, both dead Schaefers lying there. This is the first time we get to see the person who's been talking to us since all the way back in original Rundown 4. The first time we get to see the deranged man, John Schaefer. This is where we have to make a choice, seeing that there's really no other option, and how it would be extremely hard to explain what happened. The team does something a little deceptive.
This is Schaefer. I'm with the other team now. We're going to KDS Deep. Meet us there. Bring the data cubes.
This is Schaefer. I'm with the other team now. We're going to KDS Deep. Meet us there. Bring the data cubes.
This is the same message the team heard in R8D1, and we now know Schaefer didn't leave them. He was killed. And now, we are deceiving them because it's our only way out. Grabbing the matter wave projector, we hurry back up the reservoir chamber and extract from the mission. This takes us into the final mission of the game. Dropping in, we're greeted with a familiar warning.
Warning, containment vessel breached. A nuclear meltdown is in progress. All personnel evacuate immediately. This is not a drill.
The reactor meltdown is occurring. We have to get to KDS Deep before it's too late. But this time, you can't just rush there. E2 is the best mission in the game. Legitimately, I think it is the best. You encounter everything. Every enemy, except for 3, are inside of this mission, and you have to fight them. Crawling through room after room of respawn rooms, spawning tanks and mothers and scouts and giants and chargers and shadows and shadow giants. You eventually reach one of the hardest alarms in the game, the first Nightmare 6 scan. Completing this, you gain access to a new set of rooms that aren't respawn. Fully clearing them out, the bulkhead key is found by the team. Inputting it, they gain access to the mandatory secondary mission, turning on a reactor to allow them to have enough power to teleport out, at least safely. Completing what I think is the coolest reactor in the game, they are then able to open up the other door, completing another Nightmare 6 scan. At the end of it, however, a P-Mother spawns. Dispatching it, they continue on into a zone filled with shadows. Killing them and doing yet another Class 6 alarm, they gain access to the largest room in the game. Fighting several tanks and tons of enemies, they get down to the terminal they need and input the main waste flush command, allowing them to open KDS Deep. And that's right when it happens. Fog rises, and suddenly a Kraken is inside of the facility. Fighting wave after wave of flyers and dispatching the Kraken quickly, the team rushes back to KDS Deep, hopefully in time before their time runs out and the Nightmare Surge starts. Getting into KDS Deep and carrying up the matter wave projector, they then hear this on the other side of the door. This is the other team in RAE1, fighting their way to KDS Deep, and we're just on the other side of the locked door. We, however, know what needs to be done. If we take them with us, too many questions will be asked. Where's Schaefer? What did we do to him? What is our mission? Too many things that we don't have answers for. So we get on the hearsay system and ask for the data cubes.
This is Schaefer. The security door won't open if you're holding the data cubes. Send them through first.
This is Schaefer. The security door won't open if you're holding the data cubes. Send them through first.
With them being control chipped and being told directly by the warden to do so, they hand over the cubes. We take them, plug them into the matter wave projector, and start up the teleportation sequence. Completing 3 scans and absolutely tanking your performance. This room kills your PC's performance, but boy is it cool. The team is eventually extracted from the facility, ripped out right before waves of tanks show up, and then they're somewhere new. Light, not artificial, but from the sky, grass and trees and rocks and dirt. They're outside. They're somewhere new, walking out from this enormous chunk of KDS Deep that's been ripped from Garganta and placed here. We see where we are, a gigantic forest or jungle, somewhere clean from the virus, somewhere that has no creatures. We're safe, we're free, and we brought everyone in KDS Deep we could with us. This is a new chance, a new start for humanity, and that's when we hear something.
Whoever you are, do not move. You've entered a restricted zone. There are traps everywhere. Do not move.
This dimension is not random. It's not some random dimension that's never been explored. It's already been explored. This is the same dimension the alternate EF01 team traveled to. The dimension that they saw Bishop teleport back with the data cubes. And now have seen him and 3 others, along with half of KDS Deep, show up randomly. You may be thinking with the time difference, how could they even be alive? I mean, almost a decade after they have teleported away, they'd surely be dead by now. But I have a simple answer. It's time travel. The same way we picked up a data cube and went to the future, and then back to the past. Who's to say we are not a few days after Bishop left? This could be occurring right after Durant makes his message that we hear. That could be why there's traps everywhere, and why Durant tells us to not move. But overall, this is a new start. We have Dr. Durant. We have the knowledge of this dimension. We have all of these people. We have survived. Or have we? There is one crucial issue with this ending, and that's the fact that we can't guarantee we're clean. Since we know the virus is as infectious as it is, and can be transferred through any bodily fluid, we would have to make sure we don't have any trace of the virus before being teleported, which is something we can't do. With the massive amount of creatures we have to fight, and the tons of blood we spill, any of it containing a parasite that has the virus that got onto any of the 4 would make them infected, dooming this dimension, meaning that all of this work, everything they fought for could be completely doomed because one of them has the virus. And I believe it's more likely than not that that's what's happened.
Now hang on there, buckaroo. While that is the end of the in-game story, we're not quite done with logs yet. There are 27 logs in Rundown 8 that can be tied to various universes. From my best guess, I've tied these logs to several universes that I think they could come from. This does not mean that that's the absolute place they've come from. I'll of course start with the original universe, go to the alternate, and then several of the other ones we've seen or have no clue of where these logs come from. I will not be going into depth with these, as I don't feel that I need to, especially with a lot of them not really adding anything to the story. First up, we have the original dimension. There is only one log I could directly tie to this dimension, and that's because it's an exact copy of the previous log. This log is, of course, the Mambo Media article discussing how Nam-V is spreading quickly throughout Europe, and they're still working on finding a vaccine. The only reason I'm tying this to the original dimension is because it's the exact copy of the previously mentioned log that you can find in the original dimension. Moving on to the alternate universe, the first log takes place in 2050. This is a repeat of the Mambo Media internal email talking about how they doubt that the Chicxulub accident happened where they say it happened. Next up, we have a KDS log talking about the slow progress on Project Rise and how they need to hold themselves to a higher standard to make more progress. In 2052, there is the mandatory psych eval notice coming from SMC. Next up, we get a data log talking about how they've run tests on Nam-V and include what they have found with it. In 2052, we find another log discussing an SMC employee that was detained outside of his room, and when he re-entered, he found a hearsay microphone. In 2053, we got the KDS log talking about the issues they're having with HSU registration. Shortly after, we had Dr. Hammerstein's report on the upcoming experiment. This experiment, of course, being the one that shot lasers throughout the facility. Around this time, we get the log where Igor messages Andrew Clinton talking about the hearsay system, saying that the hearsay system is putting a divide between the coworkers and making it so that they don't talk to each other anymore. After this, we get an article saying that NATO is very likely to collapse. After this, in 2054, we get a new log. This log is an article talking about how they're researching a vaccine for Nam-V, and scientists are struggling as every new person has a slightly different version of the virus due to its high mutation rate. In 2055, we get another log that we've seen before. We get the log between Dr. Durant and Susan Nesbitt, where he begs her to come with them on the EF01 trip. We then get Dr. Stokes talking about the time difference between them and the EF01 group. Alongside this, we get Dr. Stokes' log talking about how the matter wave projector works. After this, we get a Mr. Truth log talking about how the census of the United States shows that many millions of people have died from Nam-V. Moving to 2057 for the final 2 logs of the alternate timeline, both of them are new. The first is a Warden Command log. We see that the Warden is setting up a biocom objective stack and assigning Woods, Data, Hackett, and Bishop, telling them to search and destroy. After this, we get the context for what they were sent to destroy. We see Matthew Aaron and another member of the Project Daylight team looking for a vaccine and looking through the medical records of Garganta. They're denied access to it and see that the system is being controlled by something called the Warden. Shortly after this, they're approached by a Legion team that has their stack updated, likely the mission from the previous log. They then kill Matthew Aaron and the other member. This was likely done to prevent the Warden's plan from being foiled and to help people get out of this universe while it still could. This also provides the last known log for the alternate timeline and shows what ended up happening to the Project Daylight crew. The next two logs are from the previously visited Fog Dimension. The first one features the same woman as before, this time saying that she woke up with blood all over her sheets, believing that her baby is dead. She says that John will be absolutely devastated, but she's glad that the baby is dead. The last log for this dimension has the same woman yet again, this time begging in agony for John to cut the baby out of her. When there's no response, she decides that she'll do it herself. There's really no context for what's happening in this dimension outside of the 3 logs we get, so it's kind of hard to tell what exactly is happening. More than likely though, it's a woman suffering from the symptoms of Nam-V. There is a log we're able to tie to a specific dimension though that's a little interesting, and that dimension is the Nightmare Dimension. If you remember back to the RA-A2 secondary that's non-canonical, you teleport to a dimension where there's a whole bunch of nightmare enemies. This is known as the Nightmare Dimension. In this dimension, you can find a log. Sneaking through this room, which kinda sucks, you're able to find a Mr. Truth log. Mr. Truth discusses in his younger years how he helped a group of people work on this restaurant, and that despite them not making much money, they helped the man get his restaurant open before it was eventually shut down. They refused to take any payment from him, since they were just glad that they could help. Years later, he went on a trip back there and saw that another group of kids was fixing the restaurant up. When he asked about it, they said that they were going to shut down and be out of money at the end of the year, so they all agreed to work for free to get it back open. He then sees it's the same owner that was there when he was there, and he's just taking advantage of these kids. This deception is what Mr. Truth is trying to expose to the world through his show, and is something that he absolutely despises. The final 6 logs are all from an unknown dimension, or cannot be placed absolutely in any dimension timeline. The first log is a conversation heard by the hearsay system between someone named Steven and Andrew Clinton. In this log, Clinton says that he has some leave coming up next month and he'll be trying to get information about what's happening to Garganta out. The next log discusses the DNA vault that's being closed down because of Nam-V. The phrasing for some of it is different, but there isn't a clean way to place it in any timeline. Next, we have a log from Nolan Connor, who says it's been a year since Dr. Stokes has left. He says that they won't say what happened to her, but he thinks he knows what happened. He says he hasn't caught the virus yet, but that they're supposed to have a meeting the next day talking about the progress they've made on a vaccine. The next log is yet again from Nolan Connor, this time taking place after the meeting. He says that they've effectively killed the world, and Garganta is about everyone that's left. He says that the group is going to go into the inner and fight whatever is there, and he's going to go down with them. Next is another Mr. Truth log where he says he only wanted to expose the truth, but it made him do things he's not sure he wanted to do. It's implied through this log that he killed Mrs. Truth. Whether that be from delusions of Nam-V or his own mistakes is not really clear. The final log is yet another Mr. Truth log, this time talking about how he is dying and he has the virus. He says that for those who are alive, he wants them to push on and survive, but he will be burning down his house to prevent it from spreading to anyone else. These logs don't really provide anything to any of their timelines, but they do add something to Rundown 8. It shows us the severity of the matter wave collapse that's occurring. We know that Rundown 8 is taking place in a dimension that has at least 5 separate dimensions collapsing in on each other. On top of this, we can see evidence of this by seeing several dead teams. These teams, of course, are consisting of the main 4. These teams can be spotted on RA-A1 and RA-D1, and could possibly be the teams from several dimensions we don't know about.
But with all of that, what are my thoughts on how GeeTFO ended? I love it. The story of one team being helped by the Warden, gathering the materials, getting the clean dimension, getting the matter wave and the data cubes, getting to KDS Deep, only to be betrayed by the other team who really had no other option, is so cool. Watching the evolution of our characters as we move on and they slowly realize that they're screwed. There's nothing that they can do. The original team, while many people place them as just being evil, really had no other option. What were you gonna tell the other team? You're just gonna tell them that your Schaefer killed their Schaefer and you just have to trust them? Who's to say that you won't just kill them? The only option they had, and the option that was supported by the Warden, was for them to give over the data cubes. And sadly, the sacrifice 4 lives to save many. Unfortunately, I don't think it worked out, as I don't think they're all clean at the very end. I think at minimum, one of them has the virus, likely dooming the rest of humanity. A lot of people may see this as a disappointing ending. You do all of this for nothing, you get all the way to the end and you're doomed anyway. It's the same outcome on both sides. The first half of Rundown 8 The alternate team does all of this stuff. They get the data cubes, they get the matter wave projector, they wipe them, they recode them, they fight their way to Schaefer, and they eventually fight their way to Cadius Deep, doing all of this work for the other team, and it's all for nothing. They die the same, no matter what you do, no matter how fast you are. That team dies every time. And the parallel with the other team is perfect. This team doing everything Schaefer told them to do before being broken free by the Warden and being told that they can make their own destiny. Going through, fighting their way to Cadius Deep, doing more arguably than the other team. Getting there, taking the data cubes after an unfortunate circumstance that they really can't explain, and teleporting away only to die because of their own hubris. No one gets to win. The only way this dimension could survive is if somehow, without transferring the virus to anyone, and if it still functions, the 4 team members got in the hydrostasis and stayed there long enough for the virus to die out. But I think that's pretty unlikely. I think the parallel between one team dying from the actions they took and the other team dying from the actions they took lines up perfectly. GeeTFO was never a hopeful story. It is filled with dread. Every mission fills you with dread. You never know what you're going to do until you drop in. You don't know what the Warden wants you to do. You don't know what Schaefer wants you to do. But over the course of a few days that Rundown 8 takes place in, it's all over. This dimension is doomed, as at least 5 dimensions collapse in on each other and ultimately cause issues. On top of this, Garganta is doomed as a nuclear meltdown is occurring, releasing massive amounts of radiation and could potentially explode, causing huge issues. The Warden attempting to get as many people out as it could did come at the cost of all their lives. But what would have happened if it didn't have to rush its plan? What if Schaefer didn't start a meltdown and allowed the Warden to do its plan? What if Schaefer talked with the Conduit? If original Schaefer talks with the Conduit instead of killing it, I believe the story does get a happy ending. There is more than just death and dread. This story could have turned out different, and it all comes down to one man's actions. Schaefer ultimately gets what he wants. Everyone dies. No one gets to live. But he also doomed humanity's last chance, their final chance to have any sort of normalcy, any sort of life outside of this virus. And he took it away because he didn't listen or care to talk to the Warden. Overall, the story of GeeTFO is incredible. I absolutely love it and think it is one of the best stories I have ever played through. Now, is it the best story I've ever played through? No, there are still plot holes and things that I think could have been polished more, especially in some of the logs that have incorrect dates or really funky dates. But I do think that 10 Chambers has crafted a story that makes comprehensive sense and is extremely entertaining. With all of that, this short lore section out of the way, we can go ahead and move on to the next section, GeeTFO and its community. GeeTFO and its community can be best split into 3 separate parts. Those parts can be the general community, where most of the community resides, the modding community, where a smaller group of the community resides, and the professional community, where an even smaller group of the community resides. I'll go over each of these sections one by one, discuss what they're about, and discuss my feelings on them. Starting with GeeTFO's general community, I found them to be 3 things: welcoming, informative, and rotating. So what do I mean by this? My personal experience when I first joined the GeeTFO server was quite interesting. I expected the community to be more elitist and also to be filled with people who are more than willing to troll you and make fun of you rather than help you if you have any questions. And this was far from what I got. The longer I stayed here, the more and more I saw people getting helped by this community, whether that be through answering questions related to gameplay or mechanics, or asking people what went wrong in this clip. The community itself is very nice. Granted, there are going to be some people that are just dicks, but that's with any community. After being here for a while though, I saw something change within the community, and that would be its members. While yes, there are consistencies, those being the players that have been here a long time and will stay here, there is also a constant rotating list of players who either play the game for the first time and don't like it, get deep enough that they get stuck on a level and stop playing, or finish the game and stop completely. This rotating group of people provides a consistency within the community. You're likely to get someone to join your match no matter what level you post for, because there's likely someone out there who needs that level too. GeeTFO's public lobby matchmaking I think is pretty good. While yes, you're going to have the occasional situation where you post for a level that's far out of the reach of some players who just downloaded the game and they join your lobby, but
You can also get players who have been here for quite a while who are more than willing to teach you things that maybe you didn't know about. On top of this, playing with a larger group of people means that you're able to pick up things that they do a little faster. I will say the downside to playing only public lobbies is that with the inconsistent teammates, you're not going to be able to get a consistently good result with your gameplay, meaning you're going to have to put in some personal effort to get better. This isn't to say that you can't find consistent teammates through public lobby matchmaking. In fact, the group that I run with right now, consisting of, the same rotating 8 or 9 people, I all met through public matchmaking. Or that one time I dropped in on Dave and was like, hey, nice world record. But overall, the GeeTFO public lobby matchmaking system is pretty good. It does allow you to post for any level you need or any level you have unlocked, and allows you to get a group of people who are more than willing to help you clear it. While joining a random match with people you don't know can be a little daunting, the more confident you are in your gameplay, as well as the more you know about the game, the more confident and willing you are to join these lobbies. Even if after that, you want to play alone and you'd rather play by yourself, there is a system for you: the in-game bots. At best, they can be described as less than desirable. Now, if you want to see the intricacies of how they work in deeper levels, I highly recommend you go and watch Rob's channel. Rob has had a series where he's gone through the entire game playing bots only, and it's honestly peak. Go and watch it. Wrapping this up though, GeeTFO's general community is incredibly nice. While it does range from people who just downloaded the game to people who have been here a couple thousand hours, the community is more than willing to help you and push you towards learning things that you didn't know about. GeeTFO and its mods are wide and varied. This can range from minor bug fixes all the way up to levels and rundowns that feel like a completely different game. Generally, you can place these into 4 separate categories: bug fixes, quality of life, game additions, and levels. Starting with minor bug fixes, these can be things that fix minor things that happen in the game that can get annoying, but most commonly, I'd say it's memory leak fix. Memory leak is a continuous issue in the game. If you play for longer than say 2.5 hours, you'll likely have to reset your game. You'll start experiencing things that can throw a level off for you, including C-foam going through a door, sentries not shooting enemies, or bots not acting the way that they're supposed to. This is one of my biggest grievances with the game and is something I wish would have been fixed a while ago. For the other fixes, it really comes down to one of 2 factors: your connection issues and your hardware. You can experience issues in GeeTFO related to your connection. Seeing as it's peer-to-peer, you're more likely to experience more issues if you're having connection issues or if one of your quad is having connection issues. On top of this, if you are playing on really poor hardware, you are more likely to experience issues. Overall, I don't think GeeTFO's issues outweigh the overall gameplay experience or how much fun the game truly is. Quality of life mods are quite interesting. They really just come down to what annoys you the most, or what you would like to change about the game. This can include changing your name color, and customizing several aspects of the game around what you like. Next up is game additions, and this is where stuff really starts to break. Game additions can include things like new weapons, new tools, new placements, new movement, new mechanics, level and rundown overhauls, and gameplay changes that affect the main game, including broken boosters. While there is nothing directly wrong with using any of these, it does break the balance of the game. In addition to this, some of the introduced things do cause the game to have more issues, including greater latency and connection-related issues. Overall, gameplay additions can be implemented in a good way if they're in addition to something that you have created, such as a brand new rundown with brand new mechanics, new enemies, or a new type of gameplay. Moving on to the modded levels, they typically come in 2 different types: those that feel like the vanilla game, and those that feel like a different game entirely. Now, personally, I tend to enjoy the ones that are more like the vanilla game, but this is because I resonated with GeeTFO's gameplay on such a good level that I enjoy playing more of that gameplay. Typically, the vanilla type rundowns will feature objectives and gameplay that is very similar to GeeTFO, including repeat objectives, tile sets, weapons, and enemies. However, the other type will feature new enemies, weapons, melee weapons, objective types, and gameplay mechanics, including movement overhauls, as well as different types of attacking. Overall, I think they are great additions to the gameplay and do add a fresh variety to players who have completed everything and still want more. I have personally enjoyed several levels that are more of a puzzle rather than a level itself. Specifically, R1Z1 is a fantastic one if you ever want to try it. All this leads into the next group I want to discuss: the professionals of the game. These are the people that have gone through every level multiple times over and gone back to their favorite level and done it over and over again. On top of this, these members have ventured into aspects of the game that they may have never thought they would, such as the one that I found myself stumbling into a little over a year ago.
GeeTFO is a very weird game to speedrun. With all of its random factors, random enemy placements, random item placements, random resource placements, objective items, terminal codes, how the hell would anyone get enjoyment from running this game? And that was exactly my thought. While I had watched several groups speedrun through some levels and was thoroughly impressed, it was something I would never be obtaining, something I would never attempt. That was until a post was made in the GeeTFO speedrunning chat in February of 2025. The challenge was simple. Complete the level R3D1 in 16 minutes or less, and you got a uncolored speedrunner roll. Complete it in under 11 minutes, and you got the prized red roll. Ever since completing the entire game, there was a bit of something missing. I wanted to prove to myself and others that I was good at this game, and I saw this challenge as a way to do it. Getting together a group to do it with me, we started attempts on a Friday night, and those attempts lasted late into the night. We continued the same thing on Saturday night, and eventually this happened.
No, I'm on mine. Nice. Yeah, that's happening this time, I promise. Yeah, absolutely.
This is easily if we get it.
God. Way to go.
Please, please,
God.
please. Yes! Yes!
Nice.
We weren't the only group running this. There was also a group that got way more completions than us. This group became known as the Tour Guides, helping new and veteran players through the run to get their sub-11 runs in. Whether this be because they had a limited amount of time, or they just wanted to get it over with, either way, they were consistent, and could consistently get people sub-11 times. We prided ourselves on being one of the only groups outside of this group to get a sub-11 run, and it's still something I hold close to my heart. However, this is not the only challenge that occurred. The next month, another challenge was proposed, this time around the level R5E1. Complete it in under 50 minutes, and you got the participation roll. Complete it in under 25, and you got the red roll. But if you complete it in under 20, you got a brand new colored roll, and I had to stay consistent and get the next top roll. There was a slight issue though. I personally wouldn't have the time to grind on this one as much as I did with the other, so I did in fact take the tour guide route on this one, and got my run done quite early on. The next few challenges weren't speedrun related, so I will skip over them, but the next one came out and was a little divisive. The level was R6C1, a level that had already been a speedrun challenge prior to this, allowing several speedrunners to go to the 10 Chambers headquarters and do the interview that's seen here. Since this level was selected by one eliminating levels through a wheel, it was completely random, and eventually they stuck with it, but with the caveat. They wanted to do 1 week on this level and 1 week on another. It was then decided that they would spend 1 week working on the R6C1 speeds, and the next week would be R6D1, another fun level that hadn't been in a prior challenge. Knowing this, and the week beforehand, my group of friends and I got together and started grinding on R6C1. Now when I tell you that this was one of the most fun times I've ever had speedrunning, I'd be lying. This run absolutely sucked early on. Legitimately learning this run was a little difficult, not to mention that we were doing stuff crazily inefficient and doing things that did not need to happen. It was a sloppy run, but we did get the sub 1640 time to be able to get the colored roll. After we'd achieved this several times over, getting an all-time best time of 1629, we decided to move on and start practicing for R6D1 the next week. We grinded on R6D1 for a long time. Eventually, we got several good runs, but one night was catastrophic. We continuously had issue after issue, both skill and knowledge related. R6D1 is not that difficult of a speed, but it is very susceptible to randomness, enemy placements, item placements, resource placements, all of which are important for the early half of the speed, and all of which we were running in blind. We also saw an issue with how the speedrun was being held. While the time that was given was technically possible mathematically, no one had done it since they nerfed the sniper from 3 shots to 2, meaning it would take 1 extra reload to pop a tumor on the Kraken. We crashed out at this when we kept grinding and got nowhere even close to it.
within 20 seconds at best. That wasn't until Eva sat down with us, watched our run, and started pointing out things that we could do better. Implementing those into our run, it was like magic. Suddenly we were able to get times close enough to the goal, but even surpassing it by 10-20 seconds. Eventually we started grinding on something that would save us almost a full minute. However, we were never able to pull it off. Cycle skip is ridiculous, requiring that you do more damage to the Kraken on one tumor than a tumor is technically supposed to do, and applying that damage to the next tumor, you can skip the final tumor by doing enough of this damage. However, getting it down consistently and getting it able to happen consistently is really difficult, especially when all of us were close enough that latency wasn't a huge thing. Later in the competition, in its last few days, I did join a group that had high latency and we did pull it off. However, our time was slower than our personal best without cycle skipping, but either way, we were one of 2 groups who used cycle skip in a submitted run, and it was kinda cool. This challenge also made it so I am the most prevalent player on the R6D1 speedrun chart. Does that mean anything? No. It just means I'm on the list more than anyone else. So, I don't know, I thought it was cool. But getting deeper into this, speedrunning became something that I saw as obtainable by me. My skill level had grown significantly from playing, and I had been able to gain new skills through speedrunning. All of this culminated in several speedruns that we started doing, including a very rough one I had the idea of doing in February of 2026, that being Rundown 8%. While we did speedrun every level in Rundown 8, we had 2 total R8% attempts, mainly coming down to E2, which is an incredibly rough speedrun. Getting the time that we wanted and being able to continue on, we crashed out. Rundown percent speedruns are hard. The amount of precision you have to have level after level is insane. We tried optimizing it, so we did the hardest stuff first and it only got easier as we went on, but the hard stuff's still hard, man. The more we speedran, the more I saw it as an obtainable thing. I could in fact speedrun. I could in fact get good times. I could in fact be top 3 on a leaderboard. And the more we grinded, we started grinding different categories. Glitched categories, solo categories, duo categories, trio categories, 100%, any percent. We put submissions everywhere. Do some of us hold world records? Absolutely. I still hold one that's fantastic, but we need to redo it to go a little faster. I got deep enough into it that I am a speedrun verifier on SRC for the game. And overall, speedrunning has become an amazing aspect of this game to be. Something that I would absolutely do with my group of friends, and something that we'll just occasionally run just for fun.
I of course can't talk about GeeTFO speedrunning without mentioning its controversy. Notably, the logger controversy. Speedrunning GeeTFO is really hard. Not knowing where anything is when you drop in can make runs inconsistent, and add extra time to a run that you may not have needed if you had better spawns. The logger tool was an attempt to fix this. By reading a text log that's created each time you open up the game, the logger tool allows you to see where items are when you're dropping into the mission. This meant that you could reset the level for better spawns and have more consistent runs. When it was introduced, it did have some pushback. There was people who believed that this would add extra reset time to speedruns rather than using the in-game ways of finding items, taking away some of the skill of the game. Some of this was fixed with the current version of the logger, which allows you to see resources and items prior to the drop into the mission, allowing you to just reset from the rundown screen, saving a ton of time. Ultimately, the result of this was a separate category on SRC, meaning that you could run either logged or logless and wouldn't have interference from the other group. At this point, you may be asking the same things I was. How did people get into this game? What did they think of it? How has that view changed? And what is their view on it now? I was curious about this, and so I asked several prominent members from in and outside of the community for their responses. Let's begin by discussing the 4 speedrunners that I asked. To avoid swaying any answers based on how I phrased the questions, I made sure to ask everyone the same questions the same way. Those questions were 1. How were you exposed to GeeTFO? 2. What drew you into GeeTFO? 3. How has your view of GeeTFO changed over playing it? And 4. What is your 1-sentence review of the game? Let's begin with Dark Eva. Being one of the 4 most dominant speedrunners on SRC for GeeTFO, Dark Eva said that he was looking for games on Steam that he could play with his friends, and found GeeTFO and thought it looked interesting. He said he was initially drawn in by the immaculate atmosphere, and how it did feel like this dark sci-fi horror mystery that you had to min-max and strategize super well in order to complete. He said it also promoted a very tense feeling that got him and 2 of his friends hooked into the game. When asked how his view changed, he said, besides the obvious being that he now speedruns, He no longer sees it in the same way he did when he was new. All of the experience he's had playing the game has taken away the mystery, and he does believe that the atmosphere has downgraded slightly. He says the game went from a grimy, dark feeling to more of a bright design at times. He says while min-maxing and strategizing is no longer necessary for normal gameplay, he still enjoys it in the way of challenge runs. His one-sentence review is GeeTFO is a very niche but entirely unique game that has incredibly tense atmosphere and challenging but fair gameplay loops. You either love it or you don't. Continuing on, I asked another member of his team, that being Frosty. Frosty says he found out about the game in original Rundown 1 when Markiplier started playing it. He said since he was young and didn't have income and didn't have a PC that could handle it, he ended up buying the game in January of 2022 and played it with the bots when it released. After later getting a PC that year, he started playing the game with friends and only really started playing the game a lot at the end of 2023. When asked about the intrigue, he says that the atmosphere was so unique and that the gameplay was really nothing like any other game. The hardcore nature of it also made him want to keep playing over and over to complete every level. He says pubbing was fun at the start, but when he found his original group of people and started playing a ridiculous amount, he enjoyed every minute of it. On top of this, the game has added several experiences to his life, including being flown out to Sweden and making many friends from the game. He still hasn't gotten bored of the game yet, which makes it incredibly special for him. As for what changed for Frosty, he says his enjoyment has stayed pretty consistent over time. There was a time, probably in the first half of 2025, where he was having the most fun he's ever had in the game, but he still enjoys the game a lot through friends, speedrunning, and the general community. His one-sentence review is that the shit fucks hard. Next up, another member of their speedrunning group, TGB. When asked how he found the game, he says that it was through Markiplier initially, but then years later, a group of friends wanted to play it. The intrigue was that he hadn't played many shooters before, and it just seemed fun to play. As for what changed for him, he says that the game seemed very stealth heavy at first, but then as he got into more advanced play, he saw there was way more leeway with how you play. On top of this, he says that the game has changed into mostly resource management. As for his one-sentence review, TGB says the game is really fun, though it lacks quite a bit in teaching players how to play, but once you get past that, it gets really good. The final speedrunner I asked was probably the one that's been here the longest. Claiming to have been here since the earliest releases of GeeTFO, Random Kenny has been here forever. He is the player that's been here since the beginning and has stuck around since. When asked how he found the game, his response was pretty simple. Since he has a huge history with Payday 2, he was naturally made aware of Simon and Ulf's departure from Starbreeze to their own gaming studio. Because of this, he's been following along with the development of GeeTFO since those times. When asked what pulled him in, he says that since it was going to be a 4-player co-op game like Payday 2 before it, he was always interested in what 10 Chambers was going to make, especially with Simon doing the sound design, since he was quite beloved in the Payday 2 community for his banger tracks. When asked what changed for him, he says that nothing has changed too drastically over the years. He says ever since the network alpha test, he had been in love with the game and kept up with every update and every bit of knowledge he could with the community and the devs. He says that once Rundown 2 released, it was starting to get more interesting lore-wise, so he really wanted to know what was up with that. And of course with the speedrunning that he was doing, he had always been interested in coming back to the game over and over again. When asked for his review, he had this. GeeTFO is a hardcore game that has a crazy learning curve to it. The game doesn't hold your hand, so it's very puzzle-like in that aspect. So if you like first-person survival co-op shooters that require you to think and learn, this game might be right up your alley. Just make sure you rope some friends along for the ride. From this, you may have seen a consistency with these answers, where they got the game from. 2 of them mentioned someone who is likely the most influential person to GeeTFO gaining players early on. That, of course, being Markiplier. Markiplier's original videos on Rundowns 1, 2, and 6 drew in a massive amount of people to the game. Don't take my word for it, 10 Chambers has said specifically on their website that Markiplier is one of the major influences early on. On top of this, he didn't only influence people to join the game, but also influenced how they play. From several first-hand accounts from people who were playing during Rundown 6, many of them agreed that there were several people who joined because of Markiplier and only wanted to play in certain playstyles that they had used in the videos. While this doesn't affect anything majorly, it does show that his playthrough did have a major effect on both the people and influence coming to the game. Another direct influence he had on this game was beating the first and second level of original Rundown 1 completely solo. I believe that this is the influence for the current achievement of beating a B tier level with only pistols. Additionally, them coming back to the game continuously over the years has drawn a massive amount of attention to it. ultimately grabbing more people to come and play this game. Similarly to the speedrunners, I did send Markiplier these questions, and I'm gonna be honest, I sent him at the worst time. At the time I sent them, he was finishing up Iron Lung, getting married, and working on extra side projects, so you know, an email with questions probably wasn't the top priority at the time. But either way, his influence was seen greatly, and you can generally feel that he enjoys this game. Moving on to another influence who drew people in, it's someone who's been here a long time. Someone who's been making videos since original Rundown 2, both guides and playthroughs. That person is, of course, Professor Scalar. Scalar is by far the most prolific content creator for GeeTFO, creating guides for every level currently in the game, as well as having playthroughs for original Rundown 2 all the way through Rundown 8. Additionally, he was one of the first people that helped piece together the lore, making videos, ultimately resulting in what I think is the most comprehensive lore video that GeeTFO could have, telling you the entire story in about 40 minutes. Scalar still continues to make GeeTFO content, now more focused on the modding community, focusing on certain modded rundowns or individual levels. While technically having a smaller reach than Markiplier, Scalar was still a major influence for a ton of people to get the game, seeing several of his playthroughs or his lore videos and being intrigued to play this game. I did get in contact with Scalar and asked him the same 4 questions. These were his responses. For how he found the game, it was through some of his closest friends, as well as seeing Markiplier's videos. He was drawn in by 4 things: the gameplay, the mysterious atmosphere, the lack of lore at the time, and his drive to make content. At the time, he was looking for a game to create videos that didn't already have a ton of creators making them, so he chose GeeTFO since it had a relatively small creator count. He has been with the game since the very beginning, and his opinion has changed. There has been positives and negatives, but overall he said he has enjoyed GeeTFO immensely throughout the years. He says it is a shame that the game had to come to an end sooner than the devs originally planned, which did cause a fair amount of ideas to get scrapped. Despite that, the ending was still fairly solid, and is pretty good in his opinion. His one-sentence review is GeeTFO is a great game if you're looking for a unique challenge to dedicate many hours into with friends. Of course, Markiplier and Scalar's playthroughs aren't the only playthroughs of the game. There is another that I think has been more influential as of recent. That of course being Astral Spiff's playthrough of Rundown 8. Spiff's 5 videos chronicling the 1 year it took them to beat Rundown 8 are fantastic, showing the struggles of them getting through each level, learning new things as they go on, and ultimately resulting in them conquering the hardest level that the game can offer, is a fantastic story. On top of this, it's some of the best coverage that the game had had as of recent, having several millions of views as the series continued on. Not only this, but it is one of my personal influences for getting the game. While I had seen Markiplier's videos, Astral Spiff series ultimately put me over the edge of getting the game. On top of this, it's had a more recent effect similar to Markiplier's, with many people coming to GeeTFO because of his videos, and using several strategies that they've seen in his videos. I was able to get in contact with Spiff and ask him the 4 questions as well, and his answers were slightly different. Instead of seeing GeeTFO anywhere else, he found GeeTFO on the Steam Discovery queue. They were drawn in thinking that it was a co-op horror, something scary, similar to Backrooms, or something like it. Over time, they realized that the game was not tailored for fear, but instead for suffering and struggle. His one-sentence review of the game is that it is a perfect game for a head basher and his friends. Overall, gameplays did draw a major amount of people into this game, and have continuously brought more people into it, from seeing videos late, or remembering videos that they'd seen years ago, and coming to play the game finally. Gameplays are not the only thing that drew people in, however. There have also been reviews of the game that have helped people decide if they want to play. I'd like to discuss 2 of them. We'll start with one that drew many people in, including myself. That of course being Bricky's review. Bricky's review is shorter, but does get his message through, that they did play the game, they struggled a bit, but overall they had a good time, seeing that the game has much more potential the deeper that you get into it, as well as seeing that there are many mechanics that you can get a hold of, and many things in this game that you can learn to take advantage of. Now, is everything in his video completely accurate? No, but it's not inaccurate enough to be offensive, or inaccurate enough that you're going to give the wrong idea of the game. What it does show is that even with his limited experience, he still had a good time with the game, and ultimately recommends it to people who are willing to take on the challenge of it. The second review I want to discuss is Thane Bishop's. Coming from the perspective of a player who continuously comes back to the game to get deeper and deeper, it provides a quite interesting insight into the game. Describing the general aspects of most reviews, how the game functions, what the game does, and things you need to focus on, as well as describing the environment and the lighting, his review provides an interesting perspective on the game, as well as providing a bit of a hook for people to get into the game, providing a little bit of the story to be able to get you hooked in. While this review did come out after I had already purchased and been playing the game for quite a while, I do believe it's quite influential to those who haven't and may be interested in knowing what the game is. Overall, reviews and gameplays play a major aspect in getting people into this game, something that I'd also like to achieve with this video. Even if it's only a few people, I'd like to get you into the game and start your own journey with GeeTFO. But with that, that brings me to my final section, my review of the game and the feelings it's left me with. With everything I've discussed, both objective and subjective about GeeTFO, I may have missed something very important that I'd like to discuss. The flaws of GeeTFO. While I will absolutely call it my favorite game, I cannot say that this game is perfect. Let's begin with the smaller issues that I've mentioned or feel I need to bring up, beginning with memory leak and its associated consequences. Memory leak, as stated before, is a consistent and reoccurring issue inside GeeTFO. If you play longer than 2.5 hours, you'll begin to experience it. While a large majority of the time it doesn't change too much, these connected issues can be disheartening and annoying to newer players. Having foam go through a door you want to set up for an alarm, or a door you're holding at, can cause new players to panic and potentially wipe, ultimately leaving them feeling like they lost not to their own actions, but something they couldn't control. This goes not just for the foam-related effects, but for the bot and the damage-related ones too. Continuing on this track, GeeTFO does have a few issues players are likely to encounter at some point playing the game. This includes bio-tracker showing enemies as little red dots instead of large white ones, liquid overlay void bug, and depending on how many times you reset to them, various checkpoint bugs. Beginning with the bio-tracker bug, this doesn't have a known cause to my knowledge and won't really affect gameplay too much since the bio-tracker will still be able to see the location of the enemies all the same. It's more of an annoyance than anything and happens quite rarely, but it still can happen. I have experienced this bug a handful of times over a few thousand hours that I've played, but it's never been a detriment to me or my team in any level. Moving to the liquid overlay bug, these are believed to be hardware specific, occurring most commonly on NVIDIA 30 series or older GPUs. This causes either a growing black void, black streaks, or a colored overlay to grow over your vision. I have experienced this bug, but only when I was playing on my old PC, notably with a 3060, very likely why I'd experienced it. Even though I did experience this, it was incredibly rare and did dissipate after some time passed. While I can see this being something that causes a member of a team to go down, it's more than likely an annoyance for a few minutes before going away. Moving to the checkpoint bugs, these are only as common as you make them. What I mean by this is the more you reset to the same checkpoint, the more likely you are to experience these bugs. This can include the door needing to be opened multiple times, items being stuck to your hands, and being unable to interact with items, doors, and terminals. These can be rough to a run, but I've only experienced these to a detrimental degree after resetting to a checkpoint more than 5 times. While I do believe these are by far the most common bugs you may run into, they are by no means guaranteed to happen, nor are they common enough to occur every time you play, with the exception of memory leak. Play this game long enough, and you will have memory leak. But for the other issues and bugs, they are dependent on other factors, like your connection. Connection issues and related bugs can be some of the most game-breaking and frustrating to experience. These can range from desync issues where interactions, player movement, player position, dealt damage, and damage taken are delayed but still applied, being stuck in dimensions after teleporting, terminals registering multiple player interactions at the same time, locking them for the whole squad, dropping into a mission for an extended period, rehosting mid-mission, resetting you either to the start of the mission or to your last checkpoint, objective and mission timers freezing, doors not fully opening, doors closing after you open them, and progression or extract scans not appearing for all players. Hearing all of this, you may think that these appear quite often. That is far from the case. Connection and desync issues are only common if your connection is consistently unstable or your host's connection is consistently unstable. In addition to this, many of these issues require specific events to be an issue, like terminal bug. While in the most extreme cases of connection issues, terminal bug can occur with one person on it, it's most common when more than one person approaches the terminal and attempts to interact with it, or if the person interacting with the terminal is severely desynced. This applies to other bugs in the game as well, such as scout bombing. requiring you to have touched the scout tentacles through a closed door, alerting the scout but delaying the scream until the door is opened. This requires that you first close the door on the tentacles, and second, remain close enough to them to touch them afterwards. This can also occur with one player approaching a room with a scout, not entering the room but closing the door, and moving 3 or more rooms away. Then, after this, if you have another player go to that door with the player still away, and open it, and the scout wanders over to that position and spreads its tentacles, it can somehow detect the previous position of the first player who closed the door. I have experienced both of these bugs, and yes, they can be extremely frustrating, but I've only seen them be run-ending on 2 levels. Those of course being R8E2 for the first type of scout bombing, and R7E1 for the second type. Overall, I've only ever had the second type occur on R7E1, and only ever 3 times. One of which was us trying to make it happen. Another example of this is something like door bug. Unrelated to the previously mentioned door bugs, door bug requires an extremely specific set of events to occur and is less of a detriment and more overpowered than anything. For door bug to occur, a door must be on low health and then be broken within the first few frames that it's closing. This will have the door register as closed for enemies despite the door being broken. This will lock enemies behind it, but will still allow players to pass through it, meaning you can spawn cap enemies and do alarms or anything else that typically spawns enemies without consequences. While this is an exploit more than anything, it is the basis for many glitch speedruns, including my friends and I's chicken parm % world record. All of this to say, yes, there are issues in this game that can throw a run and can be extremely frustrating, but many of the bugs that are unrelated to hardware or memory leak take specific events to make them occur, such as losing connection or specific player actions. Bugs are, however, not the biggest issue with GeeTFO in my opinion. The biggest issue would be the lack of information it gives the players early on. TGB mentioned this in his 1-sentence review, but it's a known issue by the community and those who play outside of the community. The game's tutorial does teach you some of the basics, and gives you a little wiggle room to experiment with a few of the game's mechanics, but it doesn't tell you or give you access to everything. This includes limiting the commands on the terminal, not telling you certain strategies that can help with alarms, or the best way to stealth through enemies. While several of these, notably the alarm prep and stealth, can be messed with inside of the tutorial to see how they work, many other mechanics need to be learned inside the game's other levels. The game doesn't just leave you without information, however. Many missions will give you an objective update telling you a command that you need to use on a terminal. In addition to this, the terminals themselves will tell you what you need to do with each command on them. The best example of this is the use of the query and ping systems. In the tutorial, they have players ping a key that they need. This teaches players how the ping function works, but doesn't clarify that you can only ping things in the same zone as you. When players drop into the first mission, Alt R1A1, they may try and ping the HSU, only to be told that it cannot be found. In this text though, it tells the player to use the query command to gather more information on the item. Doing so will tell them what zone they need to go to ping the HSU. This isn't the only information terminals directly tell players. When getting on the terminal, players can see text that tells them to type and enter commands to see the full list of commands that are on the terminal. Doing this will give them the list of commands as well as what they do and how to use them. This shows them an incredibly useful command: list. List followed by the zone and its number will give you the list of everything pingable inside of that zone. You can limit this list down by adding certain characters or keywords, such as list key zone blank or list resources zone blank. This will only list items that fit your specific keyword. Learning to use this in tandem with the ping and query commands will greatly help players as they continue in the game, but it is something that players are pushed towards learning through in-game actions. Another thing outside of the levels and tutorials that helps players learn aspects of the game comes in the level selection messages. Lore-wise, it's the last recorded audio in that sector and is more often than not the moments before the last quad down there died. In these messages though, there is useful information. Take for example many of the A1 missions. Most of them will feature information about how enemies react to sound, light, and movement. These aren't the only missions to feature information though. Many missions that introduce something new, like Alt R4A1 with the secondary bulkhead doors, will have a comment about them. This applies to enemies, level mechanics, or story events. GeeTFO is a game that requires your attention to learn much of it. You can't just mindlessly play and expect to know and learn everything. Some testing is also required to see some of the effects of the tools, melee weapons, and guns of the game. There are other ways of learning many tricks, mechanics, and strategies for the game that other players have already tested in the past and recorded the results of. Many community members have made guides to help players learn things like terminal mechanics, stealth mechanics, and shooting mechanics. These guides are quite popular and can help new players who still may be confused on a few mechanics or don't want to test it for themselves. Now, are the mechanics in these guides crucial to playing the game in many of its levels? Not really.
Many of these tricks and bits of knowledge help players get to a higher level of play after they already have the basics of the game down. This can include things like better terminal usage, where you don't need to use the full word when listing things. For example, putting the command list u e and then the zone number will give you both resources and objective items, most of the time, inside of that zone. Is this critical to playing the game? Not really. It's more of a trick for those who want to get better at the game and reach a higher level of play. This isn't to say that there's nothing from these guides that can and should be applied to your game if you're looking to beat all of it. One example would be quick stealth, which has you and your team taking out enemies in stealth much faster than players typically would. This is something that becomes increasingly important the deeper you get into the game. Overall, GeeTFO does lack in the aspect of explaining some things to players, but does have ways of getting information to players who are willing to learn and pay attention. On top of this, there are community guides and members that are more than willing to help answer questions or provide advice when it comes to the game. Another thing that I mentioned earlier was the game's in-game matchmaking. It is by far one of the worst I've ever experienced. While yes, it can get you into a level you want to do, a large portion of the time you're not going to get a full squad, nor the level you're looking for. This is an issue and something that really hasn't been improved upon through updates. Luckily, there are direct links to the GeeTFO Discord in-game, as well as great systems in place for you to matchmake on the Discord, including the game auto-recognizing the lobby code straight from your clipboard. While I think an in-game system would have likely been a much different experience than what I had early on, I do think one is something that some players would enjoy having. Do I think that this is detrimental to the game? Potentially for some players, but for the vast majority of players, using the Discord is more consistent, reliable, and friendly than using the in-game system. Moving away from what I don't like about the game, what do I like about it? First up is something that can depend on how you're playing: immersion. The dark, damp, dirty environments of GeeTFO provide the perfect mix of dread, fear, and anxiety in each level. The growing feeling that you're moments away from disaster and every action matters pulls you in and holds you throughout the entire mission. However, this feeling is best felt when playing the game alone. Deep into a level where you are the only difference between a completed or a failed run, the immersion of the game hits hard. This immersion comes at the limit of two factors though. The more you learn how the game works, as well as if you're playing with others, the less this immersion will take effect. A great example of this is my previous video. We are playing some of the most story-heavy and difficult missions the game has to offer, all the while making ridiculous comments and jokes. This is far from how I first felt creeping around the first missions of the game, scared and fully locked in. This immersive feeling I got early on really hooked me into playing the game as much as I have, but it is pretty much gone at this point. What's replaced it though is just as powerful to me. This game has an insane skill ceiling. While the movement and shooting mechanics are fairly simple on the surface, the deeper you get into the game, the more you learn about the depth these mechanics can have. For example, there are little things like learning when and how to regain stamina, reload canceling, knowing how much to charge for a melee, and learning better and niche tool strategies. Learning this depth on top of speedrunning various levels in the game, I have found so much enjoyment at getting better at this game. While it sounds like a cop-out to say, the game is so much fun if you're good at it, it's absolutely true. So much of my enjoyment of this game has been with friends where we can go through levels doing challenges, new mods, or clearing levels with others. The fact that this game has remained so fun to me for the past 2 years, even though the reasons have changed, is honestly quite surprising to me. I do understand that this is my personal experience and under the assumption that speedrunning and higher levels of play is the end goal, but what about if you're just looking to go through the game and beat its levels? For this, GeeTFO has a mostly accurate system at determining difficulty of levels before you drop into them. This of course being the letter labeling of levels. Typically, A levels are the easiest, followed by B, C, D, and E. Not every tier of level is the same level of difficulty, however. For an early example, Alt R1D1 has nowhere near the challenge of Alt R2D2. Both are D tier levels, but are significantly different in the overall challenge of the level. I do believe that this system is great for players to anticipate the challenges they may be up against, and can be a good scale for how much it's going to ask of you. This system isn't perfect, however. Take for example the E tier levels. These missions are typically where 10 Chambers let loose a little with ideas and tried out something new and challenging. This can range from new types of reactors, all the way up to an unkillable enemy that stalks you throughout parts of the mission. Because of this, these levels typically feature the highest level of difficulty the game can offer. There are 6 E tier levels in the game. Out of those, 5 are an actual E tier difficulty. One of them is better suited to be a B or a C tier mission, but due to storytelling reasons, it's scaled down a little. Despite it not being 100% accurate, for the vast majority of levels, it provides a good basis for how difficult they're going to be. Another thing I love about this game is how every wipe, excluding those rare ones due to extreme bugs,
feel like a result of your own actions. The amount of times I've been able to tie a failed run to an action that my team or I took is amazing. With some other co-op games, it doesn't always feel like your actions have much weight to them. One person can really be the difference between a success or not, and there's not much reliance on multiple people to complete an objective. With GeeTFO, this feeling is very different. Nearly every level and objective type requires cooperation between you and your team, as well as participation from every member. One person going off and doing their own thing, or not having your team ready for obstacles like alarms, can be the difference between failing and completing a run. Another element of this game that I absolutely love is how well the game takes objectives and evolves them over time. For those who have been playing the game for longer than me, this likely stood out less. But for me, who started playing the game after the final gameplay update, progressively going through the game and seeing the objectives shift and change with each rundown was incredibly fun. Seeing that what was the first major objective in the game, collecting a DNA sample from an HSU, is just a minor part of a much larger mission, for example Alt R5B1, was so cool. The objectives tend to shift and change as the player's experience shift and change with them. Of course, I can talk about what I love and don't love about this game, but ultimately, can I recommend that you play GeeTFO? I've been attempting to get this section right for the past 3.5 hours, and every time I try to do it, it doesn't sound quite right. And well, of course, I could just give you an answer of yes or no, you shouldn't play this game. That doesn't tell you what I think about it, or what I feel about this game. This game has been a big part of my life for the past 2 years. I have put more time, research, and effort into making this video than most college projects I ever did. I have put more time into learning new skills and trying to learn everything I can about this game than any other I've ever played. When I first got the game, I never thought I'd beat all of it. My initial feelings were, yeah, I'll beat as many levels as I can, but I'm likely never going to see all of it, and that's okay. That feeling really didn't change until beating R5D1. When I muted there because I was crying, it's because I was. I had done it. Every level, every log, every achievement, everything I could do, I had done it. At least I thought. Sitting there after it was done, another thought occurred to me. Had I really beaten every level? I mean, several of them, yes, it was an easy breeze straight through. But other levels, I had significantly better teammates that carried me very heavily through these missions. And that bothered me. If I was going to say I beat everything in this game, how can I say, yeah, but I got carried through R4E1, or R5D2, or R5E1, or R7E1? How could I say I got carried through missions, but yeah, I completed the whole game? So in the month after beating R5D1, I went back and went through every level again, and I got completions on every single level once again. Of course, I ended with R5D1 because thematically it made sense, and of course, I asked Blue, Chad, and Koki to join me again. I can tell you a lot about the first clear of R5D1. I remember significantly more about the second clear. It was substantially less entertaining. If you were watching the first stream and you watched the second one, there is a very clear difference. But this one means significantly more to me. When I had announced, yeah, I want to do it again and I want to stream it, Scholar, the person who has the only known recording of my first ever clear of the level, made a trailer for it. And it's really cool. On top of this, joining the voice call and getting everyone there, it filled up insanely fast. And it stayed filled the entire time. Granted, this was a much shorter stream as it took one attempt, drop in, play for an hour, extract, we're done, but it was still more memorable to me the second time than the first. But even after completing everything for a second time, the feeling was still there, had I beaten everything. I mean, I still asked for better teammates on certain missions, or I did wait for better people to be on to see if I could beat these. So could I say, yeah, I beat every mission? And it still bothered me. So I went through everything a third, and a fourth, and a fifth time. The third and fourth time, I didn't do R5D1 with the same group I had. I did it with other people who I'd met, people who I didn't know, people who I was friends with. And on the fifth clear of R5D1, I figured it'd be fitting. Get Chad, Koki, and Blue back on. And we did. Poetically, this one took us 3 attempts. We failed pretty early on in the first one. The second time we got pretty deep and failed. And the third one was super clean. No issues with resources, nothing. Just straight in, straight out. And after that, I finally felt like, yeah, I had done everything. But it wasn't just level completions that I was trying to use to help my feelings on this. I started working on this video in December of 2024, gathering together the log data, going through, reading the logs, sorting them, putting them in the order I think they go in. That took me 4 months. On top of that, going through and making sure I knew just about everything I could about what I wanted to talk about. I've made this video 4 separate times. The first time, I made it about 30 minutes in, and I absolutely hated it. My editing skills and what I thought I could do with it were nowhere near what I wanted, and it looked horrid. So I scrapped it and just kind of gave up for about a month, and then I came back and made it again. And was it better? Yeah, kinda. I mean, 30 minutes of the video is not substantial enough to really tell, but it was better in quality. But even still, it wasn't good enough for me, so I scrapped it again. And then I made a video. And when I first made it, I thought, yeah, that's pretty good. That's better than anything I have ever made, but I could do better. So I started working on remastering that video and continuing working on this video. And I made a third version that was 45 minutes long and was substantially better than the other two. But I quickly ran into a barrier that I had to get over, and that was what I wanted to talk about. My original idea for this video was to talk about everything. Every asset, every weapon, every enemy, every room, every level, every piece of dialogue, every animation, every story beat, absolutely everything. And that's absolutely ridiculous. If I were to do that, that would add an extra 2.5, 3 hours to this video. And I quickly realized, is that what I want to do, or is that what I feel obligated to do? I felt that if I was going to cover this game as in-depth as I wanted to, I have to discuss everything. And I quickly realized that's so out of scope that I just can't do it. So I scrapped a lot of those ideas, but continued making the video, and suddenly I had an hour, and then I was to the lore section, and then I made it most of the way through the lore section, then I finished it. Anyone who was listening to me as I was editing, or asking for check-ins about it, could tell you I progressed past this lore section when having so much fun editing. Legitimately, everything after the lore section, it was so much fun to make. I was just having a good time making something I wanted to make. And now I'm here. I've written this entire script. I have every version of this that I've written, and they all felt right when I was writing them, but they don't feel right when I read them. This game has opened up so many opportunities, experiences, and interactions that I never would have had otherwise. Playing this game, I have met people that I want to keep in my life. Playing this game, I have had experiences that are more memorable than almost any other experience I've ever had playing a game. Playing this game, I have gotten into things I would have never dreamed of getting into. Through playing this game, I've grown other hobbies and other things I was curious about doing. This game means so much to me. I have played this game for 96 days worth of time at time of recording, and I'm still not sick of it, not even close. This game appeals to something in me that no other game has. This game feeds into interactions my friends and I have had. This game is a place where my friends and I can meet and just have a good time, where the game doesn't matter as much as the interactions we're having. And that's special to me. I don't think GeeTFO is perfect. I think it's far from it. It has tons of flaws, issues I think should have been fixed years ago. But even with them, I don't think it's detrimental to the experience. GeeTFO is a game unlike any other. GeeTFO is an experience unlike any other. Not only from the gameplay, but from the people I've met, the experiences I've had, and the skills and hobbies I've grown from it. So overall, should you play GeeTFO? If there is even the slimmest chance that it is as fulfilling, emotional, and enjoyable as it has been for me, absolutely. If you made it this deep into the video, first of all, thank you. I can't tell you how much I appreciate you watching this long. I have put hundreds of hours into making this video as perfect as I can make it, and I can't promise you it is absolutely perfect. If there is anything that I was wrong about or things that I need to correct in what I said, it will be in the pinned comment. You can go check there for all that. If you were waiting from my last video and hoping, oh, 7 hours of what we got last time, I'm sorry. I wish, man. But I promise you I got more footage like that coming. Variety of games and experiences. I just gotta sort out some life stuff and then I'll get editing on those. But again, thank you. I can't tell you how much I appreciate you for getting this far.